Chapter 551. Give me a glass of wine first. Helpless, Wang Haoran went back to his room to rest, planning to look for Wei Zhihang later. But after only a few minutes, a knock sounded at the door. He got up and pulled it open. Qin Yunhan stood in the hallway. He glanced behind her, checking the empty corridor. Why did you suddenly run over to find me? Did you miss me? I want to chat with you. Qin Yunhan smiled, stepping closer. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. Wang Haoran yawned, leaning against the doorframe. Qin Yunhan pouted. She suddenly darted past him into the room, clicked the door shut, and cornered him. After a moment, she took a step back, looking him up and down with a mischievous grin. You look plenty energetic to me. Wang Haoran felt a headache coming on. Her courage was growing by the day. However, he had business to attend to and had no intention of entertaining her right now. In a little while, Muyan is going to notice you're gone, he reminded her. She will definitely come looking for you. She's taking a nap. She won't wake up anytime soon. Knock, knock. The moment the words left her mouth, the wood rattled. Wang Haoran didn't open it immediately. Instead, he activated his perspective vision, peering straight through the barrier. It was Sun Muyan. The three of them knew each other's secrets well, so hiding was pointless. Besides, Wang Haoran actually wanted Sun Muyan to take this troublemaker away. With that in mind, he swung the door wide open. What are you doing here secretly? Sun Muyan walked in, her eyes narrowing as she spotted Qin Yunhan. Chatting. Is there a rule against that? Qin Yunhan pouted. I don't believe you. Sun Muyan eyed her suspiciously. I think you're just jealous, so you came here to cause trouble. Since there were no outsiders around, Qin Yunhan didn't bother pretending. Me jealous of you? That's hilarious. Sun Muyan's chest tightened with a pang of envy, but she kept her face completely blank, putting on an air of disdain. Don't think I don't know the truth. You haven't even crossed that line with him yet. Qin Yunhan exposed her ruthlessly. Are you tracking my schedule every day? Do I have to report everything I do to you? Sun Muyan shot back, her cheeks flushing. Fine. If you say so, why don't you give us a demonstration right now? Qin Yunhan sneered. She claimed the only stool in the room, crossing her arms, ready to watch a show. Qin Yunhan, have you no shame? How is anyone supposed to demonstrate that? Sun Muyan's face burned crimson. Aren't we supposed to be good sisters? Why be shy? Sooner or later, we will have to meet frankly anyway. Qin Yunhan emphasized the word sisters with a very strange, mocking intonation. Sun Muyan found herself completely at a loss for words. Deep down, she knew that what Qin Yunhan was talking about was really just a matter of time. Stop bickering, both of you. Go back to your room. Wang Haoran stepped between them, cutting off the argument. He needed to deal with Yang Yi and had no time for these distractions. It wasn't the right moment anyway. What if Yu Shiking suddenly showed up? It was still broad daylight, after all. Seeing his serious expression, Qin Yunhan and Sun Muyan lost their spark and left the room together. Finally, the room fell quiet. But within minutes, Wang Haoran's phone buzzed with a message from Sun Muyan. In your heart, am I not as good as Qin Yunhan? Of course not. Why would you think that? Wang Haoran typed back. Sun Muyan replied instantly. Then why do you treat the two of us so differently? Wang Haoran stared at the screen for a second before the implication clicked. We just haven't had the right opportunity yet, he sent, trying to comfort her. Silence stretched for a few minutes before the next text arrived. Is traveling together on a cruise not an opportunity? The sheer implication of the message was stunning. Wang Haoran sat up. Come to think of it, Sun Muyan was the very first heroine he had encountered. Yet up until now, she was still untouched. That really shouldn't be the case. Amused and intrigued, he quickly drafted a reply and sent it off. Tonight then. Sun Muyan sent back a nervous, highly expectant emoji. Wang Haoran immediately brought up the cruise ship's navigation route. After confirming that the ship wouldn't encounter any deserted islands before tomorrow, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally planned to trigger the main event today, but now he decided to enjoy a peaceful night on the ship first, and let the chaos wait for tomorrow. Before that, however, it was time to harvest some protagonist luck. Seeing that Wei Zhihang was finished with his duties, Wang Haoran grabbed a bottle of red wine and headed straight to his subordinate's quarters. He began by questioning Wei Zhihang about the specific grudge between him and Yang Yi. As the details unfolded, Wang Haoran gained a clearer picture of Yang Yi's main storyline. Just as he suspected, when the cruise ship inevitably sank, Wei Zhihang wouldn't die immediately. Instead, he would drift to the exact same deserted island as Yang Yi. In a lawless place like that, family background and status meant absolutely nothing. Yang Yi would be able to use his system abilities to torture Wei Zhihang to his heart's content. Lu Hua and Lu Ming would likely be dragged into that nightmare too. Heck, Wang Haoran himself was probably on that hit list. The ultimate fate of any villain in a story like this was to be brutally eliminated by the protagonist on an isolated island. Without communication or laws, Yang Yi would have zero scruples. Unfortunately for the protagonist, Wang Haoran's villain tier was far too high. He wasn't some ordinary, brainless rich second-generation heir that a low-level system could easily crush. And he certainly wasn't going to step onto that island unprepared. Take this bottle and invite Yang Yi for a drink. Tell him you want to apologize. Wang Haoran handed the red wine to Wei Zhihang. Boss, why should we give that loser any face? Wei Zhihang grumbled, clearly unhappy. Just go when I tell you to go. Stop talking so much. Wang Haoran didn't care to explain the grand strategy. Fine, I'll go. Wei Zhihang didn't dare argue further, though he hesitated at the door. What if Yang Yi refuses to accept the gesture? Take Lu Hua and Lu Ming with you. If he plays difficult, pressure him into taking the glass. Wang Haoran ordered, pausing before he added a final warning. By the way, do not drink this wine yourself. Boss, did you lace it with something? Wei Zhihang's eyes lit up with sudden excitement. Wang Haoran didn't answer. Instead, he calmly took a glass from the counter, poured a splash from a different bottle, and took a slow sip. Just remember what I said. Do not drink it. Oh, so you didn't put anything in it after all. Wei Zhihang looked disappointed. He grabbed the bottle and left the room to gather Lu Hua and Lu Ming. The three of them marched down to the inner cabin to find Yang Yi. Yang Yi, I'm sorry about hitting you earlier, Wei Zhihang said, forcing a polite tone as he poured 2 glasses and extended one. Let's have a drink and write off our grievances. Yang Yi accepted the glass, staring intently at the swirling red liquid, deep in thought. Suppressing his irritation at the silence, Wei Zhihang raised his own glass, took a deliberate sip, and challenged him. What's the matter? Are you going to disrespect me? Watching the scene unfold through his perspective vision back in his room, Wang Haoran couldn't help but chuckle. This foolish underling was truly something else. He had explicitly told the idiot not to drink it, yet he still took a sip just to show off. Did he think that because he felt fine initially, the wine was completely safe? In the cabin, Yang Yi came to the exact same conclusion. Seeing Wei Zhihang drink without any immediate reaction, he assumed the wine was perfectly fine. Yang Yi raised the glass to his lips and downed the red wine in a single, heavy gulp. Chapter 552. The system is activated in advance. Wei Zhihang watched the liquid disappear down Yang Yi's throat and quickly drained the rest of his own glass. Mission accomplished. He offered a fake, oily smile and signaled to Lu Hua and Lu Ming. The three of them turned and strode out of the cabin, leaving the quiet room behind. Yang Yi didn't return the smile. He stood like a statue, watching them leave until the door clicked shut. The moment they were gone, his face twisted. The mask of indifference shattered, replaced by a raw, burning resentment. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Toxin detected in host's bloodstream. Desert Island survival system, initializing. Activation progress, 1%, 2%, 3%. Yang Yi froze. A system? He held his breath as the numbers climbed, his heart hammering against his ribs. Ding. Host has successfully utilized high-level antitoxin. All toxins have been purged from the system. He let out a long, shaky breath, slumped against the table, and began to probe the interface appearing before his eyes. It didn't take long to understand its purpose, but as he realized what the system implied, a chill ran down his spine. If he was the legendary son of destiny, and this was a desert island survival system, the conclusion was terrifyingly simple. This cruise ship was going to sink. Hundreds of people were currently laughing and dancing on the decks above, completely unaware that their voyage was destined to end in a watery grave. Should he warn the captain? Should he find a way to turn the ship back? The thought flickered in his mind for a fraction of a second before dying out. Why save them? Wei Zhihang and his pack of arrogant, rich second-generation brats deserved to drown. Without money or power, they were nothing. On a deserted island, the playing field would be level. No, the playing field would belong to him. Images of the ship's beauties flashed through his mind. Qin Yunhan, Sun Muian, Yu Shiking, and Mu Zhaozhao. In the city, they were untouchable goddesses. Qin Yunhan's father was a real estate tycoon, a man so powerful that a girl like her would never even glance at a nobody like Yang Yi. But on a desert island, status meant nothing. A designer handbag wouldn't catch a fish, and a bank account wouldn't build a fire. They would be cold, hungry, and terrified. They would have to rely on him. Yang Yi's excitement bubbled over into a jagged laugh. He didn't care about the other passengers. 700 or 800 strangers. Their lives were irrelevant. As long as he used his new survival skills and super swimming ability to save the girls when the ship went down, he would be their king. In a separate room, Wang Haoran stared at the system messages scrolling across his vision, a look of pure exasperation on his face. Ding. Host manipulated events behind the scenes, causing Yang Yi to lose his virility. Gained 2,800 villain points. Yang Yi's protagonist Halo minus 140. Host's villain Halo plus 140. Ding. Yang Yi's virility has been restored. Host villain points minus 2,800. Villain Halo minus 140. Yang Yi's protagonist Halo plus 140. Ding. Host's actions indirectly caused Yang Yi's desert island survival system to activate early. Plot direction altered. Gained 2,000 villain points. Wang Haoran sighed. This medicine trick was becoming a recurring joke. First Lin Mo, and now this guy. One moment the protagonist loses his manhood, and the next, a system reset fixes it before the reward even gets warm in his pocket. At least the plot alteration points stayed. He activated his perspective vision, scanning through the bulkheads until he found Yang Yi. The protagonist was currently dancing a frantic, joyful jig in his cabin. He looked like a man who had just won the lottery, completely unbothered by the impending catastrophe he had just deduced. Wang Haoran felt a flicker of disgust. Where was the protagonist's sense of justice? Shouldn't he be rushing to the bridge to save lives? Then again, the desert island archetype was rarely a saint. In a world without rules, only the selfish and the cruel thrived. In the original timeline, Yang Yi would have likely used the isolation of the island to torture villains like Wei Zhihang to death. He was a broom star, a harbinger of disaster, who required a body count of hundreds just to kickstart his personal growth arc. Yang Yi could not be allowed to stay on the board. But before the accident happened, Wang Haoran intended to shave as much wool off this sheep as possible. He watched as Yang Yi, parched from his excitement, grabbed a cup and headed for the communal water station. At the same time, Yu Shiking left her room, a glass in hand. Wang Haoran stood up and adjusted his collar. It was time to join the party. Yang Yi whistled a tuneless melody as he filled his cup with boiling water. He turned to leave, only to see Yu Shiking walking toward him. His blood began to simmer. He swallowed hard, his eyes tracing her silhouette with a newfound, predatory confidence. Chapter 553. Yang Yi's mind. Yang Yi's lingering, predatory gaze made Yu Shiking frown. "Hello, my name is Yang Yi. I'm a freshman at Qingling University too," he said, stepping forward with an unearned confidence. Yu Shiking ignored him completely. She moved toward the water dispenser, as if he were part of the furniture, her silence cold and absolute. Left standing there, Yang Yi felt a flash of embarrassment, but it quickly melted into a twisted sense of relief. "Go ahead, be arrogant," he thought. "When we're stranded on that island, you'll be the one begging me for help." A dark, impatient smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He watched her back, his eyes filled with a covetous heat. He could hardly wait for the cruise ship to sink, envisioning the moment he would become the sole protector of these high and mighty goddesses. Yu Shiking filled her glass and turned to leave, only to find Wang Haoran approaching. He held a cup of his own, walking with an easy grace. "Classmate Wang Haoran, what a coincidence. Are you here for water as well?" Yu Shiking kept a polite distance, though her voice softened. "Yeah." Wang Haoran smiled and reached out, playfully pinching her cheek. Yu Shiking jumped, startled by the sudden intimacy. Beside them, Yang Yi's jaw dropped. Wang Haoran didn't stop there. He pulled her closer, his hand resting on her waist as he leaned down. Yu Shiking's eyes fluttered shut instinctively. Watching the scene, Yang Yi felt as if his eyes might fall out of his head. A searing fire of jealousy roared through his chest. Ding. Host has damaged Yang Yi's mental state. Gained 1,400 villain points. Yang Yi's protagonist Halo -70. Host's villain Halo +70. Wang Haoran accepted the reward with a silent smirk, lingering in the moment until Yu Shiking pulled back, breathless. Her face was a deep, burning crimson, and her heart hammered against her ribs. She looked at him with a mix of tenderness and confusion. They had agreed not to reveal their relationship, yet here he was, marking his territory in front of a fellow student from their university. What if this Yang Yi goes back to school and starts rumors? She wondered, her anxiety mounting. "The other girls will target me. I couldn't help myself," Wang Haoran said, his voice laced with a mock self-blame. "It's my fault. It's all right." Yu Shiking shook her head, the warmth still tingling on her lips. She could have pushed him away, but she hadn't. How could she blame him when she had enjoyed it? Wang Haoran turned his gaze toward the fuming Yang Yi. "You didn't see anything just now. Do you understand me?" Yang Yi's stomach churned with resentment, but he lacked the courage to defy the man in front of him. "I know. I won't say a word." As he slunk away, Yang Yi's mind raced. He had never heard rumors of Yu Shiking having a boyfriend back on campus. Wang Haoran's warning confirmed it. The relationship was a secret. He's probably hiding it so he can chase the other school beauties, Yang Yi surmised. He wants to stay single on the surface to keep his options open. The thought only deepened his envy. Night fell over the ocean. The cruise ship grew quiet as the passengers retreated to their cabins, leaving only the hum of the engines and the skeleton crew on duty. Yang Yi didn't sleep. He lurked in the shadows of the corridor near the balcony rooms, his eyes fixed on the doors. He knew Wang Haoran and the girls were staying in this section. At midnight, a door creaked. Sumwian stepped into the hallway, glancing around like a thief in the night. She tiptoed to Wang Haoran's door, pushed it open, and slipped inside. Yang Yi gripped the corridor wall so hard his fingernails screeched against the paint. Ding. Host has damaged Yang Yi's mental state. Gained 1,200 villain points. Yang Yi's protagonist Halo -60. Host's villain Halo +60. The implication was unmistakable. Yang Yi felt a physical ache in his chest, as if something precious had been stolen from him. He wanted to rush forward and kick the door down, but the fear of Wang Haoran's influence held him back. "We're still on the ship," he reminded himself, taking a ragged breath. "Wait for the island. Once the laws of civilization are gone, I'll have my revenge." 2 hours passed. The door opened again, and Sumwian emerged. Ding. Host has captured heroine Sumwian for the first time. Gained 2,500 villain points. Sumwian's heroine Halo -125. Yang Yi's protagonist Halo -125. Host's villain Halo +250. Ding. Host has damaged Yang Yi's mental state. Gained 2,000 villain points. Yang Yi's protagonist Halo -100. Host's villain Halo +100. 2 hours. The duration felt like a knife twisting in Yang Yi's heart. He watched Sumwian lean against the wall for support, her steps slow and unsteady as she made her way back to her own room. His eyes were bloodshot, his mind spinning with a manic energy. He wanted to run to Yu Shiking right now. He wanted to tell her what kind of man Wang Haoran really was before she was poisoned too. But it was too late, and the corridors were empty. Yang Yi retreated to his room and sat in the dark, waiting for the dawn. Chapter 554. Sharks are here. The first gray light of dawn touched the horizon. Yang Yi returned to the corridor outside the balcony suites. He leaned against the wall, pretending to be absorbed in his mobile phone, but his focus remained sharp on Yu Shiking's door. Roughly half an hour later, the lock clicked. Yushiking stepped out, secured her door, and began walking toward the deck. Yang Yi kept his head down, scrolling through his screen until she passed, then fell into step at a distance. He didn't notice the door behind him opening just as he turned the corner. Wang Haoran stepped into the hallway, his expression calm. He had known Yang Yi was lurking there since midnight. Through the night, he had tracked the boy's movements. After seeing Sumwean slip into his room, Yang Yi's frustration had been palpable even through the walls. It was easy to deduce the plan. Yang Yi intended to expose the affair to Yushiking. But the night was over, the goals were achieved, and Wang Haoran was ready to bring this particular voyage to an end. He followed silently, a shadow trailing a shadow. Yushiking reached the deck. She gripped the railing, inhaling the sharp, salty air while watching the swell of the waves. A few other early risers were scattered across the wood, enjoying the morning peace. Yang Yi closed the gap, his footsteps heavy on the boards. Yushiking tilted her head, her brow furrowing as she recognized him. The memory of his predatory gaze from the day before made her skin crawl. She turned to leave, but Yang Yi stepped into her path. Wait a minute, Yushiking. I have a secret to tell you. I'm not interested, she replied, her voice dropping to a glacial chill. It's about Wang Haoran. Surely you're interested in that? Yushiking stopped. She looked at him with genuine suspicion. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi didn't offer the truth immediately. He leaned in, a smug grin playing on his lips. If I've guessed correctly, you and Wang Haoran are together, aren't you? Boyfriend and girlfriend. So what if we are? Yushiking didn't bother denying it. After their interaction at the water station, lies were a waste of breath. Then do you have any idea what he was doing last night? Besides you, he has other. The sentence died in his throat. A sudden, invisible force slammed into his chest. It felt like a massive, unseen hand had simply shoved him. His feet left the deck, his body flipped over the railing, and he vanished from sight. A heavy thud echoed from below as Yang Yi plunged into the sea. Yushiking gasped, rushing to the railing. Someone fell into the water. Help! Come quickly. The peace of the morning shattered. Passengers rushed to the edge, peering down into the churning wake. In the middle of the ocean, even the strongest swimmers hesitated to jump. A life buoy sailed through the air, splashing near the spot where Yang Yi had disappeared. Someone hammered the emergency alarm, summoning the sailors. Wang Haoran stepped calmly from the shadows of an aisle, joining the growing crowd. Shiking, what happened? I don't know, Yushiking said, her voice shaking. Yang Yi was talking to me, and then he just lost his footing. He suddenly fell over. Wang Haoran nodded slowly, his face a mask of concern. I see. That's strange, a man nearby whispered. Why isn't he splashing? Even a non-swimmer would typically thrash about, fighting for air, but the surface where Yang Yi had fallen remained eerily still. The deck is high, another passenger suggested. Maybe the impact knocked him unconscious? In reality, Yang Yi was wide awake. His lungs burned and his mind screamed, but he couldn't move a finger. Wang Haoran had struck his pressure points with a flick of internal energy as he fell. His limbs were leaden, frozen in place. Under normal circumstances, his new survival system would have allowed him to swim back to the hull and climb a maintenance ladder, but now he could only drift. Because of the natural buoyancy of the salt water, his body slowly bobbed upward until his face broke the surface, staring helplessly at the sky. He could breathe, but he was a trapped passenger in his own skin. High above, Wang Haoran activated his perspective vision. He watched the protagonist float, noting the boy's ability to hold his breath and remain calm. It was the typical resilience of a son of destiny. Wang Haoran knew better than to leave things to chance. He reached into his pocket and produced a fine, dark powder. With a subtle motion, he let the wind catch it. The grains were invisible to the naked eye as they drifted down to the water's surface. The sailors arrived, preparing their rescue gear and getting ready to dive, but they froze as the first gray triangular blade sliced through a wave. Then another. Then a dozen more. Sharks! Sharks! Good God, look at them. There are dozens of them. The sailors backed away from the edge, their courage failing. No one was going into that water now. Young man, don't move. An old sailor screamed down at the floating Yang Yi. If you don't move, they might pass you by. Yang Yi heard the shouting. He couldn't see the fins, but the terror that flooded his system was absolute. He had been pushed by nothing, paralyzed by a touch, and now he was bait. A sudden swell lifted him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a massive, jagged fin cut the water just inches away. A split second later, a wall of gray muscle rose beside him. A row of serrated teeth caught the morning light, and a foul, metallic stench filled his nostrils. He didn't have time to scream. The blue water erupted in a geyser of foam and spray. Within seconds, a dark, crimson cloud blossomed outward, staining the sea. Dozens of sharks converged on the red patch, their bodies thrashing in a frenzied circle. On the deck above, the screams of the passengers drowned out the sound of the waves. Chapter 555. Ending the journey. Ding. Host has manipulated events behind the scenes, causing Yang Yi to be devoured by sharks. Gained 4,500 villain points. The mechanical chime signaled a successful harvest. Wang Haoran stood calmly on the deck, watching the crimson stains dissolve into the ocean currents. All around him, passengers gripped the railing, their faces pale with horror and pity for the unfortunate soul who had just met an unspeakable end. They had no idea that if this particular traveler had survived, the cruise ship would have been doomed. With Yang Yi dead, the desert island plotline had shattered before it could even begin, guaranteeing the safety of every soul on board. The tragedy brought the captain rushing to the bridge to review the deck's surveillance footage. The recording showed Yang Yi losing his balance, tilting over the handrail, and falling into the open sea. It was a textbook accidental fall. The grim event cast a heavy shadow over the remaining tourists, dampening the vacation spirit. Sensing the shift in mood, Wang Haoran approached Qin Yunhan and the other girls. He subtly suggested that such an incident was a terrible omen for their holiday, advising that they should cut the trip short and return to Qingling. None of the girls objected. When the cruise ship docked at its next scheduled port, the group disembarked immediately. They checked into a local luxury hotel for the evening, planning to catch a high-speed train home the following morning. Wang Haoran had deliberately chosen the train over a faster commercial flight. The encounter with Yang Yi had left him deeply cautious. A protagonist destined for a desert island survival plot relied entirely on two modes of transportation to trigger their destiny: cruise ships or airplanes. While a sea voyage offered plenty of early warning signs and opportunities to alter the course, a plane flying tens of thousands of feet in the air left no room for error. Avoiding flights altogether seemed like the most logical safeguard. He resolved to keep his feet firmly on the ground for the foreseeable future. With his current level of internal cultivation, a maritime disaster was survivable, but falling from the clouds was entirely different. He was a master martial artist, not an immortal deity capable of defying gravity. 200 years of true chi wouldn't save a man from a terminal drop. The high-speed rail journey passed without incident. The group arrived safely back in the familiar streets of Qingling. To accommodate their growing live-streaming careers, Qin Yunhan and Sum Wian had recently rented a luxuriously decorated apartment just outside the university campus. Financial constraints were non-existent for either of them. Qin Yunhan was the pampered daughter of a real estate tycoon, and Sum Wian had risen to become one of the top gaming hosts in the region. Even without counting the extravagant digital gifts Wang Haoran frequently showered upon her channel, Sum Wian's independent monthly income hovered near 10 million yuan. The two young women had already invited Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing to move out of the university dormitories and join them in the spacious apartment. The pairings made perfect sense. Qin Yunhan and Mu Zhaozhao had been inseparable for years, while Sum Lian and Wen Jing shared a deep, long-standing friendship. Both roommates had readily agreed to the arrangement, though moving off-campus required filling out formal housing applications with the university administration. Wang Haoran remained completely unfazed by the living arrangements. There was zero chance of Yu Shiking moving into the shared apartment anyway, considering her family home was located right next to Qingling University. Upon their arrival in the city, the group splintered. Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing headed toward the campus dorms to gather their belongings. Yu Shiking took a taxi straight home. Wang Haoran accompanied Qin Yunhan and Sum Wian back to their new apartment. The moment the front door clicked shut, Qin Yunhan turned to her friend, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "So, was it fun sneaking out in the dead of night?" Sum Wian blinked, her expression tightening. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, stop pretending. You think I didn't notice you slipping out of our room on the cruise ship in the middle of the night? And then you claimed you couldn't walk properly the next morning because you twisted your ankle. Did you really think I'd buy that excuse?" Qin Yunhan crossed her arms, her eyes sparkling with mischief. A bright flush crept up Sum Wian's neck. Realizing her denial was useless, she abandoned the act. "Please, we stand on equal footing here. If you're allowed to visit him, why can't I?" Qin Yunhan wasn't genuinely angry, she simply enjoyed teasing her friend. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "So, how did it feel?" Sum Wian rolled her eyes, finding the question absurd. It sounded as if they were discussing a new movie or a book recommendation. "It's not like you haven't experienced it yourself. Why don't you tell me your thoughts instead?" "Well, I actually have some leftover medicine from my own past experience. Do you need it?" Qin Yunhan offered with a giggle. "What medicine?" Instead of explaining, Qin Yunhan darted into her bedroom and emerged a moment later holding a small tube of ointment. She extended it with a suggestive grin. Sum Wian accepted the tube carefully, her eyes scanning the fine print on the label detailing its clinical effects. "Reduces swelling, alleviates local pain." The medical description instantly made the context clear. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Sum Wian raised her hand to hurl the tube back at her friend, but her motion froze halfway through. In truth, she desperately needed it. The long hours spent traveling on the train had been deeply uncomfortable, and she had been too shy to stop at a pharmacy along the way. Silently accepting the offering, she turned and marched toward her own bedroom. "Hey, do you need any help applying it?" Qin Yunhan shouted toward her retreating back. The bedroom door slammed shut in response. Sum Wian leaned against the wood, her heart pounding. While Qin Yunhan was correct that they would eventually have to shed their modesty around one another, she still needed time to adjust to the reality of the situation. She lacked her friend's brazen confidence and extensive experience. Off campus and away from their inner circle, Qin Yunhan maintained a perfectly dignified, serious demeanor, but behind closed doors with her chosen sisters, she was utterly shameless. Across the city, Wang Haoran returned to his personal villa. The house was exceptionally quiet. Feng Anna was absent, likely visiting Song Siwi to discuss business or training. Feng Suensa had also gone out, leaving no indication of her destination. The only person present was Ning Aoxiu, who was deeply engrossed in her martial arts routines out in the central garden. Choosing not to disturb her focus, Wang Haoran walked quietly into the main hall and settled onto the plush leather sofa. He had barely relaxed when his phone began to vibrate. The screen displayed Lu Xinyi's name. "I've settled the matter with your sister, Gu Yura," Lu Xinyi reported the moment he answered. "I personally apologized for the misunderstanding and passed her creative script along to a prominent director." Wang Haoran shifted his position, listening intently. The director was absolutely thrilled with the material, Lu Xinyi continued. "They are already preparing the project for active production. Major financial backing has secured the timeline, meaning your sister is very likely to achieve significant recognition in the screenwriting community very soon." The update sparked a string of calculations in his mind. In traditional female-centric web novels, the heroines were never mere decorative ornaments. They invariably possessed extraordinary talent in a specific professional field. Gu Yura's specialization in language and literature had naturally manifested as a genius-level talent for narrative screenwriting. The fact that her work had immediately caught a director's eye and attracted massive corporate funding suggested a major plot mechanism was starting to turn. "Who is the director leading the project? Male or female?" Wang Haoran asked, focusing on potential threats. "She's a female director who specializes almost exclusively in high-end romance films. Her name is Zhang Li. Nearly every romantic feature she touches becomes a critical and commercial masterpiece, winning numerous industry awards. In fact, her film from a few months ago broke records by pulling in nearly 1 billion yuan at the box office, instantly launching the lead actor, Shen Yuxing, into superstardom." Hearing the actor's name reminded Wang Haoran of the agonizing hours he had spent watching that specific film 3 times in a row during a previous investigation. However, the name of the director herself was entirely unfamiliar to his memory banks. "How old is this Zhang Li?" "She's in her mid-40s, Lu Xinyi replied smoothly. The detail calmed his initial suspicions. In female-led narratives, the antagonists typically targeted the heroine for 2 specific reasons: romantic rivalry over a male lead, or pure professional jealousy regarding youth and physical beauty. A prominent director in her 40s had no structural conflict with a 20-year-old novice screenwriter, nor would she view a young university student as a threat to her personal vanity. Zhang Li was likely a standard mentor figure, a benevolent supporting character designed to elevate Gu Yura's career. Analyzing the situation from a financial angle, Wang Haoran narrowed down the true source of potential conflict. "You mentioned massive corporate backing. Who was the primary investor for the film?" "The production is being entirely funded by the Beige Film and Television Corporation," Lu Xinyi stated. Chapter 556. Lu Beige's Plan. Beige Film and Television Company. After hearing the name from Lu Xinyi, Wang Haoran immediately pictured one man, Lu Beige, the president of the firm. Lu Beige was the classic domineering CEO found in female-oriented power fantasies. In another life, if Wang Haoran hadn't preemptively destroyed Lu Beige's physical capabilities, Lu Beige would have successfully seduced Gu Yura and secured his place as the male protagonist of her story. Now, however, the man was reduced to a supporting role, or, to be more precise, a villain. Consumed by a bitter hatred that remained unvented, Lu Beige was currently plotting his revenge against Gu Yura. It appeared this resentment was pushing him to evolve from a mere rival into a true antagonist. In a standard romance novel, a domineering CEO turned villain would be a formidable boss, capable of dragging a plot out for dozens of chapters. To Wang Haoran, whose level was already far too high, dealing with Lu Beige would be a relaxing, even pleasant task. But solving the problem in secret yielded little profit. Ending Gu Yura's main storyline required more than just removing villains. He needed to max out her favorability. How could the story reach its climax if the heroine remained unaware of his efforts? Gu Yura had to know about this. She needed to understand that he was the one who solved her troubles. Wang Haoran chatted with Lu Xinyi for a few more minutes before hanging up. With Xiao Wanwan keeping a close eye on Gu Yura, he wasn't worried about any sudden accidents. He would simply wait for the next plot development and act as the circumstances dictated. Inside the president's office at Beige Film and Television, Lu Beige stared at an investment contract on his desk, his eyes flickering with a cold brilliance. The last time he had lured Gu Yura into this office, he had found himself physically unable to do anything to her. That humiliating failure had forced him to seek medical treatment in private. Despite months of expensive procedures, there was no effect. It was a staggering blow to his ego. Yet, the obsession with ruining Gu Yura lingered. Even if his physical ability was gone, there were other ways to bully her. He had recently discovered by accident that a script written by Gu Yura had caught the eye of a famous director, leading to a massive investment offer. It seemed Gu Yura was on the verge of a breakthrough. Since she was already wary of him, he couldn't approach her directly. He needed a spokesperson. A knock sounded at the door. Lu Beige looked up from the contract. "Come in." The door swung open, and a woman in high heels walked in. She was in her 20s, possessing a graceful figure and the polished charm of an urban professional. This was Kui Yetong, his half-sister. "Brother, why did you call me here?" She stared at Lu Beige with a fanatical, obsessive glint in her eyes. Lu Beige saw the look and frowned. He had known for a long time that Kui Yetong's feelings for him transcended sibling affection. He had tried to persuade her otherwise, but she refused to listen. In the past, he had simply avoided her. Now, however, he was planning something that could not be leaked. An outsider might betray him, but Kui Yetong never would. "I have a task for you," Lu Beige said tonelessly. "What is it?" "It concerns Gu Yura." Kui Yetong stiffened. She was well aware of the history between them. "Just say the word, brother. No matter what you want me to do, I'll do it. Even if it costs me my life, I won't hesitate." The intensity of her devotion made Liu Beige feel uneasy, but he suppressed his irritation. He needed her help. He could lecture her later, once the plan was complete. Liu Beige leaned forward and laid out his scheme in detail. When he finished, Kui Yetong asked a suspicious question. Brother, once Guyura loses her ability to resist, what do you plan to do to her? I only want to humiliate her, Liu Beige replied, shamelessly hiding the fact that he was physically incapable of doing anything else. Kui Yetong's face twisted with resentment. I can help with that. Guyura is hateful. Back when she was a wealthy young miss, she treated you so poorly. You mustn't forgive her lightly. Liu Beige nodded. He had no intention of being merciful. After discussing the final details, Kui Yetong picked up the phone to call the director, Zhang Li. Over at Normal University, Guyura was in high spirits. She hadn't held much hope for her script, but thanks to Liu Xinyi's introduction, the famous director Zhang Li had taken a genuine interest. Guyura pulled out her phone, tempted to call Wang Haoran. She knew that despite Liu Xinyi's involvement, everything truly traced back to him. Without Wang Haoran, Liu Xinyi would never have helped. She hesitated, her finger hovering over his name. If she made this call now, would she be throwing away her pride? As she wavered, her phone suddenly buzzed with an incoming call. Her heart leaped, thinking it was Wang Haoran, but the screen showed Zhang Li's name instead. They had exchanged contact information during their initial meeting. Hello, Director Zhang, Guyura said, keeping her tone polite. Are you free? Zhang Li asked, getting straight to the point. I want to discuss the script and introduce you to the investor. Who is the investor? Her name is Kui Yetong. She's from a film and television company. Zhang Li followed Kui Yetong's instructions and avoided naming the specific firm. Hearing a woman's name put Guyura at ease. Her guard dropped. School is on break, so I'm free. Good. I have some business to attend to now, so let's meet this evening. Do you need me to send a car for you? No, that's all right, Guyura replied. Just send me the address and I'll make my own way there. Chapter 557. The Predator's Mirror. Wang Haoran spent his afternoon at the writer's village, dividing his attention between Yang Jingwan and Liu Xinyi. He believed in the efficient use of time. By evening, his phone buzzed with a call from Song Zhenyu. She had been admitted to graduate school and wanted to celebrate over dinner. Wang Haoran agreed instantly. He had kept his distance while she was buried in her studies for the entrance exams, not wanting to break her focus. Now that the pressure had vanished, it was the perfect time to cultivate their relationship. Meet me at Yi Jiangnan restaurant. I've already booked a private box, Song Zhenyu said. Impressive. Did you stumble into a fortune? Wang Haoran asked. He remembered dining there with Mu Nanzi. The bill hadn't been cheap, and Song Zhenyu usually lived quite modestly. Song Zhenyu laughed. I wrote a paper that won an award. The prize money was tens of thousands of yuan. Don't worry, I can afford to feed you. I'll see you soon, then. As Wang Haoran hung up and reached for his shoes, Liu Xinyi watched him with a knowing smirk. An appointment with a girl? Yes. Wang Haoran offered no excuses. With her favorability maxed out, Liu Xinyi was exceptionally tolerant. Go ahead, she said softly. Just remember to come see me when you have a moment. Of course. Wang Haoran paused at the door. Your neighbor, Yang Jingwan, is an old acquaintance of mine. If you get the chance, you two should get to know each other. Liu Xinyi looked at him with mock concern. You really need to look after your health, being so busy. Just make friends. Don't go filling her head with nonsense, he reminded her. I understand. Don't worry. He rewarded her cooperation with a quick, sweet kiss and headed for his car. While driving toward the restaurant, Xiao Wanwan called with a report. Guyura had just arrived at Yi Jiangnan restaurant for a meeting. Wang Haoran's pulse quickened. The plot was unfolding. Since he was already heading to the same location, the timing was perfect. He only had to ensure Guyura didn't catch him dining with Song Zhenyu. At the restaurant entrance, Wang Haoran activated his perspective vision. He scanned the building and located Guyura in a private room. She sat with a middle-aged woman, deep in discussion over a script. This was clearly the director, Zhang Li. They hadn't ordered food yet. It looked like they were waiting for someone. Wang Haoran kept one eye on her room, while he navigated toward the box Song Zhenyu had reserved. When he pushed the door open, he found a second familiar face waiting. Ji Shuiyao sat beside Song Zhenyu. It made sense. Ji Shuiyao was Song Zenyu's mentor, and had likely played a major role in her academic success. Good evening, sixth sister. Good evening, Zhenyu, Wang Haoran said. Song Zenyu's brow furrowed. Sixth sister. Wang Haoran realized his slip of the tongue and pivoted smoothly. I've adopted a group of sisters. This lady ranks sixth, so the title stuck. Ji Shuiyao shot him a skeptical look. He called her sixth sister because of his relationship with Chu Qianwei. Where did this eldest sister story come from? Wang Haoran gave her a subtle blink. She stayed quiet, though a hint of jealousy flickered in her eyes. She couldn't help but wonder why he was so focused on Song Zhenyu while ignoring her own charms. I see, Song Zhenyu said, accepting the lie without further thought as she reached for the menu. Wang Haoran didn't care about the food. He cared about the drinks. When both women claimed they didn't want to drink, he chimed in. A celebration like this deserves a toast, don't you think? Just one bottle. Song Zhenyu relented. She ordered a bottle of red wine, though she insisted they shouldn't overindulge. Wang Haoran selected a vintage with a deceptive smoothness and a heavy kick. Neither woman knew enough about wine to notice the trap. As they waited for the first course, Wang Haoran used his vision to monitor Guyura. He also scanned the restaurant lobby for new arrivals. A young man and woman entered the building. The man was the domineering CEO, Liu Beige. The woman was a stranger to Wang Haoran, but their conversation revealed she was his younger sister. Something about her gaze struck Wang Haoran as odd. She looked at Liu Beige with the same intense devotion he saw in the eyes of women like Chu Qianwei or Qin Yunhan. The siblings spoke briefly before parting ways. Liu Beige retreated to an empty box, while the woman headed straight for Gu Yura's room. Inside the room, Zhongli stood to introduce the newcomer. This is Kui Yetong. Wang Haoran puzzled over the names. Different surnames, yet they were siblings? Perhaps a blended family, or cousins. It didn't truly matter. He watched as Gu Yura greeted Kui Yetong with a polite smile. Kui Yetong acted with practiced warmth, and Gu Yura's guard dropped completely. When the waiter arrived, Kui Yetong insisted on ordering a bottle of red wine. Zhongli, accustomed to the industry's social demands, agreed easily. Gu Yura tried to decline, but Kui Yetong was a workplace predator, and the young student was no match for her. Within minutes, Gu Yura was persuaded to have just a little. The girl felt safe because she was in the company of women. She had no idea she was sitting across from Liu Beige's sister. Chapter 558. The Villain's Toolkit. The table at Wang Haoran's end was finally served, the rich aroma of food accompanied by a deep, dark red wine. He withdrew his focus from Gu Yura's box and immediately poured 3 glasses, sliding 2 toward Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu. Why so much? I really can't drink this, Song Zhenyu said, her voice rising in protest. Me neither, Ji Shuiyao added, looking at the crimson liquid with hesitation. I hardly ever touch alcohol. It's just red wine. It's barely stronger than a soft drink. Wang Haoran offered a reassuring smile and lifted his glass, signaling for a toast. Come on, cheers to the new graduate student. Seeing his enthusiasm, the 2 women reluctantly raised their glasses. The crystal clinked with a delicate ring. Wang Haoran took a confident gulp, while his companions merely sipped, their faces wrinkling at the sharp, unfamiliar taste. Wang Haoran ignored their complaints. He spent a few minutes eating, then raised his glass again, a silent command for them to follow suit. I really don't like it, Ji Shuiyao said, waving her hands in a frantic gesture. You should finish it yourself. Red wine is a beauty treatment in a glass, Wang Haoran countered smoothly. It's good for your skin, and it's a waste not to celebrate a day this special. At the mention of beauty, Ji Shuiyao's eyes brightened. Her vanity won out over her caution, and she reached for her glass. Wang Haoran turned his gaze to Song Zhenyu, who hadn't budged. Sister Zhenyu, look how much is left in your glass. It's a shame to waste it. Unless, of course, you want me to finish it for you? But you've already sipped from it. That means your saliva is in there. Are you suggesting I should taste your? Fine. I'll drink it, I'll drink it. Song Zhenyu's face flushed with embarrassment. To stop his teasing, she tilted her head back and took several large gulps. His routine worked perfectly. Round after round, the resistance faded as the wine took hold. Soon, the pale cheeks of both women burned a vivid scarlet. Their eyes grew watery, drifting with a hazy, unfocused blur. Professor Ji, Song Zhenyu said, her voice thick with sudden emotion as she leaned toward her mentor. I only got into the marine biology program because of you. Your teaching was everything. Sister Song, you're being too modest, Ji Shuiyao replied, a rare, relaxed smile breaking across her usually stern face. It's because you're brilliant. You absorb knowledge faster than anyone I've seen. No, without your guidance, I would have failed. I know it. Nonsense. You're just a naturally gifted student. Let's stop arguing, Song Zhenyu laughed, her words slurring slightly. 1,000 words are in this glass. She drained her glass in a single, grateful motion. Ji Shuiyao, not wanting to be rude or outdone by her students' enthusiasm, followed suit, emptying her own glass. The red on her face deepened into a dark rose. Wang Haoran watched them, suppressed amusement dancing in his eyes. When they first met, they had been awkward about their titles, so he had told them to simply call each other whatever felt right. Now, listening to Professor and Sister fly back and forth, it seemed they had found their own rhythm. Let me refill those for you. Wang Haoran was the picture of a perfect host, topping off their glasses. The 2 women were far too gone to object. As the first bottle hit the bottom, he immediately flagged down a waiter for a second. While he entertained his guests, his perspective vision stayed locked on Gu Yura's situation. It was as he suspected. Gu Yura was helpless. She had been coerced into drink after drink until her snow-white face was flushed and her head lolled. Her tolerance was abysmal, far worse than the 2 women sitting across from him. A few glasses had been enough to shatter her resolve. Of course, there was another possibility. Kui Yetong might have slipped something into the wine. Wang Haoran had been preoccupied with his own dinner and might have missed a subtle movement. Driven by her dark purpose, Kui Yetong ended the dinner the moment Gu Yura reached the point of intoxication. She claimed she would see Gu Yura home and ushered the director, Zhongli, toward the exit. As soon as the director's car pulled away, Kui Yetong whipped out her phone and sent a quick message. Seconds later, Liu Beige rose from his solitary box and marched toward Gu Yura's room. He stepped inside and slid the deadbolt home. Why? Why are you here? Gu Yura's voice was thick with wine, but the sight of Liu Beige acted like a splash of ice water. The fog in her mind cleared just enough for terror to take root. She remembered the last time he had trapped her. She had escaped once by pure luck, but now she had fallen into his hands again. Seeing him there, even in her dazed state, she realized the truth. Kui Yetong and Liu Beige were working together. Gu Yura, we meet again. The cold, professional mask of the domineering CEO was gone. In its place was a twisted, morbid smile. His physical condition had warped his personality into something far more predatory. Kui Yetong handed her designer bag to her brother. Liu Beige reached inside and pulled out a series of items. Wang Haoran's eyes widened. He hadn't bothered to scan the contents of the bag earlier. Now that the items were laid out, he saw they were a collection of adult toys and specialized equipment, none of which were meant for public view. They were tools of a very specific, tasteful cruelty. The realization hit him. Liu Beige was a man with violent impulses, but his lost ability meant he couldn't vent them traditionally. He intended to use these tools to break Guyura instead. This was the moment. Wang Haoran's chance to play the hero had arrived. He excused himself from Ji Shui Yao and Song Zhenyu, claiming he needed the bathroom, and slipped out of the box. Inside the other room, Kui Yetong held up her phone, the recording light glowing red. A strange, hungry curiosity lit her face. Brother, why not be serious for once? Why not do it for real? Guyura lay slumped on the chair, her limbs heavy and useless. She couldn't even muster the strength to scream. She finally understood that the wine had been spiked. Liu Beige flinched at his sister's suggestion. The question cut deep into his hidden shame. He sneered, his expression dripping with fake disdain. A woman like this? I have no interest in being real with her. She isn't worth the effort. He would never admit his secret, not even to his sister. He simply reached for the first tool. Chapter 559. The Broken Script. A persistent, sharp vibration cut through the silence of the private box. Liu Beige stepped toward Guyura, his features twisted into a morbid smile. Guyura slumped in her chair, her arms and legs completely drained of strength. She was entirely helpless, forced to watch his slow, predatory approach. Fear spiked through the fog of the drug. Boom. The heavy wooden door burst inward with a deafening crash, splintering against the wall and startling everyone in the room. Wang Haoran stepped through the ruined doorway. The timing was flawless. Ding. The host has advanced the main storyline of the female protagonist Guyura. Reward, 1000 villain points. Guyura's protagonist halo reduced by 50 points. Host's villain halo increased by 50 points. Ignoring the broken wood underfoot, Wang Haoran strode directly toward Guyura. Liu Beige stood squarely in his path, but Wang Haoran shoved him aside with a careless flick of his arm. Liu Beige staggered backward, losing his footing entirely. The plastic adult toy slipped from his grasp, hitting the floorboards and buzzing loudly as it skittered across the room like a frantic mechanical snake. The display was profoundly pathetic. You really are foolish, Wang Haoran said, looking down at the girl trembling on the chair. Do you possess absolutely no survival instincts around other women? Guyura tilted her head up, her watery eyes straining to focus. The tall, sharp silhouette of her rescuer filled her vision, sending a sudden, intoxicating rush through her chest. Ding. The female protagonist Guyura's favorability toward the host has increased by 10 points. Current total favorability, 75. Deep love. Ding. The host has advanced the main storyline of the female protagonist Guyura. Reward, 2000 villain points. Guyura's protagonist halo reduced by 100 points. Host's villain halo increased by 100 points. Wang Haoran reached down and wrapped his fingers around her delicate wrist, immediately monitoring the erratic thump of her pulse. With a silent breath, he funneled a stream of pure, warming true qi through her meridians, systematically neutralizing and burning away the chemical constraints in her blood. Color began returning to her pale cheeks as her muscles unlocked. Liu Beige scrambled to his feet, nursing his bruised shoulder. He recognized the intruder from his time on the movie set. This was the young master of the powerful Wang family, a man far above his own station. Despite the humiliating shove, he suppressed his rage, forcing his voice to remain steady. Kui Yetong stood frozen near the table, her phone still clutched in her hand. The violent entry had stunned her into silence. She looked between the newcomer and her brother, her voice trembling. Brother? Liu Beige drew a slow, stabilizing breath to steady his nerves. He fixed a tight, negotiating stare on Wang Haoran. Is she your woman? I don't keep company with women this dense, Wang Haoran replied, slipping seamlessly into the arrogant persona required to manipulate the scene. Liu Beige did not believe the denial, but he saw an opening to bargain. Guyura and I have some history, but since she has your backing now, I will leave her alone. Let's pretend tonight never happened. What do you say? Wang Haoran remained silent, counting the seconds in his head. The system offered no notifications. The silence confirmed everything. Liu Beige was simply offering empty words to escape the room, fully intending to hunt the girl down at a later date. A sharp, echoing crack shattered the negotiation. Wang Haoran's palm connected solidly with Liu Beige's jaw, the force of the strike lifting the CEO off his feet and sending him crashing hard against the floor. One side of his face ballooned into a deep, purple swell instantly. Who do you think you are, trying to bargain with me? Wang Haoran asked, his voice freezing the air in the room. Guyura stared from her chair, her heart pounding wildly against her ribs at the raw, protective display of dominance. Ding. The host has thoroughly shaken the heart of the female protagonist Guyura. Reward, 700 villain points. Brother, Kui Yetong shrieked, dropping to her knees beside the groaning man. She whipped her head around to glare at Wang Haoran, but her defiance was empty. Her brother was a tall, athletic man, yet he had been laid low by a single backhand. A physical confrontation was entirely out of the question. Wang Haoran studied her frantic expression. Do you love your brother? The question felt ambiguous, so he immediately clarified his terms. And I do not mean the standard affection shared between family members. Kui Yetong stiffened, her protective stance faltering under his piercing gaze. Why should I answer you? Wang Haoran didn't offer an explanation. He simply raised his right hand a fraction of an inch. The girl's face drained of color, her defiance vanishing into survival instinct. Yes, I do. Liu Beige remained on the floor, showing no surprise at the admission. He had known about her obsession for years. Gu Yura, however, blinked in profound confusion, her recovering mind struggling to process the bizarre dynamic between the two siblings. Wang Haoran suppressed a smirk. The convoluted plotlines of female-targeted web novels were always remarkably absurd. In the original trajectory of this story, Liu Beige would have been the ultimate male lead. Kui Yetong would have served as the obsessive, villainous sister-in-law tormenting the innocent heroine. Then, to prove his absolute devotion to Gu Yura, Liu Beige would have righteously destroyed his own sister to protect his lover. It was a standard, bloody formula designed to make readers swoon. The ultimate sacrifice of family to validate a romance. It was cheap, melodramatic, and entirely unrealistic, but the demographic devoured it without fail. Wang Haoran looked back down at the twisted devotion in Kui Yetong's eyes. A sudden, experimental thought crossed his mind. He wondered if this specific brand of psychological damage could be overwritten. He possessed more than enough administrative power to test the theory. He accessed the interface and issued a direct mental command. Ding. The host has successfully deployed the charm halo on Kui Yetong. Kui Yetong's favorability toward the host has been instantly maximized to 100 points. A strange, immediate shift washed over the room. The bitter resentment and fear in Kui Yetong's eyes dissolved, replaced by a soft, glassy warmth. She stared up at Wang Haoran, her breathing turning shallow. The transition confused her internal logic, but the sheer, magnetic pull of the man standing before her was undeniable. For years, she had considered Liu Beige the pinnacle of masculine perfection. Now, looking down at her swollen-faced brother on the floor, he seemed utterly mundane, even pathetic. She wondered how she could have ever wasted her devotion on someone so profoundly average. Wang Haoran reached down, casually pinching her flushed cheek with a light smile. Take your brother and leave. Liu Beige needed to be dealt with permanently, but a public restaurant was a poor venue for termination. Besides, with Kui Yetong's absolute loyalty secured, a far more elegant solution was forming in his mind. All right, Kui Yetong murmured softly, her voice dropping into the compliant tone of a devoted partner. She stood up, completely ignoring her brother's bewildered glare, as she helped him toward the door. Liu Beige was utterly baffled by her sudden compliance, but the throbbing ache in his jaw reminded him that silence was his safest option. He allowed her to lead him out into the corridor. Stupid woman, call a cab and go home, Wang Haoran said, turning his back on the exit. I have another dinner to finish. He had no intention of chauffeuring her back to the university, especially with Xiao Wanwan stationed outside to guarantee her safety. Thank you, Gu Yura said softly. The insult didn't seem to register at all, replaced entirely by a profound sense of gratitude. Wang Haoran noted her lack of resistance with mild amusement, attributing it to her elevated favorability metrics. Once she left the room, he navigated the hallways back to his original private box. Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu were waiting, their conditions visibly worsening as the heavy wine took its toll. Their speech had deteriorated into slurred, affectionate loops. Wang Haoran joined them for another 20 minutes before settling the bill and guiding them out to the street. The cool night air did little to sober them up. Since Wang Haoran had arrived in a two-seater supercar and had consumed alcohol himself, driving them home was out of the question. I have an urgent matter to attend to, Wang Haoran lied smoothly, supporting Song Zhenyu's swaying frame. I can't see you both across town in this state. There's a reputable hotel across the street. Let's get you a room for the night. Neither woman possessed the clarity to argue. He escorted them through the lobby, booked a double suite, and guided them up the elevator. Once they were safely inside the room, he made a show of turning toward the door to leave. Right on cue, his phone began to vibrate. The screen displayed Wen Jing's name, completing a prearranged directive he had messaged her earlier. He answered the call immediately, ensuring his voice carried clearly across the quiet hotel room. Hello? Oh, you don't need me to come over anymore? He paused, letting the silence stretch for effect. All right then, get some rest. He snapped the phone shut, turning back to face the two compromised women with an expression of perfect, calculated availability. Chapter 560. The Guilty Conscience. Really, if she had called just 5 minutes earlier, I could have driven you both home. Wang Haoran tossed his phone onto the nightstand, letting a heavy sigh slip as he played his part. Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu exchanged a muted, helpless glance. Given the choice, neither wanted to spend the night in a hotel. Ji Shuiyao felt the sting of the situation acutely. Tan Taiyeyu had strictly warned her against staying out overnight, but the room was booked, the non-refundable fee was paid, and backing out now meant throwing good money away. You two should get some rest, Wang Haoran said, patting his pockets as he made a clumsy turn toward the door. I'll head back on my own. He swayed on his feet, his balance completely unmoored by the heavy wine. The two women watched him with rising anxiety. Sure enough, before he could clear the threshold, his foot caught. He went down hard, his body hitting the floor with a dull, heavy thud. Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu cried out, rushing forward in tandem to haul him off the carpet. Are you all right? Song Zhenyu asked, her hands gripping his shoulder. Did you hit your head? Ji Shuiyao pulled at his arm, checking for injuries. I'm fine. Wang Haoran muttered, weakly waving them off as he tried to stand. He took one step and immediately listed to the left, nearly taking a floor lamp down with him. There was no way they could let him leave in this condition. "You're staying right here," Song Zhenyu ordered, her voice firm. "I'll go downstairs and book an extra room for you." "Don't do that, it's just a waste of money," Wang Haoran countered quickly, reaching out to catch her sleeve. Song Zhenyu had insisted on covering the entire evening, from the lavish dinner to the suite, and her pride was stubborn. "Look at yourself. You're far more intoxicated than we are. I am not letting you wander the streets alone. Now sit down." "She's right, just stay," Ji Shui Yao chimed in. Though the wine had left both women dizzy and loose on their feet, they could at least maintain a straight line. Wang Haoran looked completely incapacitated by comparison. Of course, that was exactly what he wanted them to think. "If we're trying to save money, then don't buy another room," Wang Haoran suggested, managing a sheepish, heavy-lidded smile. He pointed toward the oversized, plush sofa lining the wall of the luxury suite. "I can just crash right there. I won't get in your way. But if it makes things weird, just say so and I'll find my way home." The two women exchanged another quick glance, silently gauging each other's boundaries. "It doesn't bother me if you're fine with it," Ji Shui Yao shrugged, trying to sound indifferent. "Let's just save the money then," Song Zhenyu agreed. With their permission secured, Wang Haoran dragged his feet over to the sofa and collapsed into the cushions. Within seconds, his shoulders dropped, and a steady, rhythmic breathing filled the space. The suite contained 2 large beds. Song Zhenyu opened her mouth, intending to suggest sharing with Ji Shui Yao so Wang Haoran could take one of the mattresses, but the young man was already dead to the world. The conversation died before it could start. The two women took turns in the washroom, scrubbing away the remnants of the evening before finally turning off the lamps. The suite plunged into absolute darkness. Silence settled over the room. On the sofa, the heavily sleeping young master suddenly opened his eyes. The steady breathing never faltered, but his gaze was sharp and perfectly sober. Faint moonlight crept through the gaps in the heavy drapes, illuminating the contours of the furniture. He stood up without making a sound. Ding. The host has successfully captured the heroine Ji Shui Yao for the first time. Reward, 2,800 villain points. Ji Shui Yao's heroine halo reduced by 140 points. Host's villain halo increased by 140 points. Ding. The host has successfully captured the heroine Song Zhenyu for the first time. Reward, 1,800 villain points. Song Zhenyu's heroine halo reduced by 90 points. Host's villain halo increased by 90 points. Ding. The female protagonist Song Zhenyu's favorability toward the host has increased by 10 points. Current total favorability, 70, deep love. The morning sun broke through the windows, finding Wang Haoran stretching casually on the sofa as if he had spent the night in perfect, undisturbed innocence. After a quick trip to the bathroom to freshen up, he escorted Ji Shui Yao and Song Zhenyu down to the hotel's breakfast buffet. The atmosphere at the table was suffocatingly tense. Both women picked at their food, their eyes darting anywhere but at each other. Wang Haoran kept his head down, hiding the smirk pulling at his lips. He knew exactly why they looked like criminals awaiting sentencing. They were each operating under the assumption that they had committed a terrible, secret betrayal. The execution had been flawless. While Wang Haoran was occupied with Ji Shui Yao, a subtle application of true qi ensured Song Zhenyu remained in a deep, unbreakable slumber. Later, when it was Song Zhenyu's turn, a quick tap to Ji Shui Yao's pressure points kept her completely oblivious to the world around her. For a master of his caliber, manipulating the sleep cycles of 2 ordinary human beings was child's play. Combined with the lingering effects of the heavy wine and their own deeply buried desires, the night had progressed naturally, without a single hitch. The clinking of silverware against porcelain filled the silence, until the tension became too much to bear. Ji Shui Yao cleared her throat, clearing the nervous static from her voice. "Sister Song, did you sleep well last night?" Song Zhenyu's heart flew straight into her throat. Her grip tightened on her juice glass as a wave of panic washed over her. She forced her expression to remain entirely blank. "I slept wonderfully. Didn't wake up once until dawn." Ji Shui Yao let out a long, imperceptible breath, her shoulders visibly dropping. "Me too. Slept straight through the night." With the quiet interrogation resolved, the two women looked at each other and shared a small, mutual smile of intense relief. Both were celebrating the exact same thought. Thank goodness she didn't find out. Wang Haoran stuffed a large piece of pastry into his mouth to suffocate the laugh building in his chest. Once breakfast concluded, Wang Haoran hailed a sedan to take them back toward the city center. The car smoothly pulled over near the gates of Qingling University. With the postgraduate exams behind her, Song Zhenyu had a rare pocket of free time. She planned to head straight back to the university's faculty apartments to rest, and Wang Haoran immediately offered to drive her the rest of the way inside the gates. Song Zhenyu didn't object. Ji Shui Yao, also technically on break, had no immediate complaints either. However, as they began the trek across campus, Song Zhenyu's pace noticeably lagged. It wasn't laziness, her body was simply processing the physical toll of the previous night's hidden activities. An experienced player like Wang Haoran picked up on her subtle discomfort instantly. He pulled out his phone and slipped Ji Shui Yao a quick text, telling her to head up to the apartment first and wait for them. Ji Shui Yao read the screen, a quiet, amused smile gracing her lips. The boy was nothing if not considerate. Song Zhenyu slid into the passenger seat of the campus shuttle car, and Wang Haoran guided the vehicle along the winding roads toward the faculty housing. The route took them down a quiet, heavily shaded avenue bordered by ancient trees, completely devoid of pedestrian traffic. Without warning, Wang Haoran pulled the car over to the curb and killed the engine. Song Zhenyu turned to him, her brow furrowing. What's wrong? I'm an idiot. A complete, unmitigated bastard, Wang Haoran growled, his voice thick with sudden, theatrical anguish. He raised his hand and began striking his own cheek, the slaps ringing loudly inside the small cabin. The display caught Song Zhenyu completely off guard. She lunged across the console, grabbing his wrists to force his hands down. Stop it. What are you doing? Why are you hitting yourself? Wang Haoran turned his head toward her. His eyes were shot through with red veins, his face a mask of calculated misery and crushing self-reproach. Song Zhenyu softened instantly, her heart aching at the sight of his distress. She reached up, gently cradling his jaw. You foolish boy. I don't blame you for anything. Why are you torturing yourself like this? I've failed you, Wang Haoran choked out, letting a long, ragged sigh escape his lips. And I've failed Muyan. Song Zhenyu froze, the true weight of his words slowly settling into her chest. Chapter 561. Softening the blow. After figuring this out, Song Zhenyu felt a sudden spike of annoyance, but the anger did not last long and gradually dissipated. At that time, she could have kicked him away with one kick. She simply couldn't bear to do it, which amounted to condoning his behavior. Looking back, it did not seem like he could be blamed entirely for this. Moreover, she actually had a hunch about Su Muyan's situation. When the two were back in Mizusawa, they were both top students in the class and shared a lot of history. Everyone described them as the ideal golden boy and girl. It would be weirder if they weren't together. Since the incident has already happened, it's useless for you to beat yourself up, Song Zhenyu said, giving Wang Haoran a resentful look before her voice grew tense. If you don't hurt me, I still feel bad. Then what are you going to do about this? You forgive me? Wang Haoran asked, his expression of self-blame carefully fading away. Otherwise? Song Zhenyu rolled her eyes, her posture softening. Beat you and then cut ties with you? I think about it, but my hand doesn't obey my heart. What can I do? I will tell Muyan about this. You don't have to come forward. Wang Haoran offered, letting out a visible sigh of relief. You let me go, I have no face. Song Zhenyu looked conflicted, her expression clouding with a touch of sadness. If Muyan doesn't accept it, how do you choose? I'm not a child, so why would I choose? Wang Haoran complained secretly. On the surface, however, his face remained a picture of absolute sincerity. I told you before that wherever you have me is your home. This statement will always be valid, and will not change because of anything. His voice carried an infinite tenderness. Ding. The host stirred up the heart of the heroine Song Zhenyu and obtained 800 villain points. Seeing the prompt, Wang Haoran knew that Song Zhenyu was completely stabilized. He steered the car smoothly toward the faculty dormitory building. After dropping Song Zhenyu off at her destination, Wang Haoran turned the car back to the spot where Ji Shuiyao had waited earlier and drove her toward Lu Yui's villa. Ji Shuiyao felt too guilty to let him drive all the way to the door, insisting on walking the last stretch. Wang Haoran felt perfectly at ease with the arrangement and drove away quickly. Ji Shuiyao stepped quietly into the main hall. Tan Taiyeya was sitting upright on the sofa. As soon as she spotted Ji Shuiyao, her brow furrowed deep. You finally know how to come back? Eldest sister, I'm not a child anymore, Ji Shuiyao said weakly, shifting her weight from foot to foot. I just stayed out overnight. It's not a big deal, right? Yeah, you're certainly not a child. You're a real adult now. Tan Taiyeya's tone sounded extraordinarily strange. Ji Shuiyao's heart flustered. She knew her eldest sister had noticed something. Her walking posture did look unusual, so it was no wonder the eldest sister grew suspicious. Eldest sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Ji Shuiyao tried to play dumb. Tan Taiyeya stood up from the sofa and walked purposefully toward Ji Shuiyao's room. Come in with me. Dejectedly following her, Ji Shuiyao vaguely guessed what was coming. Within moments, she completely stopped arguing. Tan Taiyeya had spotted substantial evidence, and there was no hiding it now. When did you start seeing each other? Tan Taiyeya demanded. It's been a long time, several years. Ji Shuiyao guessed her sister was angry, so she did not dare tell the truth and manufactured a lie. What does he do? Tan Taiyeya asked next. He's a scientist, an important figure in the scientific community. The claim was not a complete fabrication. Wang Haoran had published several heavyweight scientific papers that caused a massive uproar in the scientific community. He was definitely a major figure, even if he had never appeared in public. Hearing this, Tan Taiyeya felt her anger suddenly drain away. First, her sixth sister was a scientific researcher herself. Finding someone in the same field meant they would have plenty in common, making them a good match. Second, it meant this particular nest of sisters had not been entirely plundered by that hateful guy. To be precise, besides Ji Shuiyao, there was still Bullet and Feiyan. That made two fish that had successfully slipped through the net. Tan Taiyeya's mindset differed significantly from Chu Qianwei's. Chu Qianwei hoped all the sisters would share the stage in perfect harmony. Tan Taiyeya wanted no part of that. As the eldest sister, she upheld her internal dignity. If she could keep even one sister from witnessing her romantic embarrassments, she would. Competing for the same man on the same stage would be incredibly embarrassing for the eldest of the family. Learning that Ji Shuiyao's partner was a fellow scientist brought a sense of relief. At least she didn't have to feel the misery of another sister being swallowed up by that monster. Just pay attention to protecting yourself, Tan Taiyeya said, her shoulders relaxing as she dropped the interrogation, offering the advice out of pure sisterly love. I am protected, Ji Shuiyao replied automatically. The moment the words left her mouth, A sudden realization struck her. Why would that guy have protection ready with him in the first place? Was it entirely premeditated? Ji Shuiyao felt a brief wave of shock, but the feeling quickly faded into indifference. It was exactly what she had wanted anyway, and now that her wish was fulfilled, what did it matter? There was no point in causing trouble for him. Making a scene would only make things uncomfortable for everyone. It was better to pretend she knew nothing at all. Perhaps, because he thought he was so clever, he would pamper her even more. After all, except for Chu Qianwei, she was the youngest. She deserved to be favored. Ji Shuiyao decided she needed to change her serious, rigid demeanor in the future. At the very least, she would change when she was around him. It would be best to learn from the gentle, sweet style of her seventh sister. After sending Ji Shuiyao back, Wang Haoran returned to his own villa. He was still on vacation with nothing to do, so he pulled out his phone to check in on Sun Muian. Are you playing a game, or resting? He typed, sending the message off. Qin Yunhan found out. Sun Muian replied almost instantly. She's been laughing at me for days. I'm hiding in my room to rest. Are you feeling any better? Wang Haoran typed back. I applied the medicine, so it's much better, Sun Muian messaged. Wang Haoran replied, do you want to keep resting, or would you like me to chat with you? We could also play games. Sun Muian sent back a probing question. Why do I feel like you're suddenly being so enthusiastic? Staring at the screen, Wang Haoran felt a sudden jolt of alarm. A woman's intuition was terrifyingly accurate. He quickly typed, this is how it should be. You're always so tolerant of me, so of course I want to treat you well. You finally realize how good I am? Sun Muian responded. Then you better keep treating me well. That goes without saying, Wang Haoran replied, testing the waters. But if I happen to do something bad in the future, promise you won't be angry with me? Do I have another sister now? Sun Muian's text came back immediately. Wang Haoran replied, first come, first served. You are the elder sister here. Should I find a chance to have her serve you tea? Sun Muian's reaction was surprisingly mild. Since Qin Yunhan was already in the picture, she did not mind one more, though she still held reservations. She sent a follow-up message. It doesn't matter if she serves tea or not. Just make sure she doesn't bicker with me the way Qin Yunhan does, or I'm afraid I'll get high blood pressure at a young age. That definitely won't happen, Wang Haoran assured her. Sun Muian breathed a sigh of relief on her end of the line, then fired off 3 questions in a row. What's her name? Do I know her? What does she look like? Chapter 562. Shifting balances. Wang Haoran decided to give Sun Muian a little more time, choosing not to reveal the full truth just yet. After a brief pause, his thumbs flew across the screen. I'll arrange for you two to meet when the time is right, so you can get to know each other. Okay then, Sun Muian replied. She did not force the issue or pry any further, sending a quick follow-up message instead. Play games with me? I'm logging in now. Send me an invite. With the agreement set, the two dove into a comfortable, coordinated gaming session. On the other side of the country, Ling Nangsu was not idling away the vacation. Zhao Taizu had wasted no time, whisking Ling Nangsu off to Siam under the guise of a holiday. Siam was universally famous for its silk, tropical fruits, gold and silver jewelry, and fragrant rice. However, its most definitive modern specialty lay in a completely different sector, its world-class medical transition surgeries. Here, the deep-seated wishes of individuals dissatisfied with their biological gender could be permanently fulfilled. At this exact moment, a nurse rolled Ling Nangsu down a sterile hospital corridor on a mobile gurney, pushing through the double doors of an operating room. Originally, Ling Nangsu had accepted the trip simply believing it to be a vacation. But Zhao Taizu had deployed every ounce of his persuasion, utilizing the local cultural environment, to finally convince Ling Nangsu to take the leap. Zhao Taizu had covered every single expense out of pocket, even swearing a solemn oath to marry her once the transformation was complete. Of course, someone else was secretly foot the bill behind the scenes, but the promise of marriage was entirely real. After a long, agonizing mental struggle, Ling Nangsu had made her final choice. Now that the operating room doors had swung shut, Zhao Taizu paced the hallway outside, his hands clenched in anxious anticipation. Hours bled into the evening before the operating room doors finally swung open. The chief surgeon stepped out, speaking to Zhao Taizu in rapid Siamese. The operation went flawlessly. Though no translator stood nearby to decode the words, the broad smile on the doctor's face told Zhao Taizu everything he needed to know. Ding. The host has successfully manipulated events from behind the scenes, indirectly guiding Ling Nangsu to undergo gender reassignment surgery. Reward, 4,000 villain points. Ling Nangsu's protagonist Halo -200. Host's villain Halo +200. Ding. Ling Nangsu has successfully changed genders. The women's clothing boss system has automatically unbound from the target, causing them to permanently lose protagonist status. Is that it? It's just gone. Wang Haoran stared blankly at the glowing system prompts in his mind, genuinely stunned by the sheer speed of the resolution. Zhao Taizu was an absolute natural at this. Wang Haoran had originally assumed the process would take months of careful wear down. Who could have guessed Zhao Taizu would execute the plan with such terrifying efficiency? He truly was a man of specialized talent. Wang Haoran quickly called up the system interface, directing his attention straight to the total villain points on his character panel. Villain points, 237,400. After a massive accumulation of calculation and effort, his horde had finally reached the ideal threshold. Without a second thought, Wang Haoran burned 200,000 villain points in a single transaction, exchanging them for 200 years of pure, concentrated internal energy. Instantly, his combat power metric surged, jumping from 9,236 to a staggering 18,236. A flat increase of 9,000 points. Wang Haoran vividly recalled inspecting Qin Fan's data during their last encounter, where the protagonist's combat strength sat at 16,726. If Qin Fan had remained stagnant, Wang Haoran could now crush him like a bug. Granted, total stagnation was unlikely. Yin Yuntian's extreme intentional carefree art required the perfect harmony of yin and yang to advance. Ever since Qin Fan's physical capabilities in that specific department had been destroyed, his cultivation in that particular technique had been entirely paralyzed. But Qin Fan possessed other avenues of growth. He could still cultivate normally, and Wang Haoran knew better than to assume the man had been sitting on his hands. Progress was guaranteed, but it could not be completely absurd. At the absolute maximum, Qin Fan might have scraped together another 1,000 points of strength, putting him somewhere just over 17,000. That still left him weaker than Wang Haoran's current state. A deep sense of certainty settled over Wang Haoran. He no longer needed to fear a direct confrontation with Qin Fan, nor did he need to maintain the overly cautious, submissive facade he had relied on previously. With absolute power came absolute confidence, blowing open the door for a variety of much grander schemes. Twilight painted the sky in shades of deep violet. Wang Haoran had just concluded his gaming marathon with Sum Lian when his phone rang. It was Chu Qianwei, inviting him over to the villa for dinner. Wang Haoran accepted instantly. As he drove toward the Seven Sisters' residence, the physical reality of 400 years of internal energy began to manifest. His perception had sharpened by several orders of magnitude. The evening breeze, the distant rustle of leaves, the hum of the engine, all entered his mind with crystal clarity. His body felt lighter yet infinitely denser, thoroughly tempered by the intense compression of his internal power. The most terrifying change was the sheer kinetic force humming just beneath his skin. Wang Haoran estimated that if he unleashed his full internal reserve, he could reduce a reinforced villa to rubble in mere seconds. As the Seven Sisters' villa came into view, Wang Haoran slowed his vehicle. A lone figure was pacing the perimeter, wandering aimlessly back and forth. Why is this guy lurking around here? The surprise lasted only a second before realization clicked. It was Qin Fan. The protagonist had undoubtedly come to offer an apology to Tantaiyu. He was likely staking out the villa, waiting for her to step outside. Qin Fan noticed the approaching car, spotted Wang Haoran, and immediately ran over. Wang Haoran spent a fraction of his villain points to instantly scan Qin Fan's current attributes. Target, Qin Fan. Combat power, 17,345. His predictions were spot on. Qin Fan's strength had indeed ticked upward, but it still lagged far behind Wang Haoran's 18,236. A profound sense of relief washed over him. If he chose to strike Qin Fan down right here and now, the protagonist would not survive the night. However, Wang Haoran curbed the impulse. Qin Fan was a prize sheep, thick with valuable wool, and killing him off too quickly would be an immense waste of potential. It was far more profitable to keep him alive and bleed him dry over time. Furthermore, Qin Fan's presence acted as a beacon for his various apprentices, who would inevitably arrive in sequence. While Wang Haoran had zero interest in Qin Fan's male disciples, he was highly motivated to become closely acquainted with the female ones. Previously, he had been forced to hide his intentions under a mountain of cover identities, which felt incredibly suffocating. He had avoided making overt moves on Tantaiyu or Song Siwi to keep his cover intact. But the paradigm had shifted. Now, he could pursue the man's apprentices right in front of his face, and there was nothing Qin Fan could do to stop him. What are you doing here? Wang Haoran asked, his voice entirely devoid of warmth, as Qin Fan came to a halt before him. Qin Fan blinked, visibly taken aback. The cold, indifferent tone was a radical departure from the shy, eager-to-please boy he was used to dealing with. But his own desperate circumstances took priority, and he quickly brushed the anomaly aside. Since you refused to pass along a message for me, I came to find your sister privately, Qin Fan admitted bluntly, showing no intention of hiding his goals. His tone turned demanding. But I knocked on the door and nobody answered. I was considering slipping inside undetected, but running into you is even better. Give me a hand, invent an excuse and call your sister outside. Wang Haoran cast his eyes up to the fading light of the evening sky. The sun had not yet fully set, making open movement too risky for his upcoming plans. He put on a compliant face and nodded. Fine, wait here. Once darkness falls completely, I'll bring my sister out to meet you. Excellent. Qin Fan's face lit up with excitement, his voice tight with gratitude. Haoran, if your sister actually forgives me because of this, I will remember this favor for the rest of my life. Wang Haoran let out a sharp laugh, thoroughly amused by the man's delusion. This guy was truly living in a fantasy world. Leading Qin Fan to his vigil, Wang Haoran walked up the steps of the Seven Sisters' villa and pressed the buzzer. The security camera mounted above the doorway activated, scanning his face. Recognizing him instantly, the occupants unlatched the lock and threw the door open. Watching the exchange from a distance, Qin Fan rubbed his hands together, his heart filled with renewed hope. Inside, the kitchen was alive with the sounds of cooking as Chu Qianwei and the other sisters prepared the meal. Wang Haoran relaxed on the living room sofa, waiting for dinner to be served. He pulled out his phone and initiated a call to Zhang Jiaoxuan. Wang Haoran had already formulated a precise punishment for Qin Fan. However, he had no desire to dirty his own hands with the execution, making Zhang Jiaoxuan the perfect instrument for the job. Given the man's previous 2 successful operations, he would undoubtedly find this third task exceptionally easy to handle. Chapter 563. The Gathering of Sisters. The dining table stood piled high with dishes, the rich aroma of a home-cooked feast filling the air. Wang Haoran scanned the faces around the room, setting his chopsticks down as he looked toward Chu Qianwei. Where is the fourth sister? Bulletin Fei Yan's usual seat remained completely empty. Fourth sister accepted a deployment contract, Chu Qianwei replied, passing a side dish across the table. She left Qingling yesterday. Wang Haoran nodded in understanding. By his precise calculations, out of the 7 sisters, Bulletin Fei Yan remained the only fish left swimming outside the net. He had fully intended to make contact with her during this visit, but with her out of the city, the connection would simply have to wait for her return. This fish is prepared perfectly. You should have some. Tan Taiye carefully transferred a tender fillet into Wang Haoran's bowl, her expression uncharacteristically soft. Except for Chu Qianwei, who already knew the underlying truth, the rest of the sisters froze, their eyes darting suspiciously toward their eldest sibling. Feeling the weight of their collective gaze, Tan Taiye stiffened her spine, her face turning instantly rigid. What are you all staring at? He is Wai Wei's boyfriend, which makes him part of the family. What is so strange about me serving him food? It is not strange at all, Luo Qingqian chimed in immediately. Having received the brunt of Tan Taiyeu's strict discipline growing up, her survival instincts were razor-sharp. She offered a sweet, placating smile, picked up her own chopsticks, and immediately placed a portion of greens into Wang Haoran's bowl. Eat this too. Bian Su Wen watched the interaction play out, a spark of understanding lighting her eyes as she promptly duplicated the gesture. Not wanting to be left out, Lu Yui, Ji Shui Yao, and Chu Qianwei joined the fray. The ceramic dinner bowls were only so wide. With every sister eagerly extending her chopsticks, the food inside Wang Haoran's bowl rapidly piled up into a miniature mountain. Tan Taiye barely blinked at the attentiveness displayed by Luo Qingqian, Bian Su Wen, and Lu Yui. Chu Qianwei had already briefed her on their respective situations. Instead, her gaze locked onto Ji Shui Yao. Why was her 6th sister suddenly acting so incredibly attentive, practically bursting with eagerness to please? Tan Taiye studied Ji Shui Yao's tense posture before mentally shaking her head, assuming she was merely overthinking. Perhaps Ji Shui Yao was simply following the family cue, treating Wang Haoran with the standard affection an older sister might show a future brother-in-law. Pushing the thought aside for the moment, Tan Taiye shifted her focus back to Bian Su Wen. The 3rd sister was fully involved. On a first-come, first-served basis, Bian Su Wen had joined the ranks immediately after the 7th sister, technically making her a senior partner in this unusual arrangement. A thin, calculated smile crossed Tan Taiye's lips as she cleared her throat. 3rd sister, when we were younger, I was often quite harsh on you. The strict discipline was entirely for your own good. You do not hold a grudge against me, do you? Bian Su Wen hesitated, her chopsticks hovering midair. The sudden, uncharacteristic sweetness in Tan Taiye's smile felt distinctly ominous. The eldest sister had always maintained an aura of absolute dignity, and this sudden warmth made Bian Su Wen's pulse race with anxiety. Had her secret been exposed? Had the eldest sister discovered what happened between her and Wang Haoran? The more Bian Su Wen weighed the possibility, the more certain she became. Shrugging her shoulders forward in submission, she confessed, "Eldest sister, I was wrong." Tan Taiye blinked, completely thrown off script. She had intended to invoke their childhood memories, emphasize their sisterly bond, and subtly deliver a preemptive warning. I raised you, so do not think you can use your seniority with our shared man to pull rank on me in the future. But Bian Su Wen had completely bypassed the trap. Eldest sister, I will give you the absolute truth, Bian Su Wen said, raising a trembling hand to point directly at the young man beside her. Actually, my boyfriend is him. But there were very specific circumstances. Before Tan Taiye could even process the confession, Luo Qingqian raised her hand like a guilty student in a classroom. Eldest sister, I am also at fault. And me, Lu Yui muttered weakly, her head bowing low. The sight of the sudden mass confession was too much for Chu Qianwei to bear. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she leaned back against her chair. Eldest sister already knows everything. She has already promised not to hold a single grudge against any of you. Luo Qingqian, Bian Su Wen, and Lu Yui let out a collective sigh of relief, their shoulders visibly dropping. A chorus of praise instantly filled the dining room, each sister declaring that Tan Taiye was undeniably the most magnanimous, wonderful eldest sister in the entire world. Eldest sister, is there anything you would like to add? Chu Qianwei asked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Tan Taiye realized the perfect window of opportunity had just presented itself. If she failed to speak now, she might never find the courage again. Actually, I have a confession of my own, Tan Taiye whispered, her gaze flickering nervously across the faces of Luo Qingqian, Bian Su Wen, and Lu Yui. The 3 sisters exchanged puzzled glances before turning back to face her, waiting in rapt silence. Under the intense scrutiny of so many eyes, Tan Taiye's voice failed her completely. The words caught in her throat. Terrified of the silence, she shot a desperate, pleading look at Wang Haoran, silently begging him to break the ice. Wang Haoran deliberately averted his eyes, buried his face in his bowl, and aggressively shoveled another mouthful of rice. Tantayeyu felt a wave of profound annoyance. She opened her mouth several times, but the truth refused to emerge. Losing patience with the agonizing delay, Chu Qianwei simply spoke up on her behalf. Eldest sister wants to say that she made the exact same mistake you all did. The revelation hit the room like a physical shock. Luo Qingqian, Bian Su Wen, Lu Yui, and Ji Shuiyao stared open-mouthed, their eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Her face burning with embarrassment, Tantayeyu forced herself to look them in the eye. So, can you all accept me? Luo Qingqian, Bian Su Wen, and Lu Yui had spent weeks living in terror of their eldest sister's judgment. Discovering that their formidable disciplinarian had joined their very same ranks brought a wave of profound relief and unexpected joy. Furthermore, since Chu Qianwei, the primary partner, harbored no objections whatsoever, what right did they have to complain? I also have something to disclose, Ji Shuiyao announced, breaking her silence as she raised her hand with visible trepidation. Every pair of eyes at the table snapped instantly toward her, save for Wang Haoran's eldest sister, the secret partner I mentioned to you this morning, Ji Shuiyao said, her finger pointing directly across the table. It was actually him. What? Tantayeyu's hand jerked, sending her rice bowl clattering against the hardwood tabletop as she slammed her palms down to stand up. But the sudden surge of fury was instantly checked by a sobering realization. In this specific household hierarchy, Chu Qianwei held the ultimate authority on the matter. Forcing her temper down, Tantayeyu sank back into her seat, turning her head along with the rest of the sisters to gauge Chu Qianwei's reaction. Sixth sister, you as well? This is absolutely wonderful. Chu Qianwei's face beamed with genuine excitement, showing not a hint of resentment. She turned a radiant smile upon Wang Haoran. With only fourth sister left outside, whether our family can stay together for the rest of our lives depends entirely on your efforts. Tantayeyu and the others sat frozen, utterly stunned by the sheer, unfathomable depth of Chu Qianwei's generosity. Still, the reality began to settle in. The structural dynamic between the sisters had fundamentally shifted. They were no longer merely bonded by childhood. They were now interconnected in an entirely different, highly complex manner that would take considerable time to grow accustomed to. Wang Haoran quietly savored his victory. This exact unified front was a milestone he had anticipated for a very long time, an outcome that technically should have only materialized at the absolute conclusion of Lin Chen's primary storyline. He was now a single step away from absolute completion. The remainder of the dinner proceeded in a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. Wang Haoran skipped the wine entirely, keeping his mind perfectly clear. He knew with absolute certainty that no one in this household would be throwing him out tonight. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his phone. The screen flashed with a barrage of unread notifications, a massive wall of text from Qin Fan demanding to know when Tantayeyu would be sent outside. Amidst the spam, a single, concise update from Zhang Jiaxuan stood out. The operative was in position nearby, equipment fully prepared and ready for deployment. Wang Haoran glanced through the dining room window. Pitch black darkness had completely blanketed the estate. The time to strike had arrived. On a secluded stone bench a short distance from the Seven Sisters Villa, Qin Fan shifted his weight anxiously. A steady trickle of wealthy estate residents strolled along the lit pathway, occasionally including a few attractive women. But Qin Fan's standards had been forged in the upper echelons of the martial world. Ordinary beauties failed to capture his interest in the slightest. Then, a figure turned the corner. An ethereal, devastatingly beautiful woman walked down the path, her elegance easily rivaling that of Tantayeyu herself. Qin Fan's breath caught in his throat. As she drew closer, his martial senses locked onto the fluid lightness of her step and the deep, measured cadence of her breathing. She was making no effort to conceal her profound internal energy cultivation. She was a true master of the martial arts. In his experience, women of the martial path possessed a deep, instinctual reverence for absolute strength. If he chose to pursue a woman of this caliber, his success rate would be astronomically high. The mere thought of claiming both Tantayeyu and this magnificent newcomer sent a thrill of anticipation through his chest. As the woman began to pass his bench, the fear of losing her tracking forever overrode his caution. Springing to his feet, Qin Fan closed the distance rapidly. Excuse me, beautiful. Might I trouble you for some directions? Feng Suan_se stopped, turning her head slightly out of basic courtesy. Where are you trying to go? The direct path straight into your heart. Qin Fan delivered the line smoothly, utilizing the exact modern flirting techniques he had spent his recent domestic confinement memorizing from the internet. Chapter 564. A Price to Pay. Feng Suansu initially intended to show the stranger the way, but the pickup line made her brow furrow. The confident man blocking her path was obviously trying to strike up a conversation. Though annoyed, she kept her temper in check, keeping her voice ice cold. I have a husband. Qin Fan froze, the words hanging in the evening air. The term left no room for interpretation. A sharp pang of disappointment pierced his chest. This ethereal beauty looked to be only in her early 20s, yet she was already married. What an absolute waste. His disappointment lasted only a moment before a realization struck him. She was likely lying just to reject him. It was a classic brush-off. Unaware of his rationalizations, Feng Suansu turned her back on him completely. Having made her point, she continued down the illuminated pathway toward her residence. Qin Fan lingered by the stone bench just long enough to shoot a text to Wang Haoran, reminding the boy to send an alert the moment Tantayeyu stepped outside. Once the message sent, he slipped into the shadows, tracking Feng Suenso from a distance. He needed to see exactly which villa this magnificent woman called home. Streetlights bathed the main path in a warm glow. Knowing Feng Suenso would spot him if he stayed on the pavement, Qin Fan veered onto the manicured ornamental lawn, where the light faded into shadow. A prominent sign stood posted on the grass, "Keep off the lawn." Qin Fan ignored it entirely. His mind focused on two primary objectives: discovering where the beauty lived, and verifying if a husband actually existed. Even if the man did exist, giving up was out of the question. A woman of that caliber was worth the complication. Fixated on the figure ahead, Qin Fan remained completely oblivious to the footsteps closing in from behind. Under normal circumstances, his martial senses would have screamed a warning. But with his attention entirely consumed by Feng Suenso, the danger went completely unnoticed. It was only when the presence closed within 10 paces that a jolt of alarm finally shot through him. For an ordinary person, 10 steps provided ample distance to react and prepare a defense. But at Wang Haoran's level of cultivation, 10 steps crossed in the blink of an eye. Before Qin Fan could even process the alarm, Wang Haoran struck. 400 years of pure internal energy erupted at once. Carrying the destructive momentum of thunder and wind, a heavy palm strike drove straight toward Qin Fan's exposed back. Spurring his instincts, Qin Fan whirled around, throwing his hands up in a desperate block. But the ambush left zero time to mobilize his internal reserves. The collision of their palms triggered a violent detonation. The sheer displacement of air instantly created a localized vacuum spanning dozens of meters, sending a fierce gale whipping outward across the estate. A muffled groan escaped Qin Fan's lips as the impact hurled him backward. His heels dug deep into the turf, plowing two jagged trenches over 10 meters long through the lawn. Before he could stabilize his balance, Wang Haoran materialized at his side. In the dim light, the movements were a blur. Qin Fan never even saw his assailant's face before a swift, crushing blow struck the side of his neck. His vision went black, and he collapsed onto the grass. The sudden concussive blast and the rush of wind drew startled glances from a few residents walking the nearby paths. But the unlit lawn remained shrouded in pitch darkness, hiding the conflict from view. When the commotion subsided, a couple of curious onlookers jogged over to investigate. They found nothing but deep, torn tracks in the grass. The combatants had already vanished. By then, Wang Haoran had already dragged the unconscious protagonist into a completely deserted alleyway near the edge of the villa district. Without a shred of hesitation, he brought his palm down, cleanly shattering Qin Fan's stanchion. Ding! The host has destroyed Qin Fan's stanchion, causing the protagonist's cultivation base to be completely lost. Reward: 10,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -500. Host's villain Halo +500. While keeping Qin Fan alive to harvest his remaining value was the plan. Leaving him with his martial power intact was an unnecessary risk. Stripping him of his strength was the safest choice, ensuring the man could never pose a threat again. Wang Haoran waited in the shadows for a few minutes until Zhang Jiaoxuan slipped into the alleyway. After delivering a set of explicit, quiet instructions to his subordinate, Wang Haoran turned on his heel and walked back toward Lu Yui's villa. As he neared the front entrance, a new system notification flashed in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully manipulated events from behind the scenes, causing Qin Fan to be castrated and rendered completely incapable of being a man. Reward: 8,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -400. Host's villain Halo +400. A protagonist with an initial luck pool over 10,000 really did provide incredible payouts. Wang Haoran smiled, a sense of profound satisfaction washed over him. He had witnessed Qin Fan approaching Feng Suenso from a distance. Given his own intimate relationship with the woman, the protagonist's brazen attempt to hit on her was a death sentence. The man thoroughly deserved his fate. A playful thought crossed his mind. How would Qin Fan react when he woke up to find that part of him missing? Would he still have the motivation to pursue women? Regardless, losing his manhood was merely the first phase of the penalty. Qin Fan had already achieved internet notoriety once before due to his public crafting incident. Wang Haoran fully intended to thrust him into the spotlight a second time. The previous viral sensation had faded, and creating a fresh scandal would be incredibly easy. Late into the night, inside the quiet villa, Wang Haoran turned his attention back to his personal life. Aside from the occupant of room 6, who was still recovering from the previous day's events, he visited every single room. Not a single sister was left out. Ding! The host has successfully claimed the heroine Tantayeyu. Reward: 6,000 villain points. Tantayeyu's heroine Halo -300. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -300. Host's villain Halo +600. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The villain's Halo has officially broken past the 20,000 mark. The system is currently calculating the milestone rewards. Please wait. Resting in room 7 as the first pale light of dawn began to creep through the window, Wang Haoran reviewed the incoming text alerts. Anticipation hummed in his chest. A moment later, the final confirmation arrived. Ding! The villain's Halo has successfully shattered the 20,000 threshold. Reward settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the protagonist's memory copy card. Wang Haoran immediately accessed the system interface to read the item description. Protagonist's memory copy card, valued at 210,000 villain points. allows the user to perfectly duplicate the entire memory reserve of a designated protagonist. The summary was remarkably brief, leaving Wang Haoran with the initial impression that the reward was somewhat underwhelming. Was copying a protagonist's thoughts and history actually useful? The skepticism lasted only a moment before the strategic value became clear. Duplicating the mind of a weak protagonist was pointless, but executing this on a high-tier, powerful adversary changed the game entirely. It would expose every hidden ability, weapon, and technique the enemy possessed, allowing for flawless counter-strategies. Furthermore, all the accumulated knowledge, professional expertise, and cognitive skills of the target would be absorbed directly into his own mind. Knowledge was, after all, just a subset of memory. With the utility fully figured out, his doubts vanished. Wang Haoran glanced at the early morning sky through the window. It was still far too early to get out of bed. Sinking back into the covers, he closed his eyes to catch a few more hours of sleep. Chapter 565. The Fallen Master. Morning sunlight flooded the streets by the time Wang Haoran finally left the villa to head home. A deep sense of wonder and lingering amazement filled his thoughts as he drove. History books read back in his school days often spoke of ancient kings who brought about the ruin of their entire empires all for the sake of a beautiful woman. Back then, the idea seemed entirely ridiculous, a grand exaggeration of historical record. Now, the skepticism evaporated completely. He finally understood those tragic rulers who threw away kingdoms for love. A truly devastating beauty was nothing less than an intoxicating, dangerous force of nature. During his previous encounters with the sisters, darkness had always provided a veil of secrecy, keeping the true intensity of the experience somewhat contained. But the total honesty of the previous night had brought a new wave of boldness, leading him to turn the lights on. The visual reality, the sheer spectacle of it, was simply terrifying in its perfection. If Tantayeyo had not forcefully driven him out of the room to save herself, he might have stayed wrapped in that embrace until his hair turned gray. Then again, his life held more than just one such captivating woman. His gaze drifted to the road ahead, his mind wandering through a maze of shifting calculations. A sudden wall of noise shattered his trance. He snapped back to attention, slowing the car as a massive crowd of pedestrians came into view just ahead. People packed the pavement tightly, pressing forward in a dense circle as if a major crisis had just unfolded. Wang Haoran activated his perspective vision, scanning straight through the wall of bodies. A cold, sharp smile touched his lips. He parked the car, pushed his way through the murmuring onlookers, and worked his way directly into the inner ring. Qin Fan lay flat on the hard asphalt. Crimson pools stained his torn clothes, a horrific, bloody mess marking the exact site of his mutilation. He looked utterly broken, his face pale with agony. Several bystanders shouted into their phones, dialing emergency services, while dozens of others eagerly raised their devices to record the scene. Passers-by instantly recognized the victim. This was the same internet celebrity whose public crafting scandal had blown up across the web just weeks prior. In the modern era of social media, the instinctual rule of the public remained firm. Do not panic in the face of tragedy, simply take out a phone and upload the spectacle immediately. There would be absolutely no need to manually fan the flames of rumor this time. Qin Fan's fresh disaster would saturate the internet within the hour. The surrounding crowd kept a safe distance, refusing to touch the bleeding man. Wang Haoran stood watching, entirely unconcerned about the protagonist's survival. Zhang Jiaoxuan had strictly followed orders, expertly staunching the critical arterial flow before abandoning his target in the alleyway. Combined with Qin Fan's monstrous physical constitution, death was never a true risk. A sharp siren wailed in the distance, and within minutes, an ambulance screeched to a halt at the curb. Wang Haoran stepped forward, claiming a personal acquaintance with the victim, and boarded the vehicle alongside the paramedics. Following an emergency stabilization procedure, Qin Fan slowly opened his eyes inside a private recovery ward. His initial gaze was glazed and disoriented. A blinding, agonizing shockwave of pain pulsed from the center of his body, instantly triggering the terrifying memories of the mysterious attacker from the night before. Panic gripped his chest. Qin Fan shifted his focus inward, desperately assessing his physical state, and immediately realized that a core part of his anatomy was entirely gone. A sensation like a lightning strike crashed through his consciousness, leaving him intellectually paralyzed. Ding. The host's behind-the-scenes manipulation has inflicted catastrophic psychological trauma upon Qin Fan. Reward, 3,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -150. Host's villain Halo +150. Minutes dragged into a long silence before Qin Fan's eyes cleared enough to lock onto Wang Haoran, who stood quietly beside the guardrail. The protagonist's eyes burned with silent, desperate questions. I actually managed to bring my sister out last night to meet you, Wang Haoran said, his face a perfect mask of innocent confusion. He leaned over the bed, his voice laced with concern. I tried calling your phone repeatedly, but there was no answer. I spent hours wondering where you went. Then this morning, I stumbled across you lying on the estate path. What on earth happened out there? Why did you end up like this? Qin Fan's lips trembled violently, his throat tightening as the words failed him completely. Since the damage is already done, you have to try to look forward, Wang Haoran urged, offering a comforting pat to the man's shoulder. I already spoke to my sister on your behalf, and she has fully forgiven your past offenses. In fact, I reached out to her earlier. She should be arriving at the hospital any minute now. The reassurance tasted like pure poison. Call her, Qin Fan hissed, his voice raw with desperation as he struggled against the pillows. Call her right now and tell her not to come inside. Oh, if that's what you want, all right. Wang Haoran nodded smoothly, pulling his phone from his pocket. His enhanced perception had already tracked Tantayeyu's rhythmic footsteps echoing down the outside corridor. Before he could dial, the heavy wooden door swung inward, and Tantayeyu stepped into the room. Qin Fan closed his eyes, wishing the floor would swallow him whole. Facing his pristine, elegant apprentice while reduced to a broken eunuch was a humiliation beyond endurance. But Wang Haoran had engineered this exact confrontation, ensuring the eldest sister received the notification the moment the surgery concluded. Master, what happened to you? Tantayeyu hurried to the bedside, her brow furrowing deeply. She knew only of an emergency hospitalization, completely ignorant of the specific nature of the wounds. Qin Fan opened his mouth, desperately trying to formulate a plausible lie to salvage his dignity. Wang Haoran intercepted the attempt flawlessly. Stepping close to Tantayeyu, he leaned down and whispered a single, precise sentence directly into her ear. Tantayeyu froze, her breath catching as absolute shock paralyzed her features. Watching the secret unravel in real time, Qin Fan felt a profound, suffocating ache squeeze his heart, rendering him entirely unable to draw breath. Ding. The host has caused severe psychological devastation to Qin Fan. Reward, 3,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -150. Host's villain Halo +150. Master, with your level of Grandmaster cultivation, how could anyone possibly ambush you like this? Tantayeyu asked, her voice tight with bewilderment. To her, Qin Fan had always represented the absolute pinnacle of martial prowess, the untouchable ceiling of human combat strength. Seeing him brought low, stripped of his basic anatomy, shattered her core worldview completely. The realization that an unknown monster walked the shadows, capable of dismantling the strongest man she knew, caused her inner confidence to crumble. Qin Fan had shared that exact arrogance prior to the ambush, believing himself entirely without equal in the modern world. The cold reality of the concrete path had delivered a brutal correction. If his focus had not been entirely consumed by the devastating beauty of Feng Xuanso, he might have lost the duel, but he never would have been captured alive. Regret was a useless emotion. The fault lies entirely with my own carelessness, Qin Fan rasped, his voice a hollow, broken whisper. I underestimated the threat and fell directly into a calculated trap. Do you have any suspicion as to who targeted you? Tantayeyu pressed. None at all, Qin Fan replied, shaking his head slowly as a look of deep sorrow settled over his face. Master, you cannot lose hope. Once your physical wounds heal, I will dedicate my resources to investigating the assault alongside you. We will track down this murderer together. Tantayeyu looked at his pathetic state, an instinctive wave of pity prompting her to offer assistance. My dantian was shattered into pieces, Qin Fan choked out, a single tear spilling over his cheek. My cultivation is entirely gone. I am an ordinary man now. What? Tantayeyu recoiled, her hands flying to her mouth. Wang Haoran's quiet whisper had only detailed the physical castration, leaving the destruction of the man's martial foundation unmentioned. He had kept the secret to maintain his own facade as a helpless civilian, knowing an ordinary person could never diagnose a ruptured energy center at a glance. Then, there is nothing more to be done, Tantayeyu murmured, the offer of an investigation vanishing from her mind instantly. If her master was entirely powerless against the assailant, her own interference would be nothing short of suicide. She had a future to build, a lifetime to spend with a partner she loved. Throwing her life away for a broken master was out of the question. Qin Fan watched her emotional withdrawal, harboring no resentment for the decision. The threat was simply too immense for an apprentice of her level to navigate safely. I have already handled the upfront medical expenses and deposited a substantial advance with the hospital administration, Wang Haoran announced, stepping up to the foot of the bed. The funds will cover your entire recovery period without issue. You can rest easy here, master. The gesture was born of absolute calculation, a financial investment to ensure the prize sheep recovered quickly enough to be sheared again in the near future. Thank you, Haoran, Qin Fan whispered, his heart swelling with genuine, pathetic gratitude. Think nothing of it, Wang Haoran replied, a bright, cheerful smile gracing his features. After a few more minutes of quiet observation, Wang Haoran adjusted his coat and turned toward the door. Yeyu, the air in here is heavy. Let's head out. Reaching out smoothly, he wrapped his arm firmly around Tantayeyu's slender, yielding waist, pulling her flush against his side. Qin Fan's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in absolute speechlessness as he stared at the display. Chapter 566. Kangzhou Master Ya. You. Qin Fan stared blankly from his hospital bed, his voice trembling with sheer disbelief at the way the couple stood close together. Oh, I was really careless, letting you find out like that. Wang Haoran rubbed the back of his neck, his face tight with a mockery of annoyance. He looked the broken man dead in the eye, dropping the polite act entirely. Actually, I might as well tell you the truth. We are together. Previously, maintaining a cautious facade and relying on cover identities had been a necessity born of caution. He had avoided provoking the protagonist needlessly. But the paradigm had shifted. Qin Fan lay ruined in a hospital bed, a helpless cripple with a shattered foundation. There was absolutely no reason to fear him anymore. The intimate display was calculated specifically to break whatever spirit the man had left. No, that is impossible. Aren't you two siblings? Qin Fan twisted against the crisp white sheets, his fingers clawing at the mattress as he desperately tried to reject the reality before him. How can you possibly be a couple? Do not misunderstand the situation. We do not share a single drop of blood. Tan Taiyu stepped forward, her voice cool and even. She rested her hand over Wang Haoran's arm, abandoning any further attempts to conceal the relationship. I see no reason to hide it from you any longer. I know you are not related by blood, Qin Fan rasped, his throat dry as he gestured wildly. But even without a biological connection, you grew up together. You are brother and sister. I remember exactly what you told me about your family. The younger brother I used to speak of was Lin Chen, and he is already dead. Tan Taiyu turned her head, looking up at Wang Haoran with unmistakable affection softening her features. Haoran was never my brother from the very beginning. The fact that he calls me sister is nothing more than a casual title. The admission pierced straight through Qin Fan's remaining pride, striking his heart like a physical blade. Ding. The host has inflicted severe psychological damage upon Qin Fan. Reward, 2000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -100. Host's villain Halo +100. Haoran, do you think your secrets are safe? Qin Fan suddenly remembered a crucial piece of leverage, shouting the accusation across the clean room. You already have a girlfriend. Yeyu has absolutely no idea about the other woman. A flash of irritation crossed Wang Haoran's mind. He briefly considered stitching the man's lips together permanently to silence the frantic babbling. Fortunately, Qin Fan was too panicked to name a specific individual, leaving room to navigate the trap. I do have a girlfriend, Wang Haoran answered smoothly, his expression completely unfazed. But Yeyu is fully aware of the situation. The declaration left Qin Fan entirely stunned. He swung his gaze toward Tan Taiyu, searching her face for a break in her composure, but her expression remained perfectly serene. Yeyu, are you not angry about this? Qin Fan asked, his voice cracking with bewilderment. Why should I be angry? Tan Taiyu replied calmly. In her mind, she simply assumed Qin Fan was referring to Chu Qianwei, or one of the other sisters, who had already entered the arrangement. You, the two of you. Qin Fan sank back into his pillows, utterly at a loss for words. Anxious to prevent the protagonist from lingering on the topic long enough to mention Mu Nanzi by name, Wang Haoran tightened his grip around Tan Taiyu's waist. He steered her toward the exit. Let us leave him to rest. Tan Taiyu nodded, casting a final, brief glance over her shoulder. Master, I will visit you again when my schedule allows. With the parting words delivered, the two walked out of the ward, the heavy door clicking shut behind them. Qin Fan stared blankly at the empty doorway, a profound, suffocating misery settling deep into his chest. Once they cleared the hospital gates, Wang Haoran drove Tan Taiyu straight back to her villa before turning the car toward his own residence. As soon as he stepped through his front door, he retrieved his phone and initiated consecutive calls to Song Siwi and Mu Nanzi. His instructions were explicit. Both women were to schedule immediate hospital visits to check on the recovering master. The strategy was simple psychological warfare. Qin Fan had harbored inappropriate, possessive designs on every single one of his beautiful female apprentices. Now that he had been physically stripped of his manhood, forcing him to endure a steady procession of these stunning women coming to offer pity would serve as the ultimate, agonizing torture. Meanwhile, inside the Ma family estate, the atmosphere was entirely different. Ma Hongsheng paced his living room, staring at the viral updates flooding his tablet screen regarding Qin Fan's public tragedy. The older man practically leaped into the air with unbridled joy, his laughter echoing off the high ceilings. He looked ready to light a string of firecrackers right in the courtyard to celebrate the occasion. The arrogant brute who dared to cast covetous eyes upon his wedded wife had finally received a brutal, poetic retribution. Witnessing her husband's ecstatic celebration from the stairs, Cheng Rui quietly dialed Wang Haoran to report the development. Wang Haoran listened to the enthusiastic description, a soft, amused chuckle escaping his lips before he concluded the call. As he slipped the phone back into his pocket, a quiet presence materialized in the doorway. Ning Aoxiu stepped into the room, her gaze fixed on the floor. Wang Haoran looked at her, noting the unusual tension in her posture. Is something wrong? I must return to Kangzhou, Ning Aoxiu said, her voice laced with an unmistakable reluctance. Are you unhappy with your accommodations here? Wang Haoran stepped closer, his tone projecting deep, authentic concern. Why the sudden decision to head back to Kangzhou? From a strategic perspective, allowing a primary heroine to wander too far from his direct sphere of influence was a dangerous variable. If left unsupervised in a distant city, the narrative forces could easily draw her into the orbit of a new protagonist. His concern was entirely genuine. The accommodations are wonderful, Ning Aoxi murmured, her voice dropping to a tiny whisper as she looked away. If the choice were mine, I would prefer to stay here indefinitely. She caught herself, raising her voice back to its normal, professional cadence to explain the emergency. There is significant unrest unfolding within the Kangzhou martial arts community. A mysterious figure known as Master Ye has emerged, causing massive upheaval across the province. Several prominent elders from established martial families have already suffered severe defeats at his hands. She smoothed down her jacket, the gravity of her position settling over her features. The top 10 martial clans of Kangzhou are convening an emergency summit to address the threat. As the current head of the Ning family, my presence at the assembly is mandatory. Master Ye? The specific title triggered an immediate reaction in Wang Haoran's mind. He focused his attention on her. How old is this individual? The intelligence reports are completely contradictory, Ning Aoxu replied, shaking her head. Some sources claim this Master Ye is a young prodigy of 17 or 18, while others insist he is an old master in his 50s or 60s. It is impossible to determine which rumors to believe. Wang Haoran weighed the details, instantly concluding that the teenage rumor held the higher probability. In the grand fabric of these occurrences, an old master was rarely the focal point of a fresh conflict. A 17-year-old rising to dominate an entire province's martial elite possessed all the definitive hallmarks of a newly awakened protagonist. Once the crisis in Kangzhou is resolved, Ning Aoxu said, her eyes lifting to meet his as she prepared to depart. If your home remains open to me, I will return to Qingling. Farewell. I will accompany you, Wang Haoran announced. You are coming with me? The sadness on Ning Aoxu's face froze, replaced by a look of sheer bewilderment. The truth is, I have grown accustomed to your presence, and the thought of you leaving is difficult to bear. Wang Haoran offered a warm, reassuring smile, stepping into her personal space. Traveling to Kangzhou alongside you will give me an opportunity to see the environment where you grew up. While his primary objective was exclusively to verify if this new Master Ye was a protagonist to be dealt with, he naturally kept that calculation hidden, spinning the journey into a romantic gesture to further secure her loyalty. Ding. The host has successfully stirred the heart of the heroine Ning Aoxu. Reward, 600 villain points. A visible, excited blush crept across Ning Aoxu's usually pale, stoic features. Throughout her extended stay at the estate, Wang Haoran had maintained a polite, somewhat distant courtesy. This marked the absolute first time he had expressed such explicit, personal affection toward her. Then we shall travel together, Ning Aoxu said. Though her heart raced with excitement, she forced her features back into a calm, professional mask to maintain her dignity. Later that afternoon, the sun beat down on the courtyard where Feng Suansu was quietly tending to the ornamental flora. Wang Haoran walked down the gravel path, joining her by the flower beats to inform her of his upcoming departure to Kangzhou alongside Ning Aoxu. The moment the words left his mouth, Feng Suansu's small lips pursed into a tight, defensive line. Ding. The host has triggered a wave of jealousy in the heroine Feng Suansu. Reward, 700 villain points. I am going with you, Feng Suansu demanded, setting her pruning shears down on the stone ledge. This is a strict business excursion, not a sightseeing holiday with Ning Aoxu. Wang Haoran reached out, gently tapping her chin to soothe her temper. Stay here at the estate, take care of the grounds, and be obedient. His intentions for the trip had nothing to do with admiring local scenery, and bringing her along would actively complicate his plans. Feng Suansu and Ning Aoxu possessed a natural friction that frequently devolved into petty bickering. Traveling with both would mean an absolute end to any peace and quiet. More importantly, he intended to utilize the isolation of the journey to advance his relationship with Ning Aoxu, an objective that would be completely impossible with his wife hovering nearby. Fine, Feng Suansu muttered. Despite the flare of jealousy, she refrained from throwing a tantrum, nodding her head in submission like a traditional, dutiful spouse. Just ensure you return as early as possible. With the domestic front secured, Wang Haoran left the gardens and headed into the city to track down Kui Yetong. He had already devised a definitive solution for dealing with Liu Beige, but the execution had been repeatedly delayed by his ongoing management of the sisters. Leaving Qingling meant he would be away for several days, and the threat Liu Beige posed to Guyura needed to be permanently neutralized before he crossed the provincial border. Chapter 567. Arrival in Kangzhou. After finding Kui Yetong, Wang Haoran convinced her to act as a witness to sue Liu Beige. Liu Beige's intentions had been malicious, but in legal terms, his attempt had failed. A conviction for an unsuccessful attempt would still carry a sentence of 3 to 10 years. Wang Haoran remembered that Kui Yetong had recorded a video of the incident. With that footage in her testimony, Liu Beige was almost guaranteed to land in a prison cell. Initially, Kui Yetong refused to cooperate. Wang Haoran spent some time coaxing her, painting a grand, alluring picture of their future. Already completely infatuated with him, her judgment blurred by affection, she quickly lost her bearings and agreed to his terms. Though she had functioned as an accomplice, turning state's evidence meant she would escape legal consequences entirely. With the agreement secured, Wang Haoran and Ning Aoxu set off for Kangzhou. Qingling bordered Kangzhou, making the journey relatively short. They arrived at the Qingling high-speed railway station, boarded their train, and stepped onto Kangzhou soil less than 2 hours later. Ning Aoxu immediately brought Wang Haoran back to the Ning family estate. Upon learning that Wang Haoran was a close friend of Ning Aoxu, the family welcomed him with genuine warmth. There was no coldness, no arrogance, and no contempt. Wang Haoran remained entirely unsurprised by the hospitality. He was not a traditional protagonist, so he lacked the burden of encountering predictable clichés where elites mocked him, only for him to slap their faces in retaliation. In the main living room, Ning Aoxu discussed the mysterious Master Ye with her father. Wang Haoran sat quietly at the side, sipping his tea and listening to the conversation. According to Father Ning, this Master Ye had appeared out of nowhere. He held no allegiance to any established martial arts family in Kangzhou. Yet, of the 10 great martial arts families in the region, half had already suffered humiliating defeats at his hands. The 5 defeated families harbored intense resentment, while the remaining 5 lived in constant anxiety, terrified they would be the next targets. Consequently, all 10 families had agreed to form a united front to discuss how to neutralize the threat of Master Ye. Listening to the details, Wang Haoran felt certain that Master Ye was the protagonist of this narrative arc. He could already foresee the trajectory of the plot. The story could unfold in one of two ways. In the first scenario, Master Ye would crash the unified meeting of the 10 martial arts families. He would single-handedly crush the combined forces of Kangsu's elite, forcing the entire local martial arts world to bow to his authority. In the second scenario, the meeting would conclude with the families organizing an elite force to ambush Master Ye, only for him to decisively overthrow his attackers. Comparing the two possibilities, Wang Haoran considered the first scenario far more probable. It offered a much higher level of dramatic impact. A unified assembly would naturally include every high-ranking figure and elder from the prominent families, effectively gathering the entire strength of the Kangzhou martial arts community in one room. An ambush squad would only consist of selected elites. To maximize the spectacle, the protagonist would almost certainly choose to trample the entire community simultaneously during their grand meeting. Uncle Ning, what is the peak combat strength of those 5 families defeated by Master Ye? Wang Haoran set his teacup down, interrupting the discussion. For minor masters of Huajin and 1 grandmaster of Huajin, Father Ning replied. And what about the absolute highest tier of combat power among all 10 families? Wang Haoran asked. A minor master of Danjin, Father Ning answered without hesitation. Wang Haoran paused, slightly puzzled by the terminology. What does that equate to in terms of specific true qi cultivation years? Father Ning frowned slightly, finding the question unusual for a martial artist. Ning Aoxiu quickly intervened to clarify. His cultivation level is actually higher than mine, Father, but he trains under a different, unconventional system. He isn't familiar with the standard orthodox classification names. Father Ning nodded, his suspicion fading. Ning Aoxiu turned back to Wang Haoran to explain. A minor master of Danjin possesses roughly 150 years of true qi cultivation. A grandmaster of Danjin commands 200 years. She paused briefly before continuing her explanation. Above that lies the Gangjin realm. 300 years of true qi marks a minor master of Gangjin, while 400 years defines a grandmaster of Gangjin. At 500 years, a cultivator becomes a land immortal. Legends say land immortals can extend their lifespans to 200 or 300 years, which represents the absolute physical limit of a human being. She sighed softly, but for reasons unknown, let alone a land immortal or a Gangjin master, even a grandmaster of Danjin is an exceptionally rare sight in the modern era. With her explanation complete, Wang Haoran finally grasped the hierarchy of this world's martial arts realms. By these standards, his current strength placed him squarely at the level of a grandmaster of Gangjin. He also understood exactly why modern martial artists struggled to achieve high levels of true qi cultivation. The answer was a classic staple of such worlds. Modern spiritual energy was incredibly thin. Wang Haoran recognized the trope immediately. The presence of depleted spiritual energy strongly suggested that Master Ye was not a standard martial artist, but an immortal cultivator. That specific narrative element typically belonged to urban cultivation novels. The realization brought a mixture of caution and anticipation. On one hand, a cultivating protagonist presented a formidable challenge. As a grandmaster of Gangjin, competing against someone utilizing immortal techniques would require extreme caution. On the other hand, the situation presented a massive opportunity. The women around him were currently in the prime of their youth, possessing flawless, radiant beauty. Yet mortal beauty inevitably withered under the toll of time, eventually fading into old age. Furthermore, Wang Haoran had no desire to live for a mere 200 or 300 years as a land immortal before dying. An immortal cultivator operated under entirely different rules. Cultivation offered extended longevity, and it would allow the women by his side to retain their youth indefinitely. The prospect was highly appealing. The key to unlocking this potential lay in his inventory, the protagonist memory copy card, which he had received when his villain Halo surpassed 20,000 points. If Master Ye truly practiced immortal cultivation, copying his memories would grant Wang Haoran access to his entire repository of knowledge, including his techniques for immortality. Simultaneously, disrupting the established plot remained a primary objective to accumulate villain points and Halo points. A cultivating protagonist would undoubtedly yield a massive harvest of rewards. Based on his assessment of the narrative structure, Master Ye was likely nearing the conclusion of his opening arc. Subjugating the Kangzhou martial arts community would effectively complete his control over the regional map, serving as a springboard to move on to larger territories. Halting this pivotal plot development would disrupt the protagonist's momentum and trigger substantial system rewards. Uncle Ning, is there any possible way to cancel the upcoming meeting of the 10 families? Wang Haoran asked. Realizing the question might sound as though he were trying to fracture the local alliance, he quickly clarified his stance. I have no intention of harming the Kangzhou martial arts community. While I cannot disclose my specific reasons, I can assure you that following this advice will bring nothing but benefits to the Ning family. The Grand Assembly was clearly destined to serve as the stage for Master Ye's ascension. Dismantling that stage would temporarily rob the protagonist of his spotlight. Wang Haoran felt little concern about Master Ye launching an unprovoked attack. In urban cultivation setups, protagonists rarely initiated conflict without cause, and villains typically had to trigger an incident first. The initial friction always stemmed from a member of the martial arts families provoking Master Ye, or someone in his immediate circle. The 10 families would only unite because their pride had been wounded by their initial defeats. If they chose not to form an alliance, Master Ye would lose the specific catalyst required to progress his storyline, allowing Wang Haoran to claim the rewards for the disruption. "Father, I trust him implicitly," Ning Aoxiu said, turning to her father. Father Ning placed great trust in his daughter, and by extension, he accepted the judgment of the person she vouched for so completely. "The problem is that this meeting is already set in stone," Father Ning explained, looking conflicted. "The Ning family does not possess the authority to cancel an event of this scale on our own." "I see," Wang Haoran murmured, disappointed. "However, there might be an alternative," Father Ning added after a moment of thought. "If the Zouqiu family, who leads the 10 martial arts families, decides to call it off, the others will follow." "Old man Zouqiu is incredibly stubborn," Ning Aoxiu countered, shaking her head. "He protects his family's status fiercely. He views Master Ye as a direct threat to his position, so there is no reason for him to abandon an alliance with the other families." "That might usually be true," Father Ning replied with a slight smile. "But old man Zouqiu dotes on his youngest granddaughter above everyone else. If she were the one to persuade him, the outcome might be entirely different." Chapter 568. The Unreasonable Aura. "That girl from the Zouqiu family is incredibly rude. There is no way we could ever strike up a casual conversation with her." Ning Aoxiu shook her head, a frown marring her features. Father Ning offered a conciliatory smile. "Of course I know that, dear. I was only joking." While the speaker may have intended nothing by it, the words struck a chord with the listener. Wang Haoran had nearly abandoned all hope of dismantling the upcoming martial arts conference of the 10 great families. Now, Father Ning's throwaway comment sparked a fresh wave of possibility. Directly confronting a protagonist was always a volatile gamble, but managing women was undeniably Wang Haoran's specialty, especially with the backing of his unreasonable system aura. "What exactly is the relationship between the Ning family and the Zouqiu clan?" Wang Haoran asked, turning his attention to Ning Aoxiu. Ning Aoxiu paused, reading his expression. "You intend to pay the Zouqiu family a visit?" Wang Haoran nodded. "Exactly. The Ning family and the Zouqiu family maintain only a superficial friendship," Father Ning intervened, answering on his daughter's behalf. "Worse still, Aoxiu and that Zouqiu girl have a bit of a history, an old grievance. I am afraid we cannot simply escort you to their estate to lobby them." "That is not a problem," Wang Haoran replied smoothly. "I only need to know where I can find the granddaughter of this old man Zouqiu." Ning Aoxiu did not answer immediately. Instead, she glanced out the window, assessing the clear, cloudless sky. Judging by the weather, it shouldn't rain tomorrow morning. Old man Zouqiu and his granddaughter share a strict routine. Whenever the weather is fine at dawn, they practice their martial arts in Kangzhou Park. You will find them there. Wang Haoran committed the detail to memory. "What is her name? And what does she look like?" "Her name is Zouqiu Luyan," Ning Aoxiu answered. She hesitated for a beat, watching his reaction, before adding, "I will accompany you tomorrow morning." During their time in Qingling, their private encounters had been fleeting and rare. Now that they were finally in Kangzhou, she naturally wanted to maximize her time with him. "Very well." Wang Haoran smiled, offering no objection. Inwardly, he repeated the name to himself, Zouqiu Luyan. The name instantly triggered a memory of Zouqiu Chinayo. A sinking fish, a falling goose, 2 parts of a classic idiom for legendary beauty. Was it a mere coincidence, or was there an underlying connection? Wang Haoran silently pondered the possibilities as Ning Aoxiu guided him to the finest guest room in the estate to rest for the night. At dawn the next morning, Ning Aoxiu arrived at the guest room to collect Wang Haoran, and the two set off toward Kangzhou Park. The Ning estate sat a short distance from the park grounds, allowing them to arrive on foot in less than 10 minutes. Because Kangzhou was a cradle of martial arts, practitioners filled the park, spanning an immense age gap that ranged from children under 10 to elderly masters in their 80s. Ning Aoxiu wore a light blue long dress that billowed gently with her stride. Her dark hair fell naturally down to her waist, and a subtle touch of powder accentuated her delicate, striking facial features. A tiny dot of red cinnabar placed dead center between her eyebrows lent her an air of mysterious, ethereal charm. As the undisputed jewel of Kangzhou, Ning Aoxiu reigned supreme in both physical beauty and martial talent. The recent announcement from the Ning family that she would attain the rank of Grandmaster of Huajin within a year or two had sent shockwaves through the community. To solidify her status, her father had already officially ceded the title of family patriarch to her. The proclamation had elevated her prestige to an unprecedented height, but because she had departed for Qingling immediately afterward, the locals had not yet seen her. Her sudden appearance in the park caused an immediate stir, drawing looks from every direction. Young male martial artists watched her pass with undisguised adoration and reverence, while the majority of the women whispered among themselves, their expressions tight with envy. Wang Haoran, walking in step beside her, naturally attracted his own share of intense scrutiny. Curiosity rippled through the crowd as onlookers wondered who this stranger was, operating on such familiar terms with the pride of the Ning family. Yet, despite the staring, no arrogant young masters stepped forward to mock Wang Haoran, or declare him unworthy of her company. On the contrary, the consensus among the observers seemed to be that the two cut an remarkably well-matched couple. Wang Haoran chuckled inwardly at the lack of drama. He was a villain, not a protagonist, so the tired routine of being publicly humiliated only to deliver a face-slapping counterattack did not apply to him. He preferred it this way. Who in their right mind actually enjoyed being constantly ridiculed just for the sake of a spectacle? The protagonist could keep that exhausting privilege. Wang Haoran much preferred the effortless respect that followed him wherever he went. Ning Aoxiu kept her gaze fixed ahead, ignoring the surrounding crowd. Her expression remained serene, though a secret joy blossomed in her chest. The pleasure did not stem from the public attention, but from the fact that everyone completely misunderstood her relationship with Wang Haoran. Since she was not prone to idle chatter, she saw absolutely no reason to correct their assumptions. Within minutes, she led Wang Haoran into a secluded, quiet corner of the park. This specific grove was well known as the personal training ground for old man Zhou and his granddaughter, and ordinary citizens actively avoided the area out of respect and fear of causing a disturbance. "Let us sit for a moment," Ning Aoxiu said, gesturing toward a wooden bench nearby. "They should arrive shortly." Wang Haoran nodded and took a seat beside her, casting his gaze toward the path. Before long, two figures emerged from the morning mist. Wang Haoran's enhanced vision caught them instantly, and he focused his attention on the approaching pair. The elderly man possessed hair as white as snow, yet his posture remained upright and vigorous, completely devoid of the frail lethargy common in old age. The girl walking beside him appeared to be no older than 13 or 14, her features exquisite, delicate, and undeniably charming. "That is them," Ning Aoxiu whispered, confirming his suspicions. Wang Haoran stared at the young girl, certain now that this was Zhou Luyan. Yet a profound sense of confusion washed over him. Initially, he had suspected that Zhou Chinayu and Zhou Luyan might be twin sisters given their matching, idiom-based names. But the age discrepancy shattered that theory. Zhou Chinayu was nearly 25 years old, whereas the girl before him looked barely a day over 13. No twins could possibly have a 10-year age gap. "Do not let her appearance fool you," Ning Aoxiu remarked, her voice dropping to a cool, quiet register. "Zhou Luyan is actually 4 or 5 years older than I am." Wang Haoran raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze from Ning Aoxiu back to the approaching girl. Ning Aoxiu was nearly 20. If Zhou Luyan was 4 or 5 years her senior, that placed her at 24 or 25, the exact age of Zhou Chinayu. He narrowed his eyes, studying the girl's face with deeper scrutiny. Stripped of the initial impression of youth, Zhou Luyan's features bore an uncanny, scaled-down resemblance to Zhou Chinayu. They truly were twins, likely separated or altered by some unique circumstance. The realization sent a wave of satisfaction through Wang Haoran. He had occasionally lamented that with so many protagonists cluttering his world, he had yet to encounter a classic set of twin heroines to complete his harem collection. Now, the opportunity had delivered itself right to his doorstep. Chapter 569. The False Child Grandmaster. Wang Haoran allowed himself a moment of private satisfaction, but a sudden wave of unease broke his train of thought. Zhou Luyan looked entirely too young. Even with the knowledge of her true age, targeting someone who appeared to be 13 or 14 felt distinctly criminal. "Why does Zhou Luyan look so small?" Wang Haoran leaned in close to Ning Aoxiu, his voice barely a murmur. "The Zhou clan trains in a unique inherited technique," Ning Aoxiu explained, her voice low and even as she kept her eyes on the path ahead. "Once they begin, their physical growth locks at that exact age. Only when the technique is fully mastered can they temporarily alter their body shape to match their chronological age. Zhou Luyan began her cultivation at 13. Because she hasn't reached the final stage of the technique yet, she remains trapped in this form." The explanation brought instant clarity. It sounded bizarre, but in the realm of high-level martial arts, it followed a predictable logic. It mirrored the legendary Tianshan Child Grandmaster, who used her supreme technique to undergo periodic rejuvenation. Of course, the Zhou family ancestral method operated on a different mechanism, but the strange, youth-preserving effect was remarkably similar. For the Zhou clan to maintain its position at the absolute peak of the 10 great martial arts families, and for old man Zhou to have scaled the heights of a minor master of Danjin, their foundational techniques had to be extraordinary. In fact, their family art might even surpass the legendary techniques of old. The martial arts hierarchy in this world clearly operated on a grander scale than historical records suggested. True qi in the ancient eras accumulated strictly on a 1-to-1 yearly basis, meaning only the most exceptional manuals could compress and store true energy efficiently. Even the 3 great elders of the ancient Xiaoao sect averaged only 70 years of true qi each, totaling 210 years combined. Yet old man Zhou commanded a full 150 years of cultivation entirely on his own. In terms of pure internal energy depth, he nearly equaled 2 ancient grandmasters combined. Placing the Zhou ancestral technique above the ancient legends was entirely justifiable. Wang Haoran mentally calculated his own standing. With 400 years of true qi circulating through his meridians, his power doubled the combined lifespan mastery of the ancient world's greatest prodigies. The realization brought a faint smile to his lips. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the distance between the two parties closed rapidly. Old man Zhou and his granddaughter stepped into the clearing, halting less than 10 meters away. The movement drew the immediate attention of both groups. Old man Zhou maintained an expression of absolute calm, his eyes sweeping over the area without a single flicker of emotion. Zhou Luyan fixed her gaze directly on Ning Aoxiu, a sharp, competitive spark igniting in her eyes. If Ning Aoxiu claimed the title of Kangsu's premier martial prodigy, Zhou Luyan stood directly behind her as the second. The world, however, only ever remembered who came first. The constant overshadowing fueled a quiet resentment in Zhou Luyan, driving her to challenge Ning Aoxiu at every possible turn. After a long, tense moment of staring, Zhou Luyan shifted her gaze toward the young man standing at Ning Aoxiu's side. A sudden look of profound surprise washed over her delicate features. Wang Haoran waited for the familiar chime of his system, counting the seconds in his mind. 1, 2, 3. Silence. The Super Peach Blossom aura had failed to trigger its automatic effect, leaving him momentarily deflated. Then, a crisp mechanical tone echoed directly in his mind. Ding. Important female supporting character Zhou Luyan's favorability toward the host has increased by 40 points. Current total favorability, 40. Status, very friendly. Wang Haoran blinked, momentarily derailed by the wording. Zhou Luyan was classified as a supporting character, not a primary heroine. The revelation caught him completely off guard. Although she appeared young, her features already carried the unmistakable blueprint of a legendary, world-stopping beauty. He could easily foresee that once her technique reached completion, she would mirror the devastating allure of Zhou Chinayo. The primary difference lay in their temperaments. Zhou Chinayo exuded the fierce, dominant energy of a mature older sister, while Zhou Luyan possessed a delicate balance of gentleness and fierce pride. They were distinct entities. Yet, despite being twin sisters, one held the title of heroine, while the other remained a mere supporting character. After a moment of deliberation, the narrative structure became clear. In the main storyline designated for Master Ye, the plot likely centered around a single, dedicated heroine. Zhou Luyan was merely a secondary character destined to be left by the wayside, the type of admirer a dense protagonist simply ignored. Wang Haoran held a distinct contempt for such single heroine protagonists. In his view, that specific brand of righteous isolation caused far more collateral damage. By acting oblivious, how many women's lives did they inadvertently ruin? If a protagonist had no intention of reciprocating, they had no business charm-locking people in the first place. Entangling someone's heart only to discard them out of virtue was a quiet cruelty. It was the classic tragedy of wasting a lifetime waiting for someone who would never return. At least a villain operated with absolute transparency. Wang Haoran readily admitted his own lack of virtue, but his fundamental policy remained unshakable. Every woman he claimed received a permanent, protected place by his side. A mutually beneficial arrangements was far superior to tragic pining. With his perspective firmly aligned, Wang Haoran connected with the system interface and issued a direct command. The fact that she was a supporting character only made his aura more efficient. Ding. The host has deployed the charm aura against the important female supporting character, Zhou Luyan. Zhou Luyan's favorability toward the host has reached the maximum value of 100. Ding. The host has successfully altered the trajectory of the plot. Reward, for 1000 villain points. Protagonist Ye Fan's halo reduced by 200 points. Host's villain halo increased by 200 points. Ye Fan. The name carried the quintessential marker of a destined protagonist. The surname Ye was a classic staple, and the given name Fan mirrored the standard template of an ordinary man destined for godhood. As the system alerts faded, Wang Haoran looked back at the young girl. The transformation in her eyes was instantaneous and total. The defensive barrier had completely dissolved, replaced by a deep, absolute devotion. Yet, looking at her remained an unsettling experience. Despite knowing her actual age hovered around 25, staring into the adoration of someone who looked barely 14 felt distinctly surreal. Ning Aoxiu, who is this standing next to you? Zhou Luyan took a step forward, her tone deliberately provocative, as she pointed toward Wang Haoran. Is this your little lover? She clearly sought information about him, but her pride forbade her from asking Wang Haoran directly. Instead, she chose to needle her rival to force an answer. This is my friend, Ning Aoxiu replied, her posture stiffening. Although her heart belonged to him entirely, her pride prevented her from claiming a formal relationship before Wang Haoran had explicitly confirmed it. So, just a friend. A brilliant, victorious smile lit up Zhou Luyan's face. Ning Aoxiu's brow furrowed at the sudden display of joy. A woman's intuition was a precise instrument, and she could easily detect the sudden, intense shift in the girl's attitude toward Wang Haoran. Recognizing the blatant interest in her rival's eyes, a cold wave of hostility settled over Ning Aoxiu's features. Chapter 570. Park, old man, girl. The eyes of Ning Aoxiu and Zhou Luyan met in midair, casting invisible sparks across the quiet grove. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Wang Haoran weighed the tension, debating whether to step in and tell them there was absolutely no need to fight. But given the current volatility, he kept the thought firmly to himself. Some things were better left unsaid. Little brat, know your place. Ning Aoxiu broke the silence first, her voice slicing through the morning air. Don't read too much into things. Zhou Luyan had not been paying much attention to her physical appearance, but the sharp remark hit its target. She glanced down at herself, acutely aware of her petite frame. Compared to Ning Aoxiu's mature elegance, she held no physical advantage. Her pride refused to let her back down, and she immediately shot back. You don't need to worry about me. My family technique will reach completion soon. I will return to my normal shape in a few months at most. A cold, mocking smile played on Ning Aoxiu's rosy lips. As far as I know, the ancestral technique of the Zhou clan requires reaching the realm of a Grandmaster of Huajin before it can be considered a success. Are you claiming you will become a Grandmaster of Huajin within a few months? Why don't we have a contest right now and see? Her inner thoughts laid bare. Zhou Luyan gritted her teeth, her voice tight with frustration. Fine. Bring it on. Do you truly think I am afraid of you? Ning Aoxiu was undeniably the stronger of the two, but Zhou Luyan remained convinced that even if she lost, she would make her rival pay a heavy price. The air grew heavy with impending violence. Zhou Luyan took a step forward, raising her hands to initiate the duel, when the silent old man finally intervened. Luyan, old man Zhou said, his calm voice carrying across the clearing. The grand assembly of the 10 great families is imminent. It is unwise to cause unnecessary trouble. The girl froze, the hot blood draining from her face, as she forced herself to calm down. Old man Zhou had made no effort to lower his voice, ensuring Ning Aoxiu heard every word. The reminder instantly extinguished Ning Aoxiu's desire to fight. The elder patriarch stood right there. While he would never openly bully a junior, he would certainly not stand idly by if his granddaughter suffered a humiliating defeat. Continuing the confrontation offered no benefit to the Ning family. Ning Aoxiu was highly intelligent and understood the strategic disadvantage, but her fierce possessiveness over Wang Haoran had momentarily clouded her judgment. Old man Zhou's intervention provided a perfect, dignified exit from the conflict, and she gladly took it. Old man Zhou turned his gaze toward Wang Haoran, studying the young man intensely. Decades of navigating the treacherous martial arts world had made the patriarch exceptionally perceptive. He could easily see that his granddaughter and Ning Aoxiu were locked in a jealous dispute over this boy, yet he chose not to object, silently permitting the rivalry to play out. On the surface, Wang Haoran carried the aura of an ordinary person, devoid of any discernible true qi cultivation. But that precise lack of presence aroused the old man's suspicion. Ning Aoxiu was the undisputed prodigy of Kangzhou, a proud woman who would never lower her standards or display jealousy for a commoner. Her submissive, protective behavior proved that this young man was far from ordinary. He had to be a martial artist. For a martial artist to completely conceal his energy from a Danjin master meant only one thing: the youth possessed terrifying strength. He was undoubtedly stronger than Ning Aoxiu herself. Otherwise, why would the proud young patriarch cede her dominant posture so easily? The fact that this young man appeared to be the same age as Ning Aoxiu intrigued the old master deeply. A calculating thought crossed his mind. Why not pull this exceptional talent into the Zhou clan? The Ning family daughter was beautiful, certainly, but the women of the Zhou family were by no means inferior. You do not seem to be a native of Kangzhou, young man, old man Zhou said, a genial smile breaking across his weathered face. May I ask how to address you? Wang Haoran watched the old man, amused by the shift in dynamics. In a standard story, an elder of a great family would be delivering a stern warning to stay away from his granddaughter. I am from Qingling, Wang Haoran replied smoothly. My name is Wang Haoran. Old man Zhou nodded, the smile widening. Ah, no wonder. If a talent like yours resided in Kangzhou, you would already be a household name. Even Ning Aoxiu would struggle to match your brilliance. An old fox, Wang Haoran thought, recognizing the blatant bait. Did he truly think I wouldn't see through such an obvious probe? On the surface, however, he offered a quiet, tacit nod, choosing not to play the role of a weak, ordinary civilian as he usually did. His primary objective in Kangzhou was to convince the Zhou family to take the lead in cancelling the grand assembly of the 10 great martial arts families. To command the respect of the supreme leader of the coalition, he needed to project absolute capability. Merely relying on Zhou Luyan's infatuation would not suffice. Old man Zhou loved his granddaughter deeply, but when it came to matters affecting the entire balance of power in Kangzhou and the survival of their clan, a teenager's whim would carry little weight. Since the old patriarch chose to believe he was a hidden martial arts prodigy, Wang Haoran would play along with his assumptions to gain leverage. A guest from afar deserves hospitality, old man Zhou said, adjusting his robes as he prepared to begin his routines. I feel a distinct affinity with you, young friend. Once our morning exercises conclude, would you honor me by visiting my humble estate? Senior is far too kind, Wang Haoran replied, inclining his head slightly. It would be my privilege to accept. The invitation aligned perfectly with his agenda, giving him the direct access he required. Standing to the side, Zhou Luyan's eyes lit up with such intense joy she nearly bounced on her heels. Ning Aoxiu's brow furrowed at the display, a sharp pang of anxiety striking her chest at the thought of Wang Haoran being lured away into the heart of the rival clan's territory. Do not worry. I am going there strictly to handle our business, a clear voice echoed directly in Ning Aoxiu's mind, carried by a precise strand of true qi transmission. The tension left her shoulders instantly, and her brow smoothed over. Old man Zhou and Zhou Luyan stepped onto the open grass and began their morning forms, their movements flowing into a slow, gentle set of open-hand boxing techniques. Wang Haoran remained on the bench, watching the performance quietly. Ning Aoxiu chose not to leave, remaining steadfastly by his side. As Wang Haoran tracked the precise trajectories of the strikes and steps executed by the grandfather and granddaughter, a deep sense of contemplation settled over him. In truth, aside from his mastery of Wing Chun, he possessed no formal repertoire of advanced martial arts forms. His combat style relied entirely on the overwhelming suppression of his true qi cultivation. In every previous encounter, his sheer depth of internal energy had crushed his opponents, proving that absolute force could dismantle any technique. However, if he ever encountered an adversary with comparable true qi reserves, detailed martial forms, and precise physical techniques would become critical factors. He analyzed the deliberate, rhythmic flows of the Zhou ancestral style, As he mentally memorized and simulated the sequence within his mind, he detected a strange friction in the forms. The transitions were not seamless. The entire system felt fundamentally flawed, marred by missing links and incomplete transitions. An incomplete, legendary martial art. A quiet corner of a public park. An old master accompanied by his beautiful granddaughter. The specific elements coalesced in Wang Haoran's mind, triggering a sudden realization. The setup was universally familiar. It was the exact, archetypal sequence utilized in countless urban web novels. An influential elder practicing a flawed, self-destructive technique in a public park, completely vulnerable to the corrections of a passing expert. The stage was perfectly set, the actors were in place, and the protagonist was undoubtedly moving into position to make a grand entrance. An electric surge of excitement coursed through Wang Haoran. There was no question about who was destined to appear next in this scripted encounter. It had to be Master Ye, the individual he suspected of being an authentic immortal cultivator. Wang Haoran possessed the protagonist memory copy card in his system inventory. If he could successfully deploy it against Master Ye, he would inherit every immortal manual, cultivation technique, and arcane secret locked within the protagonist's mind. After navigating a world of standard martial arts for so long, the opportunity to transcend mortality and ascend into true immortal cultivation had finally arrived. Controlling his racing pulse, Wang Haoran subtly scanned the perimeter of the park, his eyes searching the incoming crowds for any sign of Ye Fan. Chapter 571. Stop the plot. Most people would never dare disturb Elder Zouqiu and his granddaughter during their practice. Wang Haoran scanned the surroundings, searching for the reckless intruder. Within moments, his gaze locked onto an 18-year-old boy. The youth looked entirely ordinary, yet he walked with his hands clasped behind his back, his face a mask of absolute serenity, as if nothing in the world could ruffle his composure. He carried himself with an aura completely detached from a typical teenager. This stranger moved directly toward the Zouqiu family. Whatever his motivations, Wang Haoran felt a surge of certainty. This boy was Ye Fan. He immediately prompted the system to investigate. Protagonist, Ye Fan. Combat strength, 26,087. Charm, 89. Protagonist Halo, 29,078. Skill, Golden Finger. Immortal Venerable failed to join the Tao, reborn 1,000 years ago, and is currently practicing Qi Layer 5. Reading the prompt, Wang Haoran caught his breath, his chest tightening. He had initially assumed this was just a lucky amateur who chanced upon a cultivation manual. This was no ordinary cultivator. This was a reincarnated immortal venerable. The gap between a simple practitioner and a supreme being was astronomical. Yet, his momentary dread quickly dissolved into sheer ecstasy. From the perspective of the protagonist's memory copy card, Ye Fan's status as a former immortal venerable was a massive windfall. The depth of knowledge and universal insight up for grabs was staggering. 1,000 years of cosmic experience lay waiting to be taken. Wang Haoran focused his intent and issued a silent command to the system. System prompt: the host has deployed the protagonist's memory copy card on Ye Fan. Beginning memory transmission. A massive flood of information rushed into Wang Haoran's mind. Flashbacks of Ye Fan's earliest childhood memories cascaded through his consciousness. These initial fragments were utterly mundane, just the tedious recollections of an ordinary child. Wang Haoran schemed through the boring, chronological data dump, shifting his attention back to the physical world. Ye Fan neared their position, his slow pace keeping him a few dozen meters away. Elder Zouqiu and Zouqiu Luyan remained fully absorbed in their gentle boxing routines. Wang Haoran could already visualize the intended trajectory of the scene. Ye Fan would approach, watching the Zouqiu family practice, and shake his head with a condescending smile. The fiery Zouqiu Luyan would demand to know what he found so amusing. Ye Fan would give her the cold shoulder, provoking her into an attack. Then, the protagonist would effortlessly overpower her, leaving Elder Zouqiu utterly stunned by the young man's superior martial arts. The old man would immediately try to strike up a friendship. Naturally, Ye Fan would conceal his true identity. If he revealed his name, Elder Zouqiu would recognize him as the target the 10 major martial arts families were uniting against, which would ruin the upcoming conference. By keeping his identity secret, Ye Fan could maximize the dramatic impact later. He would crash the assembly, shock Elder Zouqiu with his presence, and effortlessly defeat the masters one by one until he casually challenged them all to fight him at once. Wang Haoran knew the cliché inside out. Cutting off the internal critique, he turned to the practicing duo before Ye Fan could reach them. I have long admired the Zouqiu family, the preeminent power among the 10 martial arts families of Kangzhou. I simply cannot wait any longer. Why don't we head to your estate right now? The grandfather and granddaughter froze mid-movement, letting out their held breath. Zouqiu Luyan had been eager to extend an invitation anyway, and she beamed at his suggestion. Wonderful. Let's go immediately. Elder Zouqiu nodded, a warm smile wrinkling his face. Forgive my lack of hospitality, young friend. I should not have kept you waiting here. Wang Haoran turned to Ning Aoxiu, instructing her to head home first. Though visibly anxious, she nodded and asked him to return quickly. He promised he would, urging her to start moving. Even though Ye Fan's narrative focused on a single heroine, Wang Haoran refused to risk any accidental encounters with Ning Aoxiu. He watched her depart, exhaling a sigh of relief. Ye Fan stood a mere 10 meters away. Wang Haoran quickly prompted the old man to lead the way. Misinterpreting the urgency as pure enthusiasm to visit the estate, Elder Zouqiu immediately complied. Without the boxing routine to trigger an interaction, Ye Fan walked right past them. Elder Zouqiu, having never met the elusive Master Ye, dismissed him as just another local youth. The plotline chattered. System prompt: the host has successfully altered the trajectory of the plot. Reward: 4,000 villain points. Ye Fan's protagonist halo decreased by 200. Host's villain halo increased by 200. Satisfied with the sudden windfall, Wang Haoran accompanied the Zouqiu family to their ancestral home. They soon arrived at a grand estate. While much of Kangzhou retained its ancient architecture, the Zouqiu mansion was exceptionally luxurious, rivaling the palaces of ancient nobility. As the leaders of the region's martial elite, they certainly possessed the status to match. Elder Zouqiu escorted Wang Haoran through the grand gates and into a formal reception room. A servant served premium tea, and after a few polite pleasantries, the old man steered the conversation toward his true intent. Young friend, if my judgment serves me right, your strength has already reached the level of a great master of Huajin. In the hidden world, someone of your caliber would lead an entire sect. Truly, a remarkable hero. The sudden flattery laid the trap bare. Wang Haoran offered a knowing look. Senior, you wish for me to attend the upcoming assembly of the 10 martial arts families, correct? Elder Zouqiu blinked in surprise, the skin on his face wrinkling into a sharp smile. You are exceptionally perceptive. No wonder your martial cultivation is so advanced at such a young age. In truth, I came to Kangzhou specifically for that assembly, Wang Haoran said, lifting his teacup from the adjacent table to take a slow sip. However, my goal is to ensure the meeting is cancelled entirely. Chapter 572. The Zouqiu family. The warm smile on Elder Zouqiu's face stiffened, the deep wrinkles on his forehead deepening with a sudden tension. He set his teacup down with a hollow click. What do you mean, young friend? The old man's voice carried a heavy gravity, his eyes narrowing as he tried to discern whether this formidable youth was an ally or a hidden threat. Wang Haoran leaned back, offering a reassuring wave of his hand. Relax, senior. I am not in league with this Master Ye. Then you two are acquaintances? You can assume that he and I are enemies. Elder Zouqiu's brow furrowed deeper, thoroughly perplexed by the contradiction. If that is the case, why on earth would you demand we call off the assembly of the 10 martial arts families? Our combined strength is meant to crush him. Because you are all far too weak. Wang Haoran delivered the blunt truth without a shred of hesitation. Every single master gathered together still wouldn't be enough to survive a fight with Master Ye. Young friend, you must be joking. Elder Zouqiu laughed softly, dismissive of the warning. The martial arts world of Kangzhou had flourished for generations, and the unified front of the 10 great families wielded a terrifying amount of power. How could a single rogue master, no matter how talented, hope to withstand their collective might? Recognizing the stubborn pride in the old man's eyes, Wang Haoran realized that words alone would never shatter such deep-rooted complacency. He needed to provide a tangible demonstration. Without a word, Wang Haoran intentionally released a mere fraction of his internal energy, letting half of his true qi cultivation ripple into the room. The invisible pressure flared for a fraction of a second, warping the air before instantly vanishing into nothingness. Yet, the momentary outburst hit the old man like a physical blow. You are a Grand Master of Danjin. Elder Zouqiu lunged forward in his chair, his voice cracking with sheer disbelief. He had estimated Wang Haoran to be a brilliant young prodigy at the Huajin level, possessing perhaps a century's worth of refined internal energy. To discover a Danjin Grand Master at such an age was unprecedented. Wang Haoran maintained a calm exterior, though he felt a wave of secret amusement at the old man's shock. 200 years of internal energy caused this much of a stir? If he were to unleash his full 400 years of true qi cultivation, the old man's heart might actually fail. But the playful banter in his mind quickly soured. 400 years of true qi was a monumental achievement in the secular world, but compared to Ye Fan, it was practically worthless. As the copied memories continued to integrate into his brain, a profound, terrifying understanding of the immortal path took shape. The absolute pinnacle of mortal martial arts was 500 years of internal energy, a legendary state referred to as a land deity. Yet, that grand title was nothing more than empty flattery. In the grand cosmic scale of immortality, a land deity was merely equivalent to the 5th layer of the qi refining stage. And what exactly was the qi refining stage? It was the absolute baseline, the very first step of a cultivator's journey, consisting of 9 entire layers. The chasm between martial arts and true cultivation was an unbridgeable ocean. To Elder Zouqiu, Wang Haoran was an godlike entity. To Ye Fan, he was just a slightly larger bug. Given Wang Haoran's exceptionally high villain halo, a direct encounter with the protagonist should have triggered immediate hostility, or at least drawn intense scrutiny. But when their paths crossed minutes earlier, Ye Fan had completely ignored him. The reason was devastatingly simple. Ye Fan was a reincarnated immortal venerable. Though his current physical body rested at the 5th layer of qi refining, his mind retained the supreme pride and vast perspective of a cosmic emperor. In his eyes, the mortals crawling around him were mere ants. A person walking down a dirt road does not go out of their way to glare at an ant. My cultivation is nothing, Wang Haoran stated casually, taking another sip of his tea. Master Ye is far more dangerous. If the 10 major families proceed with this assembly to ambush him, you will be throwing yourselves against a mountain. You will find no glory in your mutual destruction. A cold dread finally began to seep into Elder Zouqiu's chest. Even if they disregarded this mysterious Master Ye, a unified martial alliance would still struggle to defeat the young Danjin Grand Master sitting right in front of him. If we cancel the assembly and disband, the old man murmured, anxiety creeping into his tone, will Master Ye hunt us down individually? Wang Haoran had already deduced the catalyst of the conflict. Someone from the 10 families must have foolishly crossed the protagonist. Having integrated Ye Fan's memories, he understood the immortal's behavioral patterns perfectly. An immortal venerable never initiated petty squabbles with insects. If he struck, it was only because the insects had become unbearably loud. A normal human walks past an anthill without a second thought. But if an ant crawls up his leg and bites him, he crushes it. The friction between Ye Fan and the local martial families undoubtedly stemmed from such a scenario. Naturally, Wang Haoran kept this piece of psychological insight to himself. If your families join forces, it will only disrupt my own arrangements, Wang Haoran said, leaning forward to project absolute authority. Issue the orders to cancel the assembly immediately. Leave this master yet to me. If you are willing to take up this mantle, then I shall entrust the matter to you, young friend. Elder Zouqiu bowed his head, adding an earnest warning, please, exercise extreme caution. Do not let yourself suffer a devastating loss at his hands. He is only slightly ahead of me. If it comes to a life or death struggle, a victory might be difficult to secure, but I am entirely confident I can retreat unscathed. The lie slipped past Wang Haoran's lips with flawless ease. In a straight confrontation, he was no match for the protagonist. The gap between mortal energy and immortal chi was too vast. His singular advantage lay in his absolute knowledge of Ye Fan's current mindset. Ye Fan was a passive entity, entirely uninterested in seeking out trouble or interacting with the local populace. If the provocative assembly vanished, the protagonist would simply return to his quiet cultivation, ignoring the martial families completely. Elder Zouqiu was a shrewd, battle-tested veteran of the martial world, but Wang Haoran's acting skills easily rivaled a master manipulator. The old man accepted the reassurances without a single doubt, his gaze softening into an expression of intense warmth and calculation. Turning his head toward the heavy wooden doors of the reception hall, Elder Zouqiu barked, "Why are you lingering outside eavesdropping? Get in here." The doors creaked open, and Zouqiu Luyan stepped into the room. Both men had noticed her presence long ago, keeping silent until the old man found a tactical use for her. "Who is eavesdropping?" "I was merely passing by," she countered smoothly, striding into the room with an air of unbothered confidence, entirely refusing to confess. Elder Zouqiu dismissed her excuse with a wave of his hand, his mind focused on a far more grand design. He had long noticed his granddaughter's hidden infatuation with the young master. Far from objecting, he was eager to orchestrate a permanent bond between them. Clearing his throat, the old man offered Wang Haoran a meaningful smile. "Young friend, do not be deceived by Luyan's youthful appearance. Though she looks no older than 13 or 14, she is actually in her early 20s. Her petite stature is merely a side effect of our family's core internal cultivation technique." Zouqiu Luyan shifted uncomfortably, her eyes casting a sharp, intense look toward Wang Haoran. "But you need not worry," Elder Zouqiu continued, his smile widening. "Her mastery of the family technique is nearly complete. It won't be long before her body matures to its true, proper form. Did you not mention earlier that you wished to tour our ancestral estate? The Zouqiu mansion is immense, far too large to see in a single afternoon. Why don't you stay with us tonight? Sleep in the guest quarters, and let Luyan act as your personal guide." Chapter 573. Twin Sisters. Elder Zouqiu's words completely shattered the thin veil of polite subtext, essentially pushing Zouqiu Luyan straight into Wang Haoran's arms. Only a fool would fail to grasp the old man's transparent meaning. A bright crimson flush bloomed across Zouqiu Luyan's cheeks. She glared at her grandfather, internally scolding him for failing to keep his mouth shut. She opened her mouth to argue, but the words caught in her throat. Though her grandfather's bluntness mortified her modesty, his scheme aligned perfectly with her own hidden desires. If the head of the family intended to facilitate a match, why should she stand in the way? Zouqiu Luyan shifted her gaze to Wang Haoran, her small hands twisting the fabric of her skirt as she waited for his reaction. Faced with the old man's aggressive hospitality, Wang Haoran's eyes flickered with calculated hesitation. "Many thanks for the incredible kindness, Senior Zouqiu, but I have pressing business to attend to later tonight. I am afraid I cannot stay." The refusal did not stem from mere politeness. Zouqiu Luyan simply looked far too young. Remaining at the estate would yield nothing more than a tedious evening of conversation, and Wang Haoran had no interest in playing chaperone. If he had to spend his night talking to a woman, he would much rather return to the Ning residence and seek out Ning Aoxiu. A shadow of disappointment fell over Elder Zouqiu's heavily wrinkled face. Beside him, Zouqiu Luyan dropped her head, her features clouding with deep sorrow. Her fingers gripped the hem of her clothes even tighter, betraying the turmoil in her heart. After a long, heavy silence, Zouqiu Luyan forced her chin up, gathering every shred of her courage. "In your eyes, I am simply not as beautiful as Ning Aoxiu, am I? The two of you possess entirely different charms," Wang Haoran replied, his voice smooth, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. "There is no superior or inferior between you. Then why? Is it truly because I look too young?" Zouqiu Luyan stepped forward, her words rushing out in an anxious torrent. "Give me 2 years at most. I will absolutely complete the final stage of my family's internal cultivation, and my body will return to its proper, mature age." The thought of 2 years of rejection suddenly felt intolerable, and she corrected herself immediately. "I know 2 years sounds like a long time, but that should not matter. In ancient times, women were already bearing children by the time they turned 13. The moment the final sentence left her mouth, blood rushed to Zouqiu Luyan's face, turning her so red she looked as though she might bleed. The implication hung heavily in the air. What Ning Aoxu could offer, she could provide as well. Elder Zouqiu cleared his throat, a flicker of genuine embarrassment crossing his old features. His granddaughter was supposed to be a refined lady of a prestigious house. For her to speak so shamelessly completely ruined the dignity of the Zouqiu name. Yet, as the old man weighed the situation, he realized his own prior statements were no better. Anyone with eyes could see he had tried to barter his granddaughter away. Ultimately, the grand future of the Zouqiu bloodline far outweighed a few superficial rules of etiquette. Furthermore, Wang Haoran was the only witness present, and a man of his stature would not engage in idle gossip. Young friend, Elder Zouqiu interjected, his voice dropping into a low, conspiratorial tone. Loyan is truly not a single bit inferior to the Ning family's daughter. In fact, she possesses a unique quality that Ning Aoxu could never duplicate. A subtle, knowing glint crept into the old man's eyes. Wang Haoran caught the slight shift in expression and felt a spark of curiosity. Which quality would that be? Wang Haoran asked. Have you ever encountered the concept of a long-term cultivation project? Elder Zouqiu suggested smoothly. Wang Haoran glanced at the petite, doll-like figure of Zouqiu Luyan standing nearby, and the realization hit him instantly. The old man presented himself as a dignified, serious patriarch of the martial world, yet he was suggesting a meticulous, years-long investment in nurturing a spouse from youth. The old man is actively corrupting me, Wang Haoran thought, suppressing an urge to laugh. Maintaining a perfectly solemn expression, he turned his gaze back to Zouqiu Luyan. It is not that I lack interest, Miss Zouqiu, Wang Haoran said, letting his voice soften as he offered her a meaningful look. But my schedule tonight is truly inflexible. I promise that the next time an opportunity arises, I will come to the estate specifically to converse with you through the evening. The cloud of worry instantly vanished from Zouqiu Luyan's face, replaced by a radiant, joyful smile. Elder Zouqiu shifted slightly, feeling a sudden pang of awkwardness at witnessing such flirtatious banter directed at his granddaughter right under his nose. Still, the outcome favored the family's interests. By the way, Wang Haoran said, turning back to the young woman as a sudden thought occurred to him. Allow me to ask a somewhat personal question. Do you happen to have a twin sister? A twin sister? Of course not, Zouqiu Luyan replied, her brow furrowing in confusion as she shook her head. No, Wang Haoran murmured, a hint of disappointment settling into his chest. Could the striking similarity in name and appearance between Zouqiu Luyan and Zouqiu Chunaya truly be nothing more than a bizarre coincidence? Before he could dismiss the thought, Elder Zouqiu gasped, leaning forward in his chair. Young friend, whatever makes you ask such a question? I have an acquaintance named Zouqiu Chunaya, Wang Haoran explained, pausing briefly to study the girl's features. She is roughly 24 or 25 years old. Her facial structure is practically identical to yours, like a fully matured, adult version of Miss Zouqiu. Zouqiu Luyan stood frozen, her eyes wide with bewilderment as she turned to her grandfather. Elder Zouqiu went rigid. He surged out of his seat, his hands trembling as he gripped the edge of the table. Young friend, are you absolutely certain of this? I am far too occupied to invent such jests, Wang Haoran replied evenly. Then tell me, Elder Zouqiu pressed, his voice shaking with a mix of wild hope and anxiety. Does this woman bear a distinct tattoo on her left shoulder? The words Zouqiu Chunaya inscribed in a deep crimson ink. Wang Haoran maintained his composure, though an internal sigh escaped him. He had claimed to be a friend of Zouqiu Chunaya, yet the old man immediately asked about an intimate shoulder tattoo. It was an absurd leap in logic, but Wang Haoran's X-ray vision had indeed spotted those exact characters on her skin during a prior encounter. At the time, he had assumed the fiercely independent woman had simply tattooed her own name out of vanity. Now, observing the patriarch's frantic reaction, the truth became clear. The markings on Zouqiu Chunaya's shoulder were a permanent record of her origins, preserved even after she was separated from her clan as a child. I cannot confirm that detail immediately, Wang Haoran said, pulling out his phone. But I can call her contact to verify. He stepped toward the far side of the reception room, feigning a brief telephone conversation, before turning back to the waiting old man. She confirms the mark is there. It is her. Chen Yu is still alive. Elder Zouqiu clapped his hands together, pacing the floor with the frenzied, ecstatic energy of a child. Luyan, you do have a twin sister. Her name is Zouqiu Chunaya. Zouqiu Luyan stood paralyzed, the words slipping from her lips like a quiet prayer. Sister. A brilliant smile broke across her face. She had spent years wondering what her body would look like once her cultivation concluded, but her imagination had never provided a clear picture. The existence of an identical twin sister meant a living blueprint of her own future stood somewhere in the world. Elder Zouqiu halted his pacing, his eyes burning with urgency as he stared at the young master. Young friend, where is she? Where can we find Chen Yu? Chapter 574. Making a plan. She is in Qingling. Wang Haoran delivered the news cleanly. Qingling, of course. Brilliant. Take me to find her immediately, young friend. Elder Zouqiu clutched Wang Haoran's sleeve, his voice trembling with manic urgency. The assembly of the 10 major martial arts families is already set, Wang Haoran replied, his tone steady, anchoring the old man's frantic energy. If you do not appear in person to dismantle it, the momentum cannot be stopped. He understood the patriarch's desperation, but timing was everything. Zouqiu Chunaya was secure in Qingling, whereas the gathering storm in Kangzhou required immediate, calculated intervention. Yes, you are entirely correct. Elder Zouqiu forced his breathing to slow, nodding as logic took hold. I will contact the other families immediately to cancel the assembly. Excellent. Once the local situation is resolved, I intend to return to Qingling myself. We can travel together. Elder Zhou agreed with a sharp nod. He quickly tasked Zhou Luian with entertaining their guest before rushing out of the reception room to execute the plan. Wang Haoran spent the remainder of the afternoon performing a superficial tour of the massive ancestral estate. As twilight painted the sky, he took his leave and walked back to the Ning residence. Ning Aoxiu stood near the entrance like a pristine stone statue, her eyes scanning the road. The moment his silhouette materialized in the dusk, her frozen posture dissolved, and life returned to her face. The Ning family pulled out every stop, serving a lavish banquet to honor his return. Wang Haoran maintained polite conversation throughout the meal, but the moment dinner concluded, he retreated to his private bedroom to focus inward. The massive data dump from the memory copy card had begun early that morning, and only now had the final fragments of Ye Fan's past fully integrated into his brain. Wang Haoran closed his eyes, systematically organizing the cosmic timeline. Several critical points immediately stood out. Before his sudden rebirth, Ye Fan's cultivation had reached the absolute peak of the tribulation transcendence stage. In the vast hierarchy of the immortal realms, practitioners at this level were revered as immortal venerables. Ye Fan was his mortal birth name, but across the stars, he bore the sacred duist title of Ye Suantian. Once he ascended to the pinnacle of the cosmic order, the universe knew him as the Suantian immortal venerable, one of the supreme rulers of existence. Beyond the great perfection of the tribulation stage lay the ultimate objective, joining the Tao. It meant merging one's consciousness directly with the fabric of the universe to achieve true, absolute immortality. Success would have rendered Ye Fan the supreme dictator of reality. Yet, during the final integration, a catastrophic inner demon fractured his focus. The psychological flaw triggered a total failure of the ritual, tearing his soul apart. Only the immense fortune of his protagonist Halo saved him, carrying his consciousness backward through time to his youth on Blue Star, the very planet beneath Wang Haoran's feet. Amusingly, the root of this devastating inner demon was a mortal woman. She was a resident of Blue Star who possessed a powerful heroine halo of her own, a trait that eventually allowed her to embark on her own path toward immortality. In the previous timeline, she and Ye Fan shared a deep, mutual affection. Yet, due to timing and pride, the two never formally united. Tragedy struck when an enemy faction assassinated her. Blinded by grief and rage, Ye Fan used his immense power to completely exterminate all life on the perpetrator's home planet. Over the centuries, he claimed to have moved past the grief, burying the memory so deeply that it never interfered with his standard tribulations. But the Tao required absolute internal harmony. The moment he attempted to merge with reality, the hidden trauma resurfaced, revealing a fundamental void in his heart. He had never stopped loving her, and her premature death remained an unhealed wound. According to the stolen memories, her name was Fang Yoruo. Once she made her mark on the immortal world, the realms called her Fairy Yoruo. Wang Haoran opened his eyes, a cold smile touching his lips. She was undeniably the solitary heroine of Ye Fan's core narrative. Now that he possessed the timeline, a flawless counter-strategy formed in his mind. Fang Yoruo was the anchor of Ye Fan's sanity, and the engine of his future cultivation. Immortal progression relied entirely on a concept known as a mastered mind. True progress required unhindered thought and absolute emotional clarity. If a cultivator's mind became obstructed, their growth stalled, creating psychological knots that inevitably invited internal demons. Even a cosmic titan like the Suantian Immortal Venerable could not survive a fractured mind. If someone were to steal Fang Yoruo's heart before Ye Fan could even approach her, the consequences would be catastrophic. In the previous life, despite their mutual affection, the two never even shared a physical touch. After his rebirth, Ye Fan vowed to claim her properly this time. But what if, before he could make his move, she already belonged to another man? The psychological devastation would completely derail his ascension. Wang Haoran reviewed the current dates, confirming the plan's feasibility. In this current period, Ye Fan and Fang Yoruo were complete strangers. Ye Fan was completing his final year of high school in Kangzhou, while Fang Yoruo resided in an entirely different city. They were not destined to meet until their university enrollment. It was only October. The college entrance exams were scheduled for the following June, and the university semester would not begin until September of next year. The window of opportunity was massive. Ye Fan obviously possessed the memories of their past romance, but the current Fang Yoruo had no idea he existed. Wang Haoran intended to exploit this informational void to intercept the heroine entirely. With the social strategy set, Wang Haoran turned his attention to a more immediate problem: raw combat capacity. Ye Fan currently operated at the 5th layer of the Qi refining stage. In pure mortal terms, that matched the legendary land deity level, the absolute limit of martial arts. However, Ye Fan's practical combat efficiency allowed him to eliminate a mortal land deity in seconds. The protagonist did not utilize mortal internal energy, he wielded immortal martial arts. Under identical energy volumes, immortal techniques utterly crushed worldly styles. Furthermore, Ye Fan's body circulated pure spiritual energy, rather than mortal true Qi. Given this fundamental imbalance, Wang Haoran knew he could not defeat the protagonist in a direct physical confrontation, even if he managed to increase his own reserves to the 500-year maximum. It was the inherent curse of mortal martial arts. Only a cultivator could successfully combat a cultivator. Wang Haoran dug deeper into the acquired database, searching for a viable path toward immortality. The 1,000-year accumulation inside Ye Fan's head was staggering, containing countless forbidden techniques. His focus locked onto the protagonist's primary cultivation manual, the Kingdi longevity art. This specific technique had carried Yafan all the way to the precipice of godhood. Its potential was limitless, capable of aligning a mortal soul with the cosmic Tao. However, as Wang Haoran analyzed the introductory chapters, his enthusiasm soured. The entry requirements for the Kingdi longevity art were absurdly demanding, requiring an immense quantity of rare, exotic items to stabilize the initial foundation. Not a single one of those auxiliary resources existed on Blue Star. Chapter 575. Choosing the Immortal Cultivation Technique. In his previous life, Yefan had spent a vast amount of time hunting across the universe for the auxiliary cultivation resources demanded by the Qing Emperor longevity art. He had only secured them long after leaving Blue Star behind. That meant the current, reincarnated version of the protagonist had not even begun to practice his signature technique. Beyond the impossible material requirements lay a far more devastating barrier, immortal cultivation aptitude. Wang Haoran possessed none. He was, by all cosmic definitions, a completely ordinary mortal. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he sat alone in the bedroom. A quiet melancholy settled over him. When he first arrived in this world, he was merely a wealthy second-generation villain destined to be a stepping stone in the protagonist's grand narrative. Every shred of his current strength had been clawed back through the supervillain system. Lacking natural spiritual roots was the default reality for a mortal, yet facing the truth directly still carried a bitter sting. Wang Haoran steadied his breathing, actively clearing the negative thoughts from his mind. He refused to let despondency root itself in his chest. The cosmos offered thousands of paths to immortality, and while the trails differed, they ultimately converged at the exact same destination. The Qing Emperor longevity art was merely one individual highway leading toward the ultimate way of harmony. The technique itself had not originated with Yefan. Someone else had authored it, and that creator had failed to merge with the Tao. Yefan had failed as well. Universal law decreed that only a single entity could occupy the supreme position of harmony within a given epoch. At this precise moment in time, the throne of the universe sat completely vacant. The Qing Emperor longevity art had broken at least 2 titanic practitioners, and both had perished at the finish line. If a path is broken, there is no sense in walking it. Wang Haoran shifted his focus, filtering through the stolen mental archives to examine alternative cultivation paths. Deep within the locked vaults of Yefan's memory, his consciousness brushed against a forbidden manual titled The Devil Emperor's Inner Canon. In its purest form, the technique operated as a dual cultivation method. The ominous title was actually a moniker Yefan had assigned to it out of sheer distaste. Unlike predatory styles that completely drained a partner to enrich the master, this specific doctrine provided immense, reciprocal benefits to both participants. A critical portion of the energy cycle required active, parallel cultivation from the female counterpart. The label of magic or deviancy belonged entirely to the eccentric reputation of its creator, a cosmic renegade known across the stars as the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor possessed an incredibly specific, chaotic preference when selecting his partners. He targeted the chosen companions of other male cultivators. The vast majority of his training partners were women pulled directly from the harems and households of fellow immortals. Weak, low-ranking male cultivators who suffered these sudden abductions typically chose to swallow their humiliation, nursing their broken pride in silence. But the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor refused to limit his targets to the vulnerable. As his power scaled, he began embusting the domestic sanctuaries of high-tier immortal venerables, stealing women from men entrenched in the tribulation transcendence stage. If a female cultivator caught his eye, he simply took her, entirely indifferent to the status, power, or fury of her current mate. In fact, the higher the status of the woman's husband, the more thrilled the Demon Emperor became. The thrill of the challenge fed his momentum, driving him to successfully abduct the companions of 3 separate tribulation stage immortal venerables in rapid succession. The audacious provocations eventually ignited an unprecedented galactic fury. At the time, the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor operated strictly within the boundaries of the tribulation period himself. The 3 slighted immortal venerables formed a desperate alliance, recruiting 2 additional peak-tier masters to serve as extra muscle. One of those hired enforcers was the Suantian immortal venerable, Yefan. The 5 peak-tier deities tracked the Demon Emperor down, ambushing him in the deep voids of space. The resulting confrontation fractured the stars, plunging entire systems into absolute darkness. The shockwaves radiating from the battlefield obliterated countless worlds. A single strike from an immortal venerable carried enough localized mass to shatter a planet the size of Blue Star into cosmic dust. 6 such entities trading lethal blows simultaneously created a localized apocalypse. To their absolute horror, the Joint Task Force discovered that the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor possessed a terrifying, functional strength that far exceeded their most conservative calculations. By the time the dust settled, the Demon Emperor had finally succumbed to his wounds, dying with a curse on his lips, but the alliance paid a devastating price. Yefan suffered catastrophic internal damage, requiring a full decade of absolute isolation and medical containment to patch his soul back together. Among the other 4 participating deities, one suffered instant annihilation, another lost the vast majority of his accumulated cultivation base, and the final 2 sustained permanent, systemic soul rot that forever barred them from attempting to merge with the Tao. As the survivor who sustained the least disabling injuries, Yefan took charge of the aftermath. An immortal venerable typically maintained a sprawling personal domain, a sanctuary covering multiple star fields, each encompassing millions of inhabited worlds. Ye Fan traveled directly to the heart of the extreme Heaven Demon Emperor's territory to systematically neutralize any lingering retaliatory threats. He initiated a scorched earth purge, executing the Demon Emperor's disciples and tracking down every individual listed as a cultivation partner. The apprentices numbered fewer than 10, making them exceptionally easy to locate and execute. However, the roster of the Demon Emperor's female cultivation companions was staggered across multiple star systems. When Ye Fan completed the tally, his jaw dropped. The archive listed over 30 million active partners, 30 million women sharing a single source. Even a hardened supreme being like Ye Fan found himself momentarily stunned by the sheer scale of the operation. Yet, his hand never wavered. He systematically executed every single individual on the list. The growth rate of the extreme Heaven Demon Emperor had bypassed every established rule of cosmic progression, allowing him to ascend faster and fight harder than any traditional immortal in history. Ye Fan's curiosity had driven him to rip the memories from the minds of the dying disciples and partners before their execution, assembling the complete text of the forbidden methodology. But since his own path was already bound to the Qing Emperor longevity art, and his soul resided at the peak of the tribulation stage, he could not risk restructuring his entire foundation. Furthermore, the practice conflicted sharply with his fundamental personal nature. Outside of his historical pining for Fang Yoro, he had spent a millennium living as an absolute ascetic. The psychological requirements of the manual were an insult to his pride. The primary condition for unlocking the Devil Emperor's inner canon was non-negotiable. The practitioner and his partners had to share an authentic, profound, and deeply synchronized emotional bond. The minds had to beat as one. The Demon Emperor's ability to maintain 30 million partners was not achieved through brute physical containment or hypnotic control. He possessed an uncanny, supernatural charm that caused those women to fall desperately, genuinely in love with him. Amusing women was a skill Ye Fan openly admitted he completely lacked. The mere existence of the manual represented an existential threat to the cosmic status quo. The memory of 5 Grand Masters bleeding in the void to stop a single rogue element remained fresh in his mind, and Ye Fan refused to permit the rise of a second Demon Emperor. He burned the physical records and slaughtered every witness, ensuring the text vanished from the living universe forever. But he overlooked a fundamental law of his own biology. A cultivator operating at the Qi refining stage possessed near-perfect recall, and an immortal venerable of the tribulation stage maintained an absolute, flawless mental imprint of everything their eyes ever scanned. Ye Fan had read the entire text during his investigation, passively saving every word to his subconscious. Now, through the transmission of the memory copy card, that entire forbidden library sat neatly arranged inside Wang Haoran's brain. A wave of pure, unadulterated euphoria washed over him as he reviewed the complete methodology of the Devil Emperor's inner canon. The text felt as though it had been explicitly designed for his specific circumstances. First, the technique bypassed standard spiritual biology. It required 0 natural cultivation routes, allowing an ordinary mortal to successfully initiate the primary cycle. Second, his natural personality aligned perfectly with the manual's core mechanics. He possessed an innate, sweeping affection for women, and his existing charm made it remarkably simple to capture their hearts, fulfilling the strict prerequisite of emotional synchronization. Third, the style operated entirely independent of external atmospheric conditions. Standard immortal methods relied on drawing ambient spiritual energy from the surrounding air into the meridians. On a planet like Blue Star, where the natural spiritual aura was dangerously thin, conventional practitioners moved at a glacial pace. Ye Fan's current stagnation at the 5th layer of Qi refining was a direct result of this environmental starvation. Despite 1,000 years of combat experience and a flawless understanding of the path, the physical air of the planet choked his progress. Had he reborn into a realm overflowing with spiritual essence, his current power would already dwarf nations. Fourth, Wang Haoran lacked the self-destructive compulsion to actively hunt the wives of volatile supreme beings. He had no intention of provoking public outrages or inviting galactic sieges. The Devil Emperor's inner canon was his perfect weapon. Wang Haoran leaned back against his pillows, his lips curling into a sharp, confident smile. So long as he maintained a low profile and developed his foundations in the shadows, he could ascend the ladder of power step by step, all the way to the vacant throne of the universe. Chapter 576. Routine Ning Aoxiu. Now that a suitable cultivation method for immortals was within reach, Wang Haoran wanted to start practicing as soon as possible. This was exactly why he refused to stay overnight at the Zouqiu residence. He needed privacy to sort through Ye Fan's memories and extract the technique best suited for his path. Finding the method was only the first step. He could not cultivate this particular technique alone. It required the cooperation of a partner. Looking around Kangzhou, only 2 choices came to mind: Ning Aoxiu and Zouqiu Luyan. Zouqiu Luyan was in her early 20s, but her youthful appearance and innocent demeanor left him feeling a bit guilty. Besides, he was currently a guest at the Ning family manor. Slipping away to the Zouqiu house in the dead of night just to find her felt reckless. Wang Haoran chose Ning Aoxiu as his primary target. With his mind made up, he stood to leave his room and initiate a routine with her. Just as he took a step, faint footsteps echoed from the distant hallway. Wang Haoran activated his perspective vision. The walls grew translucent, revealing Ning Aoxiu walking down the corridor. She was heading straight toward his quarters. He sat back down at the bedroom table and waited. A moment later, a soft knock rattled the wood, followed by her tentative voice. "It's me. Is it convenient to come in? The door is unlocked. Please come in," Wang Haoran replied, turning back toward the entrance. Ning Aoxiu pushed the door open and stepped inside. She walked across the room with a graceful poise, pulled out a stool, and sat directly opposite him. Her eyes softened with concern. "You are new to Kangzhou. Are you settling into the food and lodgings here? Everything is wonderful." Wang Haoran smiled, keeping his tone warm. "The dinner tonight was spectacular, completely to my taste. As for the living arrangements, there is nothing to criticize. The grounds are peaceful, and the room layout is incredibly luxurious. Of course, those things are secondary. The most important part." He paused, staring directly into her eyes. "The most important part is that there are beautiful women here. If it were possible, I would truly love to stay here for the rest of my life." Ning Aoxiu froze. A delicate crimson flush crept across her cheeks. Shyness overtook her, forcing her to look away from his intense gaze. System prompt. The host stirred up the heart of the heroine Ning Aoxiu and gained 900 villain points. "I am glad you are satisfied," Ning Aoxiu said softly, keeping her eyes lowered. "I was worried you would find it difficult to adapt." She knew his words carried a hint of exaggeration. After all, Qingling still held a woman of absolute calamity-level beauty waiting for his return. Would he really stay in Kangzhou forever? The answer was obviously no. Even so, the sweet words brought a surge of happiness. Most women enjoyed gentle praise, even when they knew it was flattery. Ning Aoxiu lowered her head further, her fingers nervously toyed with the hem of her clothes. Wang Haoran refrained from pushing his advantage too aggressively. Her favorability rating sat at exactly 50, and rushing her might trigger her defenses. Giving her a moment to process the tension, he leaned in slightly and smoothly shifted the topic. "Your current inner chi cultivation base is not far from the level of a great master of Huajin, correct?" The shift to martial arts allowed her tension to dissipate. She raised her eyes to look at him again. "Currently, my inner chi cultivation is nearing 90 years of density. It will take as short as 1 year, or perhaps a year and a half at most, to fully become a great master of Huajin. If I remember correctly, you are only 19 years old," Wang Haoran praised. "You truly deserve your reputation as the top young genius in Kangzhou. Compared to you, I am still far behind." Ning Aoxiu shook her head, a touch of humility in her voice. Then, curiosity took over. "Your inner chi cultivation must be somewhere between 120 to 150 years, right?" Wang Haoran smiled but offered no verbal answer. Instead, he extended his right hand, palm facing upward. Ning Aoxiu understood the silent request. With a slight hesitation, she placed her smaller hand into his palm. The physical contact sent a sudden flutter through her chest. Before she could process the warmth of his touch, a surging, vast torrent of inner chi erupted from his hand. Ning Aoxiu gasped, her voice cracking in pure shock. "Your inner chi density, it carries at least 400 years of cultivation. How is this possible? How could anyone cultivate to this level?" Wang Haoran held her gaze, keeping the true secret to himself. "A year or a year and a half is a long time to wait. Do you want to raise your cultivation immediately and become a true master of transformation energy?" "Of course I do," Ning Aoxiu replied automatically. A wave of disbelief followed her words. "Do you have a way to help me?" "I do. And this method will not trigger any bottlenecks in your cultivation. It can even guide you toward the very pinnacle of martial arts." The promise sounded too grand to be true, making her instinctually skeptical. Yet, as a dedicated practitioner, the allure of ultimate martial prowess was an undeniable temptation. "A method like this must come with significant side effects, right?" Ning Aoxiu asked, her worry showing. Wang Haoran remained silent for a few seconds before giving a slow nod. "This technique offers immense benefits to both of us. To be frank, the largest beneficiary will be me. For you, while your power will skyrocket, you will also lose something." "What exactly is the side effect?" Ning Aoxiu asked, her innocent background leaving her completely blind to his underlying meaning. "It is." Wang Haoran trailed off, deliberately cutting his sentence short to build tension. Seeing her growing anxiety, he shook his head and sighed. "Forget it. This matter is truly difficult to put into words. Let us not speak of it. Please, speak frankly," Ning Aoxiu pressed, her worry shifting to his well-being. "If you have encountered a powerful enemy, you should tell me. With your 400 years of inner chi, I cannot imagine anyone in this world competing with you. Is there truly a foe that threatens you?" "There are always greater powers hidden beyond our sight," Wang Haoran replied, his voice heavy. 400 years of cultivation seems invincible to you, but the world is vast. I am far from safe." Ning Aoxiu pondered his words, her expression turning incredibly serious. "If that is the case, speak directly. No matter the side effects, I will bear them. No matter what they are, you are willing to accept them?" Wang Haoran pressed, seeking absolute confirmation. "Yes. Whatever the cost, I will handle it," Ning Aoxiu answered firmly. Then, a sudden wave of nerves hit her. It won't cost me my life, will it?" "Absolutely not," Wang Haoran shook his head. "Will it leave me physically disabled?" she asked again. "To a certain extent, it does involve a specific part of your body being altered. But this is a pain that most women eventually experience in life." Ning Aoxiu fell into deep thought, her brow furrowed in utter confusion. "Such a thing exists. What exactly is it?" Wang Haoran sighed internally at her lack of worldly awareness. Her absolute focus on martial arts had left her completely naive to the ways of the world. A normal girl her age living in a modern city would have understood his hints instantly. Recognizing that subtlety was useless, Wang Haoran leaned in close and whispered the truth directly into her ear. The words entered her ears, and Ning Aoxu froze entirely, her eyes widening in realization. Wang Haoran pulled back slightly, his voice calm. So, what is your decision? Chapter 577. Cultivation of Immortals. Ning Aoxu's face flushed a deep, brilliant crimson that bled all the way down the back of her ears and the curve of her neck. Shyness radiated from her in waves. She kept her head lowered, her mind a tangled knot of instinctual resistance. Yet, that initial hesitation quickly collapsed under the weight of urgency. Wang Haoran had made the reality clear. A powerful enemy loomed, threatening his life, and he needed to break through his current limits immediately. Time was a luxury they did not possess. She could not afford to ponder this for days or weeks. The choice required an instant answer. If we practice together, Ning Aoxu whispered, her voice trembling but cautious, will you treat me well in the future? Wang Haoran closed the distance, clasping her hand firmly within his own. He stared directly into her eyes, leaving no room for doubt. Is there even a need to ask? Of course I will treat you well. Ning Aoxu took a deep, stabilizing breath. She looked at him and nodded, a silent surrender to his request. Wang Haoran smiled. With her consent secured, he struck while the iron was hot. He began to relay the exact internal training methodology for the female partner detailed within the Devil Emperor's inner canon. Ning Aoxu listened intently, committing every instruction to memory. Fortunately, this specific branch of the cultivation method was straightforward and elegant. Given her exceptional innate talent for martial arts, she grasped the complex pathways and energetic flows with ease. Once the preparations were complete, Wang Haoran stepped across the room, locked the heavy wooden door, and initiated the formal practice. System prompt: the host captured the heroine Ning Aoxu for the first time. Gained 8,000 villain points. Ning Aoxu's heroine halo decreased by 400. Host's villain halo increased by 400. Wang Haoran opened his eyes as the system notification flared across his consciousness. At the same time, the initial circulation of the Devil Emperor's inner canon settled into his dantian. The breakthrough was staggering. In dual cultivation, the very first session yields the most explosive results, because the partner's primal yin energy is perfectly preserved. Ning Aoxu was a blank sheet of paper, and the purity of her energy provided an incredible foundation. Wang Haoran reaped immense rewards. His 400 years of raw, internal inner qi did not merely convert into spiritual energy to cement his position at the fourth level of the qi refining stage. The massive influx pushed him entirely over the threshold, launching him directly into the fifth level of the qi refining stage. He now stood at the exact same cultivation level as Yafan. Even so, Wang Haoran harbored no illusions about an easy victory. Though he had thoroughly mined Yafan's memories, claiming his cosmic knowledge, cognitive insights, and extensive combat experience, the protagonist possessed a critical advantage. Yafan's current physical form was limited to the fifth level of qi refining, but his spirit was that of an immortal venerable. Although the rebirth had drastically weakened his soul power, it remained vastly superior to any ordinary mortal. With that active soul power, Yafan could execute devastating spiritual attacks. The ability to leapfrog and slaughter enemies of a higher cultivation tier was a standard trait of any protagonist. Wang Haoran understood this cosmic law perfectly. Consequently, he had no intention of recklessly provoking Yafan just yet. Still, reaching the fifth level of the qi refining stage provided a massive safety net. He no longer needed to walk on eggshells or fear the protagonist's movements. More importantly, his options had expanded. His actual destructive capability now exceeded that of a land immortal, a being supposedly residing beyond the absolute peak of mortal martial arts. With a solid foundation, at the fifth level of qi refining, he could finally begin training in the specialized immortal martial techniques stored within Yafan's memories. A wave of profound satisfaction washed over him, before he turned his attention back to the young woman beside him. Ning Aoxu had also received substantial benefits. Previously, her inner qi density hovered just below 90 years. Now, she had officially ascended to become a great master of Huajin. Her internal reserve had bypassed the standard 100-year mark entirely, settling at an incredible 120 years of density. A single session had gifted her over 30 years of pure, concentrated cultivation. Initially, Ning Aoxu lay still, her body exhausted by the sudden trial of her first intimate experience. But as she took stock of her internal meridians, her eyes went wide with pure elation. I am not dreaming, am I? Ning Aoxu stammered, her voice breathless with disbelief. This leap in power is impossible. If you think it is a dream, you only need to feel your body carefully. Wang Haoran replied with a warm chuckle. Ning Aoxu paused, focusing inward. The lingering ache in her muscles served as a sharp, grounding reminder. It was a method of verification not unlike pinching oneself to ensure reality, and the physical soreness confirmed that every bit of this was real. The slight physical discomfort was instantly completely overshadowed by sheer joy. Under normal circumstances, accumulating 30 years of inner qi would require nearly 3 years of grueling, uninterrupted penance. Yet, a single hour in this room had completely bypassed years of suffering. The power had come so easily, and every bit of it was a gift from the man beside her. Ning Aoxu turned her gaze toward Wang Haoran, her expression softening with an intense, blooming tenderness. System prompt, Ning Aoxu's favorability rating for the host has increased by 20. Current total favorability rating, 70, deep love. What kind of martial arts technique is this? Ning Aoxu asked, her voice filled with awe. It is absolutely miraculous. This is not a conventional martial arts technique, Wang Haoran explained, realizing she was now receptive to the grander truth. This is an immortal cultivation technique. Ning Aoxu blinked, stunned. Immortal cultivation? Without a word, Wang Haoran raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A localized spark ignited, and a steady, bright string of pure flame rose directly from his fingertips. A sudden wave of scorching heat washed over the bed. Once raw inner chi transforms into spiritual energy, manipulating basic elements becomes second nature. Spiritual energy is simply a localized manifestation of the universe's primal power, and fire is merely an expression of that energy. Wang Haoran had simply catalyzed his internal spiritual energy to manifest as flame. Beyond elemental control, spiritual energy possessed countless miraculous attributes. It could induce rapid cellular regeneration, effectively halting the aging process entirely to grant true immortality. It could also instantly mend physical trauma. If Wang Haoran were to slice his own skin with a blade, the spiritual energy would knit the flesh back together so quickly, the healing process could be tracked with the naked eye. Within 10 seconds, the wound would close, scab, and vanish without leaving a single scar. Ning Aoxu stared at the dancing flame hovering centimeters from his fingers. The sheer awe and delight in her eyes proved she believed him entirely. While certain high-tier mortal martial arts could channel inner chi to create heat or friction, those techniques could not compare to the absolute purity of the flame before her. Sitting so close, she could feel the devastating, concentrated power packed into that tiny, flickering light. She had no doubt that if that flame touched her skin, it would incinerate her to ash within a heartbeat. So, you are a true cultivator, Ning Aoxu whispered, finally understanding how a man so young could possess such terrifying, unfathomable strength. As long as you and I continue to practice diligently, you will become a cultivator as well, Wang Haoran said, catching the deep yearning in her eyes. Really? Even someone like me can do it? Examine your internal pathways, Wang Haoran prompted gently. You should find that your inner chi has already begun to shift. Ning Aoxu immediately circulated her energy. The familiar currents felt entirely different. The texture of her power was vastly more refined, pure, and dense than it had been an hour ago. How long will it take for me to fully transform into an immortal cultivator? She asked, her excitement palpable. That depends entirely on your dedication, Wang Haoran said, a slow, suggestive smile playing on his lips as he locked eyes with her. The harder you work during our sessions, the faster your progress will be. Ning Aoxu caught his meaning instantly. The blush that had just begun to fade rushed back, painting her face a brilliant, burning pink once more. Chapter 578. The Cost of Guidance. The sun hung high in the sky, casting bright beams across the courtyard of the Ning family estate. Elder Zouqiu arrived ahead of schedule, meeting with Father Ning to deliver the official news. The 10 Great Martial Arts Conference was officially cancelled. Since Ning Aoxu served as the current head of the family, Father Ning dispatched a maid to fetch her. The maid returned alone. Ning Aoxu had not slept in her own quarters the previous night, and no one knew where she had gone. With no other choice, Father Ning accepted the cancellation on his daughter's behalf. He already anticipated the disruption, so Elder Zouqiu's explanation left him with no ground to object. Once the guest departed, Father Ning sought out Wang Haoran to share the update. A quick inquiry with the household staff revealed that the young guest had skipped breakfast and remained in his room. It was unusual. Wang Haoran did not seem like the lazy type to sleep away the morning, making his late absence strange. Curiosity getting the better of him, Father Ning walked over to the guest wing to check on him. He approached the door, raising his hand to knock. The wood swung open before his knuckles could strike. Ning Aoxu stood on the threshold, clearly caught off guard as she prepared to step out. Her long dark hair hung in loose, uncombed strands around her shoulders, a stark contrast to her usual immaculate presentation. The messy appearance ruined any excuse that she had merely dropped by for an early morning visit. Ning Aoxu was never sloppy, yet she looked exactly like someone who had just rolled out of bed. Father Ning took in her flushed skin and radiant expression. An immediate, sinking suspicion took root in his mind. Lost in her own thoughts, Ning Aoxu failed to notice the presence in the hallway until she took a step forward. Father. Her voice cracked. Panic flooded her features. The reaction confirmed his worst fears. Father Ning looked past her shoulder into the guest room. Wang Haoran stood by the bed, calmly fastening his shirt. A sharp wave of anger surged deep within Father Ning's chest. While he silently approved of the young man pursuing his daughter, he never expected things to move this fast. The Ning family of Kangzhou was a respected, elite martial lineage, and Ning Aoxu was his only daughter, a prominent figure in the local martial arts community. Even if Wang Haoran intended to take things this far, traditional custom demanded a formal proposal first to secure her status. Uncle Ning, good morning, Wang Haoran said, adjusting his collar with an easy, unbothered smile. Father Ning's face remained grim. I welcomed you as an honored guest. I provided the finest food, luxury lodgings, and even allowed my daughter to spend time with you. But you have gone too far. How dare you treat Aoxu like? The words caught in his throat, too improper to voice aloud. He cut himself off with a harsh, furious snort. Father, I stayed of my own free will. Ning Aoxu interjected quickly, stepping between them. Do not blame him. Aoxu, how can you be so shameless? Father Ning stared at her, completely stunned. The defiance shattered his entire perception of his daughter's character. He assumed she had been manipulated or sweet-talked into a compromised position, but her defensive stance proved otherwise. Faced with her father's direct accusation, Ning Aoxiu's face burned a deep red. She lowered her gaze, unable to offer a counter-argument. Father Ning turned his glare back to the young man. When do you plan to marry Aoxiu this year? With the damage already done, he needed to force a formal union to protect the family honor. I certainly intend to marry her, but it will not be possible this year, Wang Haoran replied, shaking his head. The timeline was something he and Ning Aoxiu already discussed during their intimate conversation the previous night. This matter must be settled before the year ends, Father Ning insisted, his tone hardening. Forgive me, but that is impossible. There is no need to upset yourself, Uncle Ning. I was simply giving Aoxiu some direct guidance on her cultivation. It is not what you think. Wang Haoran offered the half-truth with a straight face, though the excuse sounded flimsy even to his own ears. Father Ning scoffed at the blatant deflection. Guidance on her cultivation. Do you take me for an old fool? Fueled by sudden fury, Father Ning lunged forward, throwing a sudden strike directly at Wang Haoran's chest. Ning Aoxiu anticipated the movement. Before the blow could connect, she stepped into the trajectory and intercepted her father's hand with her own palm. The impact rang through the room. Father Ning staggered backward, his boots forcing deep cracks into the wooden floorboards with every retreating step. He steadied himself, his eyes wide with profound shock. His own martial power sat only a single step away from the Grand Master Huajin level, making him technically stronger than his daughter's known capabilities. Yet the raw force behind her deflection proved her current strength vastly eclipsed his own. Father, I am so sorry. I did not mean to strike so hard, Ning Aoxiu said, rushing forward with an apologetic expression. Her sudden counterpush had left her father's face slightly pale from the internal shockwave. The anger drained out of Father Ning, replaced entirely by bewilderment. He forgot about the lecture, staring at her in absolute disbelief. Aoxiu, what happened to your cultivation? Father, I have broken through to become a great master of Huajin. My internal reserves have already reached over 130 years of density, she explained softly. That is impossible. How could your power advance so rapidly overnight? Father Ning's gaze shifted instinctively back toward the young man standing calmly in the bedroom. Wang Haoran's excuse about providing cultivation guidance suddenly carried a lot more weight. My progress is entirely due to Haoran's help, Ning Aoxiu murmured, biting her lip as a wave of shyness returned. Tell me the details. What exactly did he do? Father Ning's voice softened completely, his aggressive posture melting away. Ning Aoxiu could not bring herself to describe the dual cultivation methodology, leaving her response vague and hurried. He gave me specific instructions. There is no need to pry into the details, Father. His own cultivation level is far beyond mine, reaching a point that is difficult to even comprehend. An incomprehensible point. Father Ning's mind raced through the legendary tiers. Did the boy reside at the Master of Danjin level? A great Master of Danjin? Or perhaps a legendary Master of Gangjin? The wild possibilities filled his thoughts. Fine, if it is a secret, I will not ask, Father Ning said, a broad, radiant smile replacing his previous hostility. He looked at Wang Haoran again, finding the young man more impressive by the second. Haoran, since you are helping Aoxiu with her training, please do not let me interrupt. Carry on with your instructions. Continue. With a bright, cheerful demeanor, Father Ning stepped backward out of the room and carefully pulled the door shut behind him. Ning Aoxiu stood frozen, completely speechless at the speed of her father's sudden about-face. I should go back to my room, she whispered, smoothing down her tangled hair, while avoiding Wang Haoran's gaze. Your father gave explicit instructions, Wang Haoran countered, a playful glint in his eye as he stepped closer. He wants me to continue your training. Since that is the case, let us begin another session. Panic flickered across her face, and an instinct to flee flared up, yet her feet remained firmly rooted to the spot. As a dedicated martial artist, she was no delicate greenhouse flower unable to withstand a little hardship. Ning Aoxiu possessed a high tolerance for the grueling demands of cultivation. Besides, if she considered the true nature of the technique, the physical strain was accompanied by a profound, overwhelming pleasure, a sensation so intense that any accompanying exhaustion felt entirely insignificant. Chapter 579. Unforeseen Welcomes. While Wang Haoran kept himself occupied with his training sessions, Ye Fan stood at the edge of Union Lake in Kangzhou, his hands clasped behind his back as he stared into the distance. Master Ye, for some unknown reason, the summit of the top 10 martial arts families was abruptly called off. It looks like they completely abandoned their plans to join forces against you. The respectful voice came from Yin Qi, a middle-aged local martial arts gym owner, who stood a few paces behind him. Yin Qi had foolishly challenged Ye Fan in the past, but after experiencing a terrifying display of superior power, he immediately surrendered and begged to serve him as an administrative assistant. Ye Fan detested handling trivial, everyday logistics, so he accepted the man's subservience without objection. Upon hearing the report, Ye Fan's eyes flickered with a brief flash of interest before returning to their usual calm, unbothered state. Let them cancel it, Ye Fan replied, his voice flat and devoid of any emotional weight. Yin Qi shifted his weight, glancing up cautiously. What are your next instructions, Master Ye? Do you want me to bring them any trouble? They are not worthy of my time. From the very beginning, the top 10 martial arts families of Kangzhou meant absolutely nothing to him. If they actually gathered to plot his demise, he might have casually dropped by their meeting to eliminate the threat. But since they chose to disband on their own, he had no intention of wasting energy visiting them door to door. They were merely a collection of ants, completely beneath the personal attention of immortal venerable Suantian. Understood, Yinchi nodded respectfully, lowering his head. Do you have any other orders for today? I intend to travel to Kaingshu. Go ahead and arrange the travel logistics for me. Yinchi blinked, clearly caught off guard by the sudden change in destination. Curiosity flared, but he kept his mouth shut to avoid overstepping. Yes, Master Ye. I will finalize the arrangements immediately. Ye Fan kept his back turned to his subordinate, merely raising his right hand to dismiss him with a brief gesture. Yinchi bowed quietly, stepping backward into the shadows before departing the lakefront. Left alone, Ye Fan stared across the vast, shimmering surface of Union Lake. The usual stoic calm in his eyes fractured, replaced by a restless, shifting intensity. Kaingshu was the place where she currently lived. At this moment in time, she was completing her 3rd year of high school. Even with the hardened, millennium-old mindset of immortal venerable Suantian, the anticipation of seeing her face again made it impossible to maintain perfect emotional control. In this life, I will never let you down, Ye Fan muttered to the open water, his voice a low, fierce vow. I will never allow the tragedies of our past life to repeat themselves. I will make you the happiest, most dazzling woman in the entire world. System prompt. The host manipulated events behind the scenes to cause the cancellation of the Kangzhou Martial Arts Summit, drastically altering the direction of the main plot line. Gained 6,000 villain points. Ye Fan's protagonist Halo decreased by 300. Host's villain Halo increased by 300. Wang Haoran reviewed the incoming text on his system interface, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Elder Zouqiu had certainly worked fast after starting his rounds the previous day. His diplomatic efficiency dismantled Ye Fan's perfect stage for showing off before the protagonist could even step onto it. Based on his understanding of typical narrative structures, Wang Haoran figured that once the big martial arts tournament arc fell apart, the overarching plot for the Kangzhou region was effectively finished. The protagonist's next logical move would be to pack up and leave the city. Having thoroughly extracted Ye Fan's memories, Wang Haoran held a distinct advantage in predicting his behavioral patterns. Placing himself directly in the protagonist's shoes, he calculated the most likely trajectory. If he were Ye Fan right now, his immediate priority would be to seek out Fang Yuruo. The moment his afternoon cultivation session with Ning Aoxiu concluded, Wang Haoran traveled straight to the Zouqiu residence to inform the family patriarch of his plans to return to Qingling as soon as possible. Elder Zouqiu, desperate for an update on Zouqiu Chinaya's condition, agreed without a second thought. Zouqiu Luyan, equally anxious to reunite with her sister, insisted on packing her bags to join the traveling party. Wang Haoran returned to the Ning family estate one last time to offer his formal goodbyes. My excellent son-in-law, why must you leave us so soon? Father Ning asked, bypassing all traditional boundaries to use the affectionate title without a hint of shame. Standing nearby, Ning Aoxiu instinctively buried her face in her hands, completely mortified by her father's lack of social decorum. Wang Haoran coughed lightly to clear the awkwardness before addressing the older man. An urgent matter requires my personal attention back in Qingling, Uncle Ning. I must return immediately. Very well, I will not delay you any further. Father Ning nodded understandingly. Father, I also need to travel to Qingling to handle a few personal matters, Ning Aoxiu announced, stepping forward. Father Ning hid a knowing smile, reading his daughter's transparent motives instantly. Then you should absolutely accompany Haoran. It is always better to have companionship on a long journey. My health is perfectly fine, so you do not need to worry about the daily management of the Ning estate for the time being. Thank you, Father, Ning Aoxiu said, her face lighting up with genuine happiness. With the travel arrangements finalized, Wang Haoran enjoyed a quick lunch with the family before the group set out early in the afternoon. When they assembled at the transport vehicle, Ning Aoxiu looked slightly surprised to see Elder Zouqiu and his granddaughter waiting for them. However, she kept her observations to herself. Now that her relationship with Wang Haoran was firmly established, she felt entirely secure in her position compared to Zouqiu Luyan. Even if the younger girl tried to make a move, she would still be second in line. Furthermore, as a mature woman of status, she refused to throw a public tantrum. If Wang Haoran permitted the Zouqiu family to travel along, he clearly had a specific reason for doing so. A couple of hours later, the private transport crossed the boundary lines into Qingling. I need to drop our guests off at a specific location first, Wang Haoran told Ning Aoxiu as the vehicle slowed down. You should head straight to the villa to rest. The casual use of the word home sparked a warm sense of belonging deep within Ning Aoxiu's chest. Her eyes curved into gentle crescents as she nodded. All right, I will be waiting for you at home. Hearing the exchange, Zouqiu Luyan turned her face away, pouting heavily as she muttered insults under her breath, labeling Ning Aoxiu an absolute seductress. In her mind, there was no other explanation for how the two of them had grown so close overnight. It must have been the result of shameless flirtation. Wang Haoran placed a quick phone call to verify Zouqiu Chinaya's current coordinates. Once he received a confirmation, he directed the driver toward the city center, accompanied by the elder and Zouqiu Luyan. Meanwhile, Ning Aoxiu arrived at the residential villa. In the front courtyard, Feng Suansu was casually tending to the garden beds, looking completely at peace. She looked up as the gates opened, her eyebrows rising in surprise. Why are you returning by yourself, Aoxiu? Where is Haoran? He has some urgent business to handle first, Ning Aoxiu replied smoothly, a slight sway in her stride as she walked past her toward the front doors. Feng Xuanzi watched her departure with a critical, suspicious gaze. Something about the young woman's posture and aura felt fundamentally different compared to the day before, though she could not quite put her finger on the exact change. Down in the entertainment district, the Black Peony Bar sat wrapped in its typical mid-afternoon silence. The main lounge was completely deserted. Upstairs in the executive office, Zouqiu Chenaya sat slumped over her desk, staring down at a ledger sheet detailing the month's profit and loss margins. Financial accounting was far from her area of expertise. After committing several calculation errors in a row, she felt a massive headache coming on. The sharp ring of her phone broke her frustration. Seeing Wang Haoran's name on the screen, she immediately pushed the paperwork aside, resolved to hire a literate assistant to finish the math later. The private office doubled as a personal lounge, stocked with her cosmetics and an assortment of spare clothing. Knowing her boyfriend was on his way, she rushed into the connected restroom to apply a hydrating face mask, followed by a meticulous makeup application. Under normal circumstances, she detested the hassle of cosmetics, but she wanted to present her absolute best self for his arrival. After finalizing her makeup, she changed into a fitted red dress that accentuated every curve of her figure. Finally, she retrieved a bottle of the establishment's most expensive vintage red wine, uncorking it early to let it breathe. With everything prepared, she sat back to wait. A few minutes later, a firm knock rattled the office door, followed by a familiar voice from the hallway. It's me. Can I come in? Give me 1 second. Zouqiu Chenaya called out. She quickly poured a generous splash of the red wine into her mouth, holding the liquid behind her teeth. Because she had changed her wardrobe earlier, the deadbolt was still engaged. She twisted the lock and pulled the heavy door open, her vision locking onto Wang Haoran's face. Without a single word of warning, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck as she leaned in to pass the wine directly to him with practiced precision. After a long, intense moment, Zouqiu Chenaya finally pulled her face back. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant pink as she offered him a triumphant, gleaming smile. Well, have my techniques improved? She stared at him, clearly waiting for a compliment. Wang Haoran stood entirely frozen, a wave of cold sweat breaking across his neck. He cursed his own stupidity for failing to call ahead and warn her about the traveling party. Zouqiu Chenaya clearly had no idea what was happening, assuming he was dropping by for a private, romantic interlude. Stepping to the side, Wang Haoran cleared the doorway, completely exposing the view of the hallway behind him. Zouqiu Chenaya's smile faltered as her gaze traveled past his shoulder. Standing a mere 2 meters away in the corridor was a completely stunned elderly man and a young teenage girl, both of them staring into the room with wide, entirely speechless eyes. Chapter 580. A family restored. Zouqiu Chenaya had received the call from Wang Haoran assuming this was a private, spontaneous date. The moment she swung the door open, her vision filled entirely with his face. Eager to surprise him, she had lunged forward with absolute joy, completely oblivious to the rest of the hallway. The stunned expressions of the unfamiliar old man and the young girl changed everything. The realization that they had witnessed the entire display made her scalp tingle with intense embarrassment. Bold as she usually was, she still maintained a baseline level of feminine reserve. In front of Wang Haoran alone, she remained completely unbothered, but the presence of total outsiders transformed the situation entirely. An awkward, heavy silence settled over the corridor. Elder Zouqiu and Zouqiu Luyan shifted their stares between the flushed woman and Wang Haoran. The young man had explicitly claimed back in Kangzhou that he and Zouqiu Chenaya were merely ordinary friends. The current display suggested otherwise. At the very least, that description required a significant modification. Neither visitor chose to dwell on the romantic entanglement. A far more critical matter demanded immediate verification. Little friend, is this the Zouqiu Chenaya you spoke of? Elder Zouqiu asked, his voice trembling with growing excitement. The striking facial resemblance between the two women was impossible to ignore. Yes, this is her, Wang Haoran replied with a firm nod. Tears welled in the old man's eyes. He took a step forward, expanding his arms to draw this long-lost granddaughter into an embrace. Zouqiu Chenaya narrowed her eyes at the stranger's sudden, emotional advance. Her natural defensive instincts kicked in, prompting a sharp, customary warning. What do you think you are doing, old man? Are you trying to take advantage of me? You are looking for a fight. Chenaya, I am your grandfather, Elder Zouqiu choked out, the words thick with emotion. Nonsense. My grandfather passed away years ago. Zouqiu Chenaya knit her brows, her stance hardening. Who are you really? The rejection startled Elder Zouqiu, who turned a helpless, pleading gaze toward Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran recalled the background details she had shared during their past conversations. Her late guardian had been a prominent figure in the local underworld. Zouqiu Chenaya had been raised within that environment, passively inheriting the entire operation and ascending to her current position as the organization's leader after his death. Originally, Wang Haoran had assumed that man was her biological relative. The current situation suggested she had likely been adopted or taken in as an infant, and her late guardian had simply taken the secret of her true heritage to his grave. Activating his perspective vision, Wang Haoran examined the identical name tattoos etched into the skin of both women. The handwriting matched perfectly, clearly the work of the same artist. To bring the truth to light, Wang Haoran focused his attention on the bar owner. When did you receive that name tattoo on your shoulder? Zhou Chunaya blinked, completely caught off guard. Curiosity flared regarding how he even knew the mark existed. She never wore off-the-shoulder clothing, making it virtually impossible for anyone to spot under normal circumstances. Furthermore, their relationship had not yet progressed to the point of complete physical intimacy. A sudden memory resurfaced. During their very first encounter, he had knocked her unconscious. He must have discovered the mark during that initial confrontation. The realization that he might have looked at her shoulders, or perhaps even further, caused a sudden wave of heat to rush to her cheeks. It has been there for as long as I can remember, she replied, her voice slightly dazed. I have no idea when it was actually applied. That settles it, Elder Zhou interjected eagerly. Every child born into the Zhou lineage receives their name tattoo shortly after birth. I applied those marks with my own hands. He gestured toward the teenager standing beside him. She is your twin sister. Your tattoo rests on your left shoulder, and hers is on the right. Are you telling me twins can have a 10-year age gap? That is ridiculous, Zhou Chunaya countered, her skepticism unwavering. She is the exact same age as you, Wang Haoran clarified, stepping into the debate. You should look closer. Zhou Chunaya shifted her gaze to Zhou Luyan, performing a thorough inspection for the first time. She had dismissed the visitor as a mere child initially, but Wang Haoran's prompt forced a deeper analysis. A strange sensation of familiarity washed over her. It was not a feeling of having met the girl before, but rather like staring into a mirror that reflected her own childhood. The sight brought back vivid memories of her own appearance from over a decade ago. The skepticism began to crumble. My name is Zhou Luyan, the teenager announced, matching her intense stare. You really are my older sister. Unlike her counterpart, Zhou Luyan felt as though she were looking directly at a future version of herself. A detailed comparison revealed nearly identical facial structures and profiles. The only variance lay in their presentation. Zhou Luyan retained a youthful appearance, while Zhou Chunaya carried herself with mature sophistication. We live in a modern era, Wang Haoran suggested, breaking the silent standoff. Attaining absolute certainty is incredibly simple. A quick DNA test using a hair sample from each of you will settle this without any doubt. That is the best approach, Zhou Luyan agreed, nodding immediately. Fine, Zhou Chunaya conceded, offering no objection to the logic. With the matter decided, Wang Haoran escorted the group straight to the Tianwei clinic. Under standard protocols, securing a DNA comparison through public institutions involved extensive waiting periods due to backlogs and limited staffing, often delaying results for weeks or months. Fortunately, the Wang family maintained deep connections within this private facility. The clinic's specialized laboratory team prioritized the request, delivering the official report within a single hour. The analytical paperwork indicated a 99.99% probability of a maternal match, confirming that Zhou Chunaya and Zhou Luyan were indeed biological sisters. Medical rigor prevented an absolute 100% declaration, but the statistical margin left no room for alternative interpretations. With the biological tie verified, the emotional reality of the reunion took over the room. Recognizing his role in the matter was complete, Wang Haoran chose to slip away quietly rather than intrude on the family's private joy. The situation in Kangzhou had stabilized, and according to his calculated timeline, Ye Fen was likely already en route to locate Fang Yuruo. He needed to outpace the protagonist, and any further delay would compromise his advantage. In the grand strategy against Ye Fen, securing Fang Yuruo remained the primary objective. Leaving the clinic behind, Wang Haoran booked an immediate flight to Kangzhou. In the past, his reliance on standard martial arts had made him wary of air travel, knowing a catastrophic mechanical failure at high altitudes offered no chance of survival. His transition to an immortal cultivator changed that calculation entirely. Even at the 5th level of the chi refining stage, a fall from the sky would no longer prove fatal. The impact would undoubtedly result in severe fractures, but his internal store of spiritual energy could rapidly reconstruct his bone density and muscle tissue, eliminating any long-term complications. Furthermore, a commercial aviation accident remained a statistically rare anomaly. The minimal risk was worth taking to ensure he arrived in Kangzhou ahead of his rival. 3 hours later, Wang Haoran stepped out of the Kangzhou airport terminal. The academic holiday period had concluded, and the local student population had returned to their standard schedules. Utilizing the specific geographical layouts extracted from Ye Fan's memories, Wang Haoran navigated the streets, arriving directly outside the entrance of the high school where Fang Yuruo was currently enrolled. Chapter 581. Go to Kangzhou. Wang Haoran stood outside the school gates, letting his vision pierce through the concrete walls. Dusk approached, the final afternoon class had just let out, and the campus swarmed with students heading toward the cafeteria for dinner. The sheer volume of the crowd made finding a single person impossible from a distance. He needed to get inside. Security guards patrolled the main gates, strictly barring outsiders from entering. But a sprawling campus always had a perimeter wall, and to a cultivator in the chi refining stage, a brick barrier was no obstacle at all. Slip past. Move quietly. As a freshman himself, Wang Haoran wore simple clothes. He blended into the student body perfectly, save for one glaring issue. He was simply too striking. Heads turned on the pavement, and curious glances followed him down the path. A boy that handsome could not possibly remain anonymous in a high school, yet no one recognized his face. The weight of their scrutiny brought a touch of irritation. He wanted a low-profile search, not a spotlight. Fortunately, the students merely assumed he belonged to a different department, rather than mistaking him for an intruder and alerting security. Blind searching would yield nothing. Wang Haoran stepped into the path of an older girl, likely a senior. "Excuse me," he said, offering a polite smile. "Do you happen to know which class Fang Yoro is in?" Given his certainty that Fang Yoro was the central heroine of this world, she could not be an obscure figure. A school beauty always carried immense popularity. The senior brightened instantly, her caution melting away under his gaze. "She's in the senior block, third classroom on the left." "Thank you," Wang Haoran said. He offered a parting smile that left the girl rooted to the spot, dazed and unable to find her footing long after he walked away. The natural charm of his aura was a lethal weapon against teenage girls. When he reached the classroom, he glanced through the window. Fang Yoro was not inside. She was likely at dinner. Wang Haoran leaned against the corridor railing and waited. Before long, a soft laugh echoed from the far end of the hallway. Two girls walked side by side toward the classroom. The girl on the left was the third great beauty Wang Haoran had encountered in this world. As the sole heroine of a traditional immortal cultivation narrative, her appearance, figure, and temperament reached flawless perfection. Yet, compared to Feng Suenso and Tan Tai Yeyu, Fang Yoro lacked the seasoned charm of an adult woman. She was still a few months shy of her 18th birthday, carrying a delicate, pristine innocence. That very purity gave her an allure the others lacked. Wang Haoran kept his gaze distant, tracking her approach until she drew close, then quietly looked away. He shifted to the edge of the doorway. To enter the room, she would have to pass right by him. He crossed his arms and stared down at the courtyard below, feigning total absorption in the scenery. As Fang Yoro neared the door, her pace slowed. Her eyes drifted toward him, lingering for a long, appreciative moment. It was a natural reaction. Just as a man might look twice at a beautiful woman, a girl could not help but notice a handsome face. Her gaze remained calm, mirroring the appreciation of a painting rather than the obsession of a fanatic. After a few seconds, she stepped past him and vanished into the classroom with her friend. Wang Haoran suppressed a sigh. The entire exercise had been a calculated attempt to implant his face into her memory, yet his passive charm halo had failed to trigger when it mattered most. Without that shortcut, the baseline difficulty of a heroine remained. Worse, he was the villain. Pursuing her through conventional romance would take far too long, and speed was a luxury he lacked. Ye Fan was already moving toward Kaingsu. Pursuing Fang Yoro right now carried too much risk. If the attempt backfired, Ye Fan would notice. While Wang Haoran no longer feared the protagonist in a direct confrontation, a premature clash offered no benefits. Ye Fan viewed ordinary mortals as ants, but his attitude toward Fang Yoro followed a terrifyingly extreme set of rules. The dragon has inverse scales, and it will die if touched. In the original timeline, after Fang Yoro's death, Ye Fan had succumbed to such madness that he slaughtered every living soul on an entire planet. Countless innocent lives paid the price for his grief. Until Wang Haoran possessed the absolute certainty required to erase Ye Fan from existence, he could not afford to startle the snake. He could shield himself, but he could not guarantee the safety of those around him. If a battle tore the world apart, he could flee, but his parents, Wang Xiang and Zhenli, along with the women tied to his fate, would be left behind. The protagonist of an immortal cultivation story was never a saint. In the higher realms, the concept of kindness was an extinct trait. The kind cultivators all died early. When personal strength surpasses the boundaries of law, the brutal rule of the jungle dictates every interaction. The immortal realms were a meat grinder where a cultivator might call you brother in one breath and plunge a dagger into your heart the next. Ye Fan had ascended to the position of an immortal venerable through sheer bloodshed. His hands were stained with the lives of thousands. The only difference between a righteous immortal venerable and a demonic one lay in the neatness of their execution. Immortal venerable Suantian enjoyed a reputation of high respect throughout the realms. That reputation was precisely why the three immortal venerates, who had lost their companions to him originally, sought Ye Fan's aid for revenge. They never realized that Ye Fan was simply a more ruthless calculator. When five immortal venerables combined forces to besiege the extreme heaven demon emperor, Ye Fan walked away with the lightest injuries. Only Wang Haoran, possessing the stolen memories of the protagonist, understood the dark truth behind that victory. Chapter 582. Arrive but not see. The five immortals paid a staggering price for besieging the extreme heaven demon emperor. While the demon emperor's monstrous strength accounted for part of the devastation, the deeper truth lay in Ye Fan's silent, calculated hesitation at the critical moment. He held back. Because of that deliberate delay, one immortal venerable perished, and the remaining three suffered catastrophic, soul-deep injuries. Had Ye Fan unleashed his full power from the start, the battle would have ended differently. At the very least, that fallen immortal venerable would still be drawing breath. But the world of cultivation operates on a brutal math. The universe offers only a single path to supreme enlightenment, and every cultivator in the transcending tribulation stage is a direct competitor for that solitary throne. By withholding his hand, Ye Fan crippled four rivals in a single stroke, and secured the lion's share of the demon emperor's cultivation resources. As the least injured combatant, he took charge of clearing the battlefield, quietly absorbing the fallen emperor's treasures into his own stores. This calculated ruthlessness catalyzed his meteoric rise. 14 words perfectly captured the duality of his existence from his mortal days on Blue Star to his ascension as a cosmic powerhouse, virtuous and respected Ye Xianzun, insidious and cunning Ye Laomo. From Ye Fan's perspective, this was simply survival. Wang Haoran actually respected the logic. In a meat grinder universe, only a man with Ye Fan's exact combination of a righteous facade and a venomous core could navigate the treacherous waters of immortality so effortlessly. He nearly conquered everything. It stood in stark contrast to those ridiculous urban cultivation novels, where a returned immortal emperor loses all dignity, turning into a spineless sycophant the moment a beautiful woman walks into the room. A true supreme being acting like a desperate beggar was utter nonsense. Ye Fan's cold, calculating nature was far more realistic. Wang Haoran cast one last lingering gaze through the classroom window using his perspective sight, then turned away with a faint note of reluctance. Fang Yoro truly deserved her status as the ultimate heroine of a protagonist's return. Even with his vast experience, Wang Haoran found her utterly captivating. Instead of returning to Qingling, Wang Haoran secured a room in a nearby bed and breakfast. He needed to track Ye Fan's movements, and with the protagonist's copied memories swimming in his mind, predicting the man's behavior was a simple exercise in logic. Ye Fan would absolutely seek out Fang Yoro, but a direct romantic pursuit was highly unlikely at this stage. In their past life, their connection began during their college years through a cliché, bloody incident, a classic case of a hero saving a beauty from thugs. Back then, Ye Fan was a mere mortal. Though he successfully shielded her, the beating left him hospitalized for nearly 3 months. Deeply grateful, Fang Yoro nursed him through his recovery. The prolonged intimacy sparked a quiet, fierce affection in her heart. Sensing the shift, an introverted Ye Fan tentatively asked her what kind of boy she preferred. Blushing and paralyzed by teenage shyness, Fang Yoro let her stubborn pride dictate her tongue. She said the exact opposite of the truth: "I like handsome guys." The naive Ye Fan took the comment entirely at face value. Crushed by his own plain appearance and inherent insecurity, he swallowed his confession and buried his feelings. Fang Yoro, bound by the social constraints of a young girl, refused to take the first step. Two hearts, beating for each other, retreated into silence, sowing the seeds for the tragedy that followed. By the time Ye Fan tried to bridge the gap months later, the initial warmth of her affection had cooled. Worse, a remarkably handsome suitor had begun pursuing her. The sight triggered the memory of her words, "I like handsome guys," striking Ye Fan like a physical blow. He masked his pain with a mask of icy indifference. Misinterpreting his sudden coldness, Fang Yoro sank into bitter disappointment. Stubborn pride prevented her from explaining that she actually despised her new pursuer. Ye Fan never asked, she never explained. They drifted apart again. A cascade of subsequent misunderstandings ensured they kept missing each other until the final, permanent severance. Fang Yoro died. Consumed by a desire for vengeance, Ye Fan used a forbidden soul-searching technique to harvest her remaining memories, searching for the culprit. In doing so, he uncovered her private diary. Page after page detailed her enduring love for him, written in the innocent prose of a young girl. The revelation shattered him. Though he slaughtered her murderers, the emotional scar lingered for centuries, buried deep beneath his path to power. But buried trauma is a ticking bomb. During his attempt to join the Tao, those repressed regrets erupted into a mental demon that nearly cost him his life. Now reborn, Ye Fan would never repeat those exact mistakes, yet the core of his stubborn personality remained intact. Fang Yoro's past comment about handsome men still dictated his strategy. High-level cultivators possess the ability to alter their physical form down to the genetic and cellular level, reshaping bone and muscle entirely. But achieving such a permanent, flawless transformation required advancing past the chi refining stage. Wang Haoran surmised that Ye Fan intended to manifest a perfect, breathtaking visage before formally courting her, meeting her perceived standards entirely. Since Ye Fan currently stagnated at the 5th layer of the chi refining stage, a direct approach was impossible. He would merely observe from the shadows. The hypothesis required very little time to verify. 2 days into his stay in Kingshu, as the evening sky deepened into twilight near the end of the high school's self-study period, Wang Haoran spotted his target. Throughout his stakeout, Wang Haoran utilized his perspective vision to monitor Fang Yoro during the day and trailed her discreetly at night until she safely reached her doorstep. When Ye Fan finally arrived, he was exposed instantly. A sleek black business car pulled up near the school gate. 3 individuals sat inside, a driver, a middle-aged man, and Ye Fan. The protagonist remained motionless in the rear seat, his gaze locked onto the school entrance. The evening bell chimed, signaling the end of classes. A wave of students flooded onto the streets. Fang Yoro's family enjoyed immense wealth, meaning a luxury vehicle always arrived to collect her after school. Clutching her textbooks tightly against her chest, the young woman stepped through the gates. Inside the business car, Ye Fan's expression softened drastically. The light in his eyes fractured into a complex vortex of conflicting emotions, ultimately settling into a profound, aching longing. Yet, he made no move to open the door, remaining frozen even as Fang Yoro vanished inside her family's car. "Master Ye, you came all this way for this girl," Yin Chi said from the front seat, his voice filled with confusion. "Why stay in the car?" "The timing is wrong," Ye Fan replied. He closed his eyes, his voice losing its customary, unshakable calm. A rare tremor of raw emotion crept into his tone, a subtle shift that only he and the man who possessed his memories could truly comprehend. Yin Chi leaned back slightly. "Then when is the right time?" "The day my name shakes the world." Ye Fan offered the answer without his usual hesitation, his mood lifting slightly. In the silence of his mind, a final promise took root. You wrote in your diary that you wanted your love to be a legendary hero, someone who would ride the colorful clouds to claim your hand. I know it was just a young girl's fantasy. You probably knew it too. But in this life, I will make your daydream real. Chapter 583. Fragrant Island Bound. The light in Ye Fan's eyes flickered, a restless current behind his pupils, before the energy converged into a cold, flat focus. He looked toward the front seat. Let's go. Where to, Master Ye? Yin Qi turned slightly, lines of confusion wrinkling his forehead. Fragrant Island, Ye Fan said. Why go all the way there? Ye Fan did not satisfy his companion's curiosity. He closed his mouth, letting a heavy silence fill the interior of the business car. The destination was a calculated choice rooted in the memories of his previous life. The handsome suitor who had relentlessly pestered Fang Yoro belonged to a prominent family on Fragrant Island. Although Fang Yoro had never allowed the man to take advantage of her, his constant interference had been a major catalyst in the misunderstandings that tore them apart. In this rebirth, Ye Fan intended to erase that problem before it could even manifest. Sensing the cold finality in the response, Yin Qi gave a quiet nod to the driver. The engine purred, and the vehicle merged smoothly into the evening traffic flow. Across the street, Wang Haoran retracted his gaze. A spark of genuine surprise flashed through his mind. His cultivation allowed him to perceive the entire conversation perfectly, tracking every syllable spoken inside the sealed cabin. Ye Fan's choices deviated from the expected trajectory. The assumption had been that the protagonist would cross the chi refining stage, alter his muscle and bone structure to match Fang Yoro's preference for handsome men, and then initiate a standard romantic pursuit. Instead, Ye Fan declared he would only show his face when his name shook the world. He had no intention of changing his appearance. The realization forced Wang Haoran to reevaluate. In the previous life, Fang Yoro had fallen in love with Ye Fan exactly as he was, an ordinary-looking youth. An immortal venerable possessed an unyielding, rigid pride. Ye Fan wanted her to love his authentic self, not a manufactured visage of genetic perfection. He wanted her devotion tied to his identity, not a beautiful mask. It was a psychological nuance Wang Haoran had failed to anticipate. Born with devastating good looks, he could not easily simulate the complex defense mechanisms of a plain-faced protagonist. Fortunately, the core strategy remained intact. Ye Fan was abandoning the field for the short term, leaving Fang Yoro entirely exposed. Wang Haoran slipped away from his vantage point. Over the past 48 hours, he had mapped the exact location of the Fang estate and memorized the daily route her family chauffeur utilized. The plan was ready. Sprinting through alleys to avoid public scrutiny, Wang Haoran moved at a velocity that rivaled a vehicle traveling at 60 miles per hour. Within minutes, he positioned himself along a quiet stretch of asphalt. A quick calculation indicated her luxury sedan would arrive in approximately 5 minutes, assuming traffic flowed normally. His eyes scanned the immediate surroundings for a prop, quickly locking onto a young mother pushing a fabric stroller toward the crosswalk. During his stakeout, Wang Haoran had memorized several rudimentary, but highly practical spells from his acquired repository. Among them was a mind-clouding technique. At the 5th layer of the chi refining stage, his spiritual reserves were more than adequate to fuel the magic, even if his lack of mastery made it useless against disciplined martial artists. Against an ordinary civilian, it was absolute. He focused his intent, throwing the confusion spell directly at the young woman. Her eyes glazed over slightly, her steps turning robotic. A mile down the road, his perspective vision picked up the approaching sedan. The vehicle maintained a steady pace of 30 miles per hour. Wang Haoran stepped toward the zebra crossing, acting the part of a casual pedestrian. The mesmerized woman stood a few yards away, the two of them appearing entirely disconnected. As the sedan closed the distance, Wang Haoran redirected his mental force, striking the driver's consciousness. The chauffeur possessed a stronger willpower, but the spell successfully induced a sudden, heavy wave of absence. That single second of distraction was all the window required. Just as the front bumper neared the white lines of the crosswalk, the young woman's hands went limp. The stroller slipped from her grasp, rolling directly into the path of the oncoming car. Wang Haoran lunged. He closed the gap in a blur of motion, his palms striking the frame of the stroller and shoving it backward onto the safety of the curb. The infant was safe. Wang Haoran, however, took the full impact of the sedan's front grille. The force threw him several yards through the air, sending his body tumbling across the asphalt. As the momentum slowed, he subtly adjusted his limbs, settling into a striking, tragic posture against the pavement. Crimson fluid pooled beneath his clothes, presenting the vivid image of a dying hero. The tires screeched to a halt. "Uncle Lee, what happened?" Fang Yoro called out from the rear seat, her book dropping to her lap at the sudden jolt. "Miss, I hit someone." The chauffeur's voice shook violently. He tore his seatbelt free and lunged out of the door toward the motionless body. Fang Yoro abandoned her texts, stepping into the cool evening air to investigate. When she reached the scene, she looked down at the victim. Wang Haoran lay flat on his back, eyes closed and features pale. Recognition struck her instantly. This was the exact boy she had observed outside her classroom 2 days prior. His striking features had left a distinct impression on her memory. The driver's trembling fingers dialed emergency services, his voice cracking as he reported the accident to traffic control. Fang Yoro knelt, her fingers pressing against the side of Wang Haoran's neck. A faint, steady pulse thrummed beneath his skin, bringing a wave of relief to her chest. Minutes later, sirens wailed in the distance. Paramedics bundled Wang Haoran onto a stretcher, while traffic officers reviewed the nearby surveillance footage. The recording laid out the sequence clearly: a mother's sudden negligence, a distracted driver failing to brake at a designated crossing, and a brave bystander who traded his own safety to fling a child out of harm's way. The officers openly praised the boy's selflessness, their faces clouded with genuine concern for his condition. Listening to their assessment, Fang Yuro felt a profound sense of admiration bloom. The handsome stranger from the corridor was not just attractive, he possessed a rare, heroic spirit. 2 officers escorted the driver away on suspicion of dangerous operation of a motor vehicle, while the remaining personnel prepared to follow the ambulance to monitor the boy's status. Driven by an intense anxiety for his survival, Fang Yuro climbed into her car and followed them directly to the hospital. Chapter 584. The White Angel. Paramedics wheeled Wang Haoran through the sterile hallways and rushed him straight into the emergency room. Outside, the heavy double doors clicked shut. Fang Yuro stood on the cold linoleum, her hands clenched tightly, as a traffic officer stood a few paces away, both of them staring at the frosted glass. An hour ticked by in agonizing silence. Finally, the red warning light above the frame flickered out. The door swung open, revealing the fatigued face of the attending physician. Fang Yuro and the officer stepped forward in unison, the question hanging in the air before they could even voice it. "He is out of danger," the doctor said, stripping off his surgical gloves. Relief washed over Fang Yuro, a breathless smile breaking across her face. The officer let out a long, grounded sigh. Orderlies rolled Wang Haoran out on a mobile gurney, his face pale under the fluorescent tubes, before guiding him into a quiet, semi-private ward. The doctor lingered by the chart at the nurse's station, glancing back at Fang Yuro. "Do you know the patient?" "No," Fang Yuro said, shaking her head. "But I will handle all of his medical expenses. Please, ensure he gets whatever he needs." The responsibility weighed on her. Her driver had caused the collision, and the heroic stranger had no identification on him. Until they could locate his family, leaving him without financial support felt entirely wrong. Though she was still a high school student without a formal income, money was a non-issue. Years of structured New Year's gifts from her wealthy relatives had accumulated into a savings account that comfortably reached 7 figures. Covering a hospital bill required nothing more than a swipe of a card. "Doctor," Fang Yuro murmured, walking alongside the physician toward the administrative desk. "Will there be any lasting injuries? Any permanent damage?" She remembered his striking face from the school corridor. It seemed incredibly cruel for a boy so young and handsome to suffer a lifelong disability because of a freak accident. With proper rest and rehabilitation, he should make a full recovery, the doctor reassured her, signing off on the chart. "The anesthesia will wear off shortly. Once he wakes, you can ask for his family's contact information, so they can take over his care." "Thank you, doctor." Fang Yuro walked back to the ward, pushing the door open with a soft click. Wang Haoran lay perfectly still under the white sheets. A pulse oximeter clipped to his finger beeped rhythmically, and electrodes mapped his steady vitals across a digital monitor. He looked entirely defenseless. She pulled up a plastic chair, settling into the quiet space beside the mattress. The initial rush of the accident had passed, leaving a heavy stillness in the room. For the first time, she actually looked at him. Outside the classroom, she had only caught a fleeting glimpse. Up close, his features possessed a flawless, chiseled symmetry that felt almost surreal. Her gaze lingered on the bridge of his nose, the sharp line of his jaw, and the dark lashes resting against his skin. A sudden wave of heat rushed to her cheeks. Embarrassed by her own scrutiny, she quickly averted her eyes to look at the blank television on the wall. But the room remained empty, and the boy was fast asleep. No one was there to judge her curiosity. Slowly, her eyes drifted back to his face, anchoring her thoughts, while she waited for the monitor to shift. Beneath his mask of deep unconsciousness, Wang Haoran remained fully alert. His eyes were closed, but his inner perception mapped every detail of the room, tracking the flush on Fang Yuro's cheeks and the rhythmic beep of the machinery. To ensnare a heroine of her caliber, a regular approach would never suffice. The impact from the sedan had been completely real. The force had vibrated his internal organs, sending a genuine spike of agony through his nervous system, and the crimson pooling on the asphalt had been his own blood. To an ordinary mortal, the trauma would have been fatal, but to a cultivator at the 5th layer of the chi refining stage, it amounted to a superficial flesh wound. He had simply manipulated his own pulse and breathing during the triage to mimic a dying patient, completely fooling the hospital's advanced diagnostic arrays. He needed an unbreakable anchor to tie himself to her life. According to Ye Fan's stolen memories, Fang Yuro's affection in the previous timeline stemmed entirely from a prolonged hospital stay. Ye Fan had sustained a severe beating while protecting her from local thugs, spending months in a recovery ward. Fang Yuro had stayed by his side, nursing him out of a sense of profound debt until gratitude transformed into love. Wang Haoran understood her psychology perfectly. Fang Yuro possessed an innate, deep-seated kindness, and she held an immense reverence for selflessness. This engineered accident served as the ultimate introduction, branding his character into her mind with an unforgettable first impression. Naturally, a high-tier heroine wouldn't offer her heart based on a single heroic deed. The real work began during the aftermath. In the original timeline, Ye Fan was a socially awkward, tongue-tied youth, yet he still managed to capture her heart during his convalescence. The primary reason was isolation. Fang Yuro lived a sheltered existence, deliberately maintaining a strict distance from the opposite sex. She had no close male friends, let alone a romantic history. When her heart first opened to the concept of romance, Yifan happened to be the only person standing in that vacant space, carrying the armor of a savior. Under those specific conditions, any decent boy with a shred of protagonist luck could have achieved the same result. Luck, however, was no longer a monopoly. Wang Haoran's villain destiny value had soared past 20,000 points, granting him a cosmic fortune that rivaled any child of destiny. He possessed the heroic narrative, the unyielding luck, and a romantic experience that left the primitive Yifan miles behind. More importantly, he possessed a weapon the protagonist completely lacked: absolute physical perfection. The trap was laid, but he still needed the final piece, an excuse to keep her in this room, instead of handing him over to guardians. He had listened to her conversation with the physician. The doctor wanted her to find his family. Wang Haoran waited a few more minutes, letting the silence deepen. Then, his fingers twitched against the cotton sheet. His chest rose with a sharp, ragged breath, and the heart monitor spiked, its rhythmic beeping accelerating to signal a return to consciousness. Fang Yoro leaned forward, her hand hovering over the mattress. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice a quiet, breathless whisper. Wang Haoran fluttered his eyelids open, his gaze unfocused and glassy. "Is this heaven?" he murmured, his voice cracking with a fragile weakness. "Am I dead?" "You're not dead," Fang Yoro said quickly, a gentle smile lifting her lips. "You're safe. This is just a hospital." Wang Haoran shifted his head, his eyes slowly locking onto her face with an intense, unblinking clarity. "The mortal world? How can there be an angel in the mortal world?" System notification. Hostess Fang Yoro's favorability has increased by 10 points. Total favorability, 40, very friendly. The words caught her completely off guard. Fang Yoro froze, her breath hitching in her throat as the realization dawned on her. He truly believed she was a celestial being. Compliments regarding her beauty were a daily occurrence, a constant white noise she had learned to tune out years ago. But those words had always carried the faint, oily trace of flattery or hidden motives. This felt entirely different. Her pulse quickened, a strange, erratic thumping echoing in her ears. A boy who had just escaped the jaws of death, speaking through a haze of pain and medication, had no capacity for calculated seduction. The words were entirely pure. "I'm not an angel," Fang Yoro said, her cheeks burning as she leaned closer to his bedside. "My name is Fang Yoro. We crossed paths at the school gates 2 days ago. Do you remember me?" Chapter 585. The Savior's Trait. The glassy fog in Wang Haoran's eyes cleared, the feigned disorientation melting away as his gaze sharpened. He tilted his head slightly, a spark of recognition crossing his features. "Oh, I remember now." He offered a weak, reassuring nod, his voice dropping to a soft murmur. "My name is Wang Haoran." Wang Haoran. Fang Yoro repeated the syllables under her breath, committing the rhythm of his name to memory. He shifted slightly against the stiff hospital pillows, casting a look of quiet confusion around the sterile room before locking his eyes onto hers. "But why are you here?" A wave of visible guilt washed over Fang Yoro. She lowered her head, her fingers tightening around the strap of her bag as she spoke cautiously. "Actually, it was my family driver who hit you. He usually drives with absolute care, and he has never had an accident before today. It was completely unintentional." She paused, drawing a tight breath before looking back up. "Of course, I don't expect you to simply forgive him. So many terrible mistakes in this world are entirely unintentional, but a lack of malice doesn't mean the victim shouldn't receive justice." Listening to her words, Wang Haoran found his understanding of the heroine shifting. Her kindness was undeniable, yet she lacked the blind, irritating self-righteousness of a classic saintly archetype. A quiet calculation ran through his mind. Her grounded perspective made perfect sense. In Yifan's original trajectory, this girl eventually embarked on the ruthless path of immortal cultivation. That journey was fraught with betrayal and cosmic trials. Without a resilient, practical core, survival was a mathematical impossibility. "It wasn't his fault," Wang Haoran said, his expression settling into a mask of noble magnanimity. Since the entire incident had been orchestrated by his own hand, holding a grudge against a puppet driver served no purpose. Fang Yoro let out a breath she seemed to have been holding for an hour. "Thank you for your understanding. Even if it wasn't expected, I am deeply grateful." She leaned forward slightly, her curiosity finally breaking through her formal reserve. "By the way, why did you fling yourself into the street like that to save the child? Weren't you afraid of dying?" "My first instinct was simply that the baby shouldn't be harmed," Wang Haoran replied, pitching his voice to sound perfectly earnest. There simply wasn't time to calculate the risks. It was the only logical answer. True acts of heroism occurred in fractions of a second, leaving no room for a cost-benefit analysis. Had he claimed he willingly traded his life out of pure righteousness, the narrative would have felt manufactured, revealing a hidden motive. Only historical sages operated on premeditated martyrdom, and sages were anomalies. The admiration in Fang Yoro's eyes deepened, her gaze warming significantly. Even as a pure reaction, it is incredibly rare. Very few people possess that kind of instinct. The trade-off, unfortunately, is that I nearly ended up in a coffin, Wang Haoran joked, a self-deprecating smile pulling at the corner of his lips. A look of mild disbelief crossed her features. "You are lying in a hospital bed covered in bandages, and you still have the spirit to crack jokes. They say a misfortune may prove to be a blessing in disguise. If a broken rib means I gain a new friend, then the price wasn't entirely wasted." He offered her a dazzling, albeit pale, smile. "Of course, that entirely depends on whether you are willing to be my friend. I could not ask for anything better, Fang Yoro said, her own smile blooming in response. Wang Haoran let out a soft chuckle, but the movement triggered a deliberate reminder of his role. He was supposed to be a critical patient fresh from the operating theater. He abruptly cut off his laughter, squeezing his eyes shut as a harsh, ragged cough tore from his chest. His face flushed a deep, unnatural crimson. Fang Yoro jumped up from her chair, panic flashing through her wide eyes as her hand hovered frantically over the emergency call button. Before she could press it, Wang Haoran's breathing stabilized. He sank back into the mattress, his skin turning a sickly, translucent white that perfectly mimicked severe blood loss. What is your family's phone number? Fang Yoro asked, her tone shifting to an urgent, practical focus as she glanced toward the darkened window. Let me call your parents. You need proper family support while you recover in the ward. The question brought an abrupt, heavy silence to the room. Wang Haoran turned his face toward the wall, a deep, engineered melancholy settling over his features. Realizing she had stepped on a hidden wound, Fang Yoro instantly softened her voice. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your personal life. It was really just. Please, don't contact them. Wang Haoran interrupted quietly, his tone flat and empty. They are currently in the middle of a bitter divorce. Neither of them cares whether I am breathing or dead. The explanation was vague, but the core implication hit its mark flawlessly. A profound surge of sympathy welled up in Fang Yoro's chest. She took a step closer to the bed, her voice laced with gentle reassurance. How can that be? No matter how difficult things get, parents always care for their children. I am just a person who belongs to no one, Wang Haoran murmured, staring blankly at the ceiling. If I vanished tonight, no one would notice the absence. Looking down at his crestfallen profile, Fang Yoro felt a sharp pang of heartache. A boy with such a stunning appearance and a heroic soul had been forced to grow up in the cold shadows of a fractured household. The fact that he remained so kind and brave despite his upbringing made his character seem infinitely more precious. The world is vast, she said softly, her voice filled with a fierce, protective warmth. There will always be someone who cares about your existence. Who? Wang Haoran turned his head back toward her, his eyes dark with a calculated, tragic sorrow. Who is left? The sudden question caught her entirely unprepared. She had no knowledge of his social circle, and the sheer vulnerability in his expression left her standard platitudes useless. Desperate to erase the bleakness from his face, the words tumbled from her lips before she could filter them. I do. I care about you. Wang Haoran froze, his eyes widening slightly as he stared at her in apparent shock. A bright, crimson blush erupted across Fang Yoro's cheeks. She quickly averted her gaze, her hands fluttering nervously as she sought a safer boundary. As a friend, I mean. We are friends now. Right. We are friends. The desolate weight in his expression lifted, replaced by the faint, fragile ghost of a smile. Fang Yoro let out a quiet sigh of relief, watching the tension leave his shoulders. But the resolution of one problem immediately highlighted another. If Wang Haoran refused to contact his relatives, who would manage his daily care? A professional private nurse? The thought crossed her mind, but she dismissed it just as quickly. Financial arrangements could secure physical assistance, but Wang Haoran's current condition required emotional solace, an anchor against his self-imposed isolation. A hired stranger could never provide that comfort. She weighed the choice for a brief moment before settling her shoulders with quiet resolve. Don't burden your mind with these things. Just focus on resting. I will take care of you during your stay in the hospital. Since we are friends, it is only natural that we support each other. But you have classes, Wang Haoran countered smoothly, maintaining his fragile, hesitant demeanor. I don't want my situation to disrupt your senior year studies. The third year is entirely dedicated to reviewing past material, and I have already mastered the curriculum, Fang Yoro explained, confident in her academic standing. Studying at this bedside won't alter my performance in the slightest. It won't affect my future. Then, I will be in your care, Wang Haoran murmured, offering a grateful, submissive nod. Don't mention it. Fang Yoro offered a parting wave as she stood up from the plastic stool, smoothing down her skirt. I need to head home briefly to gather some clothing and personal necessities. I will return as quickly as possible. I also need to explain the situation to my mother and father, but you don't need to worry, my parents are highly reasonable people. They will respect my choice. Chapter 586. Breakfast time. Wang Haoran nodded with a smile, letting a heavy wave of sleepiness wash over his face. After all, a patient fresh out of the emergency room could only sustain a long conversation for so long before it started looking strange. Now that Fang Yoro had fallen right into his routine, stretching the interaction any further would only ruin the act. Have a good rest, I will go home first, Fang Yoro said quickly, noticing his fluttering eyelids. Wang Haoran nodded, letting his eyes drift shut. Within moments, his breathing steadied into a rhythmic hum. Fang Yoro crept out of the ward, clicking the door shut with absolute care. The moment the latch snapped into place, Wang Haoran snapped his eyes wide open. Lying around doing nothing was incredibly tedious. He began digging through the stolen memories of Yafan, searching for spells accessible to someone with only half a chi refining period foundation. If he wanted to strengthen his combat effectiveness, this forced downtime was the perfect opportunity to practice. More than an hour slipped by before footsteps echoed in the hallway. Wang Haoran closed his eyes just in time. Fang Yoro gently pushed the door open, a rolling suitcase gripping her hand. A middle-aged couple followed closely behind her. The woman looked to be in her early 40s, Traces of time touched the corners of her eyes, but she maintained an undeniable elegance, offering a clear glimpse of her youthful beauty. Her features shared a striking 50% resemblance to Fang Yuruo. Beside her stood a tall, handsome man. These were clearly Fang Yuruo's parents. With genes like theirs, her stunning looks made perfect sense. Back at home, Fang Yuruo had explained the situation in full. Her parents deeply appreciated the young man's bravery and sympathized with his tragic family background, which made it easy to agree to her proposal. Still, they needed to see this heroic boy with their own eyes. Stepping into the room, the parents kept their distance so they would not disturb the sleeping boy, settling for a quiet, analytical look. Having been a handsome couple themselves in their youth, they were instantly amazed by Wang Haoran's appearance. The boy was exceptionally handsome. Mother and father Fang turned matching, suspicious glares toward their daughter. A sinking feeling told them that Fang Yuruo's eagerness to play caretaker came from something deeper than pure charity. Under the intense parental scrutiny, Fang Yuruo flushed. It took her a moment to catch their drift, and she quickly whispered a frantic explanation. Dad, Mom, I only met him once before this. It is not what you think. We did not say a word. Why are you so nervous? Mother Fang teased with a knowing smile. I just do not want you misinterpreting things. I am in my 3rd year of high school. I only want to study hard, and I will not be distracted by anything else, Fang Yuruo insisted, her expression turning dead serious. Do not be so rigid. Your mother has been through this, so I am very open-minded. Your father and I met back in middle school, after all. Mother Fang laughed softly, though her tone quickly turned guiding. Of course, I am not giving you permission to misbehave either. Keep a level head. Ultimately, the choice is yours. Mom, don't worry. Before I go to college, I will absolutely never fall in love. Blushing from ear to ear, yet fueled by her dream of entering a top-tier university, Fang Yuruo made her solemn vow. Daughter, I support you completely, Father Fang said, flashing a proud thumbs up. As a father, the mere thought of his daughter dating made him deeply uncomfortable. The later she became exposed to romance, the better. When certain things are meant to happen, nothing can stop them. Swearing oaths is useless. I swore an oath once too, Mother Fang muttered, shooting a playful, sidelong glance at her husband. Father Fang's eyes lit up with a sudden, triumphant spark. Memories of his youthful conquests rushed back, pumping an immediate sense of pride into his chest. Sensing a juicy backstory, Fang Yuruo leaned in with curious eyes. All right, we have seen him. Time to go back, Mother Fang announced, cutting off any chance for her daughter to interrogate them. She promptly escorted her husband out the door. Fang Yuruo let the curiosity simmer, filing the question away for another day. As a premium care suite, the private ward featured a companion bed right next to the patient. Fang Yuruo unpacked her luggage quietly, read her textbook for a short while, and finally drifted off to sleep when her eyelids grew heavy. The night passed in a flash. The next morning, Fang Yuruo woke up early, her strict high school biological clock ticking right on time. After a quick wash, she returned to her books. Beside her, Wang Haoran feigned a slow awakening. In truth, he had barely slept a wink, spending the entire night secretly refining his spells. The exhaustion on his face was purely manufactured to maintain the illusion of a fragile patient. Fang Yuruo set her book aside instantly, rushing to the bedside to inspect him. You look much better than yesterday. Delighted, she fetched a basin of warm water and gently wiped his face. What do you want for breakfast? I will go buy it. I have no appetite, Wang Haoran said, shaking his head. A critically injured patient demanding a heavy feast would look entirely unnatural, so he refused to order anything. Furthermore, having crossed into the qi refining stage, his reliance on physical food had plummeted. Spiritual qi replenished the vast majority of his bodily energy. While ordinary humans required 3 meals a day, he could easily survive for 3 days on a single meal. You cannot just skip meals. You need to eat at least a little bit, Fang Yuruo urged. I really do not want anything. Wang Haoran shook his head a second time. Realizing she could not force a stubborn patient to decide, Fang Yuruo gave up the interrogation and slipped out of the room. When she returned, she carried a massive spread of various breakfast items. She had avoided the hospital cafeteria entirely, opting for a nearby high-end hotel. Even though she had never asked about his financial status, Wang Haoran's effortless, noble aura proved he was no ordinary child. A wealthy young master would naturally possess a highly sensitive palate. Look, I bought a little bit of everything. Which one catches your eye? Fang Yuruo lined the takeout containers across the bedside table, popping the lids open one by one to reveal the steaming food. Wang Haoran glanced at the spread and simply shook his head again. No, you must eat, Fang Yuruo insisted firmly. She pinched a delicate piece of pastry with her chopsticks, steering it directly toward his lips. Wang Haoran had zero desire to eat, but since she was going to the trouble of hand-feeding him, he could tolerate a bite or two. He opened his mouth, letting her slide the pastry inside. Good boy, Fang Yuruo cheered, a bright grin breaking across her face. The praise sounded exactly like a mother rewarding a toddler. Wang Haoran swallowed the food, a distinctly bizarre feeling washing over him. Chapter 587. A breakthrough. The taste of the pastry was sweet, but the lingering sensation was undeniably bizarre. Wang Haoran chose silence, chewing his breakfast slowly and keeping his reaction entirely muted. Fang Yuruo watched him swallow the bite. A quiet wave of accomplishment washed over her, replacing her initial nerves. Yet, as the seconds ticked by and his silence stretched on, a heavy, awkward feeling settled in the room. What is wrong? Her voice dropped to a soft, concerned murmur. Are you unhappy? I only forced you to eat because it is good for you. Wang Haoran looked up, his eyes clouding with a complex, heavy gaze. When he spoke, his voice carried a faint, trembling sadness. How could I ever blame you? It is just, this is the first time anyone has ever treated me this well. I am not used to it. The words struck a chord. Fang Yoro felt an immediate pang of sympathy squeeze her chest. It was just a single bite of breakfast, yet he spoke as if a simple act of care was a rare luxury. What kind of painful, neglected life had he endured before this moment? Have your parents never cared for you? The urge to understand him overrode her hesitation, and the question slipped out before she could stop it. Wang Haoran let out a bitter, choked laugh. For as long as I can remember, they have been consumed by their business. They never had time for me. The only way they knew how to show love was by throwing money at me. But what use is money? They never understood what I actually needed. The grief in his voice was real, drawn from a genuine truth. Wang Xiang and Zhenli were always buried in work, rarely offering him their presence. His childhood memories were defined by a profound, echoing loneliness that persisted well into his teenage years. Listening to his confession, Fang Yoro realized their families shared a strange parallel, yet their upbringings were polar opposites. Her own parents worked demanding jobs, but they always prioritized her company. Her childhood had been a warm, carefree sanctuary. Wang Haoran, by contrast, seemed utterly miserable. His parents were wealthy, yet they had substituted presence with currency, leaving their marriage to fracture into an impending divorce. The pieces fell into place. The boy before her was simply starved for affection. No wonder a tiny gesture of kindness provoked such an emotional reaction. Fearing she might reopen deeper wounds, she quickly steered the conversation away from his family. What kind of shows do you like? She asked, reaching for the remote. Let me turn the television on for you. Wang Haoran shook his head gently. You should focus on your studies. I do not want to be a distraction, and I am really not in the mood for television anyway. All right then. She did not press the matter. After clearing the containers off the table, she pulled up a chair, opened her test prep books, and immersed herself in her schoolwork. Silence reclaimed the room, broken only by the scratch of her pen. A few minutes passed before she hit a wall. A particularly complex problem loomed on the page, causing her brows to knit together in frustration. In a classroom, she could easily ask a teacher. In a hospital room, she was entirely on her own. Wang Haoran noticed her tense posture. Did you hit a difficult problem? Would you like me to take a look? Fang Yoro blinked in surprise, her eyes locking onto his. I am not joking, he added with a faint smile, anticipating her skepticism. I am currently a university freshman. I survived the college entrance examination, and my scores were decent enough. Curiosity piqued, she leaned forward. If you do not mind me asking, what was your score? Nothing extraordinary. 691. He offered the number casually, as if it were a minor detail. Humanities or sciences? Humanities. 691 on the humanities track. Fang Yoro sat stunned. With a score that high in the liberal arts category, virtually every elite university in the country would have been begging him to enroll. Which imperial capital university did you choose? She asked, her respect growing by the second. The capital felt too distant, so I stayed local, Wang Haoran replied smoothly. I am studying at Qingling University. My home is right here in Qingling, after all. Fang Yoro nodded, her doubts evaporating. She lifted the heavy packet and handed the math section over to him. Wang Haoran schemed the problem, his eyes moving deliberately across the numbers. Without a moment of hesitation, he began explaining the underlying concept. He did not just provide a single solution. He mapped out 3 entirely distinct methods to solve the exact same equation. Any lingering suspicion that he was inflating his scores vanished instantly. Fang Yoro stared at him, rewriting her entire perception of the boy in the bed. This handsome, tragic youth from a broken home was not just a victim of circumstance, he was a genuine scholar. A wave of relief washed over her. The biggest drawback of studying in a hospital ward was the lack of academic support, but an expert tutor had just fallen into her lap. As the afternoon rolled on, whenever she encountered a conceptual roadblock, she turned to Wang Haoran. He never simply handed her the answers. Instead, he guided her thought process, breaking down complex theories until the logic clicked. By the time the sun began to dip below the horizon, the natural barrier between them had thoroughly dissolved. As twilight filled the room, Wang Haoran decided it was time to push the boundary a little further. Would you mind? He trailed off, his voice cracking with intense hesitation. Fang Yoro looked up from her notebook, sensing his distress. Just say it. We are friends now, there is no need to be so polite with me. To be honest, I have been trying to hold it in for a long time, Wang Haoran muttered, his cheeks coloring with a well-practiced flush of shame. I was too embarrassed to say anything, but I cannot hold it any longer. I need to use the restroom. The words hit her like a physical shock, and a deep flush crept up her neck. She had committed to taking care of him, but the practical, biological realities of nursing had completely slipped her mind. He had not mentioned the issue once since the previous night. A wave of self-reproach hit her. How could she have been so dense? Wang Haoran was a human being, not a statue. He could not move freely, which meant he was entirely dependent on her assistance for everything. Panic flared. Part of her wanted to rush out and locate a nurse, but she immediately checked herself. Wang Haoran was proud and sensitive. Forcing a stranger into the equation might shatter his dignity. She had given her word to watch over him. Was she really going to back out the moment things became uncomfortable? But the alternative required an intimacy she was entirely unprepared for. Sensing her internal paralysis, Wang Haoran sighed softly. Forget it. I will manage. No, absolutely not, Fang Yoro countered, shaking her head fiercely. Holding back that kind of urgency was not just uncomfortable, it was medically dangerous. You do not need to do anything embarrassing, Wang Haoran offered, softening his tone to put her at ease. If you can just support my weight and help me walk to the bathroom, I can handle the rest. Lying perfectly still had become tedious anyway, and he knew pushing her too far would only backfire. A gradual, calculated progression was far more effective. But your injuries are so severe, she whispered, her eyes wide with worry. Are you sure you can even stand? I know my own limits. Walking a few steps will be fine. Then let us try slowly. If it hurts, you stop immediately. Fang Yoro stepped up to the edge of the bed, extending her arms. Wang Haoran moved with deliberate, agonizing slowness, leaning heavily into her shoulder as they shuffled toward the adjoining bathroom. Once inside, she anchored her feet, keeping a firm grip on his waist to keep him steady, while instantly averting her eyes toward the tiled wall. Wang Haoran proceeded. The sound of splashing water echoed in the small space. Even without looking, Fang Yoro's imagination filled in the blanks, sending a burning wave of heat straight to her cheeks. She kept her gaze glued to the corner, her heart hammering against her ribs. After a long moment, the sound tapered off. She felt a slight tremor ripple through his frame as he finished. With the ordeal over, she carefully turned and guided him back out to the main room, easing his body back onto the mattress. By the time Wang Haoran was safely settled under the blankets, Fang Yoro was trembling from pure nervous exhaustion, fine beads of sweat glinting across her forehead. Chapter 588. Farewell, Choice. I am so sorry, it is really bothering you, Wang Haoran said, his voice laced with careful exhaustion. I said I would take care of you, it is okay. Fang Yoro shook her head, adjusting his pillow with practiced ease. Not long after, the floor doctor arrived for a routine examination. Running a small penlight over Wang Haoran's pupils and checking his vitals, the physician shook his head, utterly mystified. The patient's recovery speed was astonishing. The chart indicated severe trauma, but Wang Haoran had bypassed any actual bone fractures when faking his injuries. Instead, he had merely used his internal energy to mimic deep organ bruising. Achieving the 5th level of the qi refining period meant his skeleton was already denser and vastly stronger than an ordinary human's, making skeletal damage difficult to inflict on purpose. Treating minor internal trauma with a steady circulation of spiritual qi was far simpler, allowing the tissue to mend overnight. The doctor stared at the telemetry monitor, entirely unaware of the mystical cultivation at play. This is nothing short of a medical miracle. Brought back from the brink of death just yesterday, and today you are walking. Truly incredible. Fang Yoro beamed at the news, a heavy weight lifting from her shoulders. Still, a miracle did not mean an instant cure. True healing required time, and a discharge order remained a few days out. Over the next 2 weeks, the private ward became a world of their own. They spent every hour together. Whenever a complex calculus formula or analytical history prompt stumped her, she leaned over his bed, and Wang Haoran patiently dismantled the academic hurdles. They shared every meal from the same bedside tray. They slept in the same quiet room, separated by only a few feet of linoleum. Even the basic necessities required her steadying grip under his arm. The initial paralyzing embarrassment eventually melted away into a quiet, comfortable routine. Living in such intense proximity, Fang Yoro's internal affection for him quietly breached a critical threshold, deepening into a profound, subconscious attachment. Her hidden affection score surged directly to 50, marking the arrival of genuine, heartfelt love. Wang Haoran's physical condition improved with each passing day. Following a final morning check, the doctor clipped the chart to the foot of the bed. Everything looks pristine. We can have your paperwork processed for discharge within a day or 2. As the door clicked shut behind the medical staff, Fang Yoro turned from her desk, her voice dropping to a cautious murmur. Where are you going to go after you leave the hospital? I do not have a home anymore, Wang Haoran replied, staring blankly at the ceiling with a hollow, detached expression. It does not really matter where I go. Fang Yoro frowned, her heart aching at the bleakness in his eyes. She moved to the edge of his mattress. You are not even 20 yet. You are so young, and there is still such a long way to go. Please do not look at everything so negatively. She paused, searching for the right words to anchor him. You need to look forward to the future. Find things to anticipate, so you can feel a sense of hope in your life. Looking forward to the future? Wang Haoran tilted his head, his eyes empty and dazed. Like what? Fang Yoro thought for a moment, a soft blush warming her cheeks. For example, you might meet a beautiful girlfriend with a wonderful personality. Isn't a future like that worth waiting for? Who could possibly be foolish enough to like someone like me? Wang Haoran let out a sharp, mocking laugh. He had worn the mask of a broken, decadent teenager for so long that the self-deprecating words tumbled out effortlessly. To Fang Yoro, his bitter demeanor only triggered the deeply rooted protective instincts of her nature. She leaned closer, desperate to pierce through his stubborn melancholy. Please, have you even looked in a mirror lately? Don't you know how incredibly handsome you are? Plenty of girls would love to be with you, she insisted, her eyes wide with total sincerity. A sudden shift occurred in Wang Haoran's calculating mind. The opening was perfect. He locked his gaze directly onto hers, his voice dropping an octave. May I ask, what kind of boy do you like? Fang Yoro's pulse spiked instantly, her heart hammering against her ribs. The sudden transition from abstract advice to an intimate interrogation left her completely exposed. Joy flared deep within her, but a powerful instinct of modesty and teenage restraint forced her to push the emotion down. She looked away, attempting to shield her racing heart behind a wall of casual indifference. I do not care for handsome people anyway, she muttered. It was the classic, duplicitous armor of a young girl trying to protect her own vulnerability. In another life, she had told a boy named Yefan that she preferred handsome men, using the exact same tactic to keep her true feelings hidden. Back then, Yefan had foolishly taken her words at face value, entirely blind to the subtext. But Wang Haoran was a master of human nature, far too sharp to fall for the contradiction. You do not like handsome men? So you prefer ugly ones? Yes, Fang Yoro said, a small, nervous smile playing on her lips. I am just different from other girls. I can be ugly for you, Wang Haoran whispered, his gaze burning with intense affection. The confession struck her like a physical blow. The unspoken reality of their relationship was suddenly out in the open, and panic began to set in. Fang Yoro loved him, but the terrifying weight of transitioning from companions to lovers paralyzed her. High school graduation was months away, and she dreaded the academic distraction. More than that, she felt a profound, secret fear. She was a stubborn, absolute person. Once she committed her heart to someone, she would never look back. The terrifying thought of giving everything only to be abandoned left her feeling cold. In a modern world where devotion was so easily discarded, she treated love with an almost sacred dread. She simply was not ready to take the leap. I really cannot think about these things right now, she whispered, her fingers tightening around the fabric of her skirt. I just want to focus entirely on my studies. After the college entrance exams next June, if you still feel the same way. I understand, Wang Haoran interrupted gently, cutting her off before the promise could form. He forced a fragile, tragic smile to his lips, though his eyes remained profoundly hollow. I overstepped. Thank you for rejecting me so gently, but there is no need to sugarcoat it. A soul already covered in scars does not really feel another scratch. The utter despair in his voice made her chest tighten with a sharp, physical pain. She gasped for air, her lips parting to tell him the absolute truth, that she loved him, that her hesitation had nothing to do with rejection. But the terrifying choice that would follow kept her silent. She was trapped in her own unreadiness. She chose silence, telling herself she would confess everything the moment she received her university acceptance letter. She had already decided on her destination, Qingling University, the exact school he attended. An oppressive stillness descended upon the private ward. For the final 48 hours of his stay, an unspoken wall rose between them, and neither uttered a single word. The morning of his departure arrived in total silence. Fang Yoro processed the administrative paperwork, packed his meager belongings, and accompanied him out to the bustling street level of the hospital courtyard. I have been deciding where to go next, Wang Haoran said suddenly, breaking the quiet as they reached the curb. Fang Yoro spun around, her eyes wide. Where? Overseas, he replied casually. Abroad? To which country? I have no idea. Whichever flight is boarding first, I suppose. Once I land somewhere that feels livable, I will probably just stay there for good. Aren't you ever coming back? A sudden wave of panic cracked her voice. Probably not. Wang Haoran offered a faint, melancholy smile. He reached out, gently patting her shoulder in farewell. But I wanted to thank you properly. Taking care of me these past weeks, it was easily the happiest period of my entire life. I am deeply grateful to you. I will keep this beautiful memory in my heart forever. I truly hope you find someone who can stand by your side for the rest of your days. He watched her expression crumble, tracking the exact rhythm of her internal panic. He knew precisely why she had tried to postpone her answer. She assumed he would simply be waiting for her on the other side of the exam. By declaring his permanent departure, he was systematically destroying that safety net, forcing her into an immediate, high-stakes decision. If he waited until next June, the opportunity would grow cold. Fang Yoro stood entirely paralyzed, the blood draining from her face, until she looked as white as the hospital sheets. Her lips trembled, but the words remained locked behind a wall of sheer terror. As she struggled in silence, Wang Haoran stepped toward the edge of the curb, and raised his hand, flagging down a passing yellow taxi. The vehicle pulled over with a screech of brakes. He opened the rear door, his foot resting on the floorboard. Before sliding into the cabin, he paused, turned his head, and gave a small, tragic wave. Goodbye. He squeezed out one final, helpless smile, a perfect portrait of a boy resigning himself to a lonely destiny. To Fang Yoro, the sight felt like a dozen needles piercing straight through her heart. The car door slammed shut with a heavy thud. The taxi shifted into gear, indicator blinking as it prepared to merge into the dense, fast-moving morning traffic. A cold realization struck her. If she let that car disappear around the corner, she would never see Wang Haoran again for the rest of her life. The memories of their days in the quiet ward flashed through her mind in a chaotic blur. The shared meals, the late-night study sessions, his patient voice guiding her through her mistakes. The immense affection she had buried deep within her soul surged upward, breaking through her fear, her modesty, and her caution. The emotional dam broke entirely. Standing on the crowded curb, Fang Yoro finally made her choice. Chapter 589. Love from the Heart. The taxi merged into traffic, moving smoothly down the asphalt. The vehicle remained within sight, but the distance grew with every passing second. Fang Yoro let go of her suitcase handle. The heavy restraint holding back her heart vanished entirely. Straining every muscle, she lunged forward, sprinting down the pavement after the retreating car. A life of comfort left her ill-prepared for a footrace against horsepower. No matter how fast her feet moved, the gap widened. The curb offered no empty cabs to hail. She could only watch the yellow car drift further away into the morning haze. Losing her footing, she crashed hard onto the concrete. Pain flared in her joints, but she forced herself up instantly, ignoring the sting. Come back. Don't leave. I like you too. I really like you. Please, come back. Her voice tore through her throat, hoarse and desperate. The shout echoed over the roar of engines, but the taxi kept its steady pace, completely out of range. Within moments, the vehicle vanished entirely around a distant bend. The internal chime of a system mechanical voice broke through the void. System alert, host has driven the heroine Fang Yoro to profound grief. Rewarding 3,000 villain points. Fan's protagonist halo reduced by 150 points. Host's villain halo increased by 150 points. Tears spilled over her eyelashes, bursting forth like water breaking through a failed levee, scorching her cheeks. Her vision blurred into a smear of gray asphalt and passing taillights. Come back, please don't go. Fang Yoro collapsed onto the pavement, pulling her knees to her chest as deep, racking sobs took over her entire body. System alert, host has driven the heroine Fang Yoro to profound grief. Rewarding 3,000 villain points. Fan's protagonist halo reduced by 150 points. Host's villain halo increased by 150 points. System alert, host has driven the heroine Fang Yoro to profound grief. Rewarding 4,000 villain points. Fan's protagonist halo reduced by 200 points. Host's villain halo increased by 200 points. System alert, host has driven the heroine Fang Yoro to profound grief. Rewarding 5,000 villain points. Fan's protagonist halo reduced by 250 points. Host's villain halo increased by 250 points. System alert, heroine Fang Yoro's favorability toward the host has increased by 10 points. Total favorability is now 60. Current status, love from the heart. System alert, heroine Fang Yoro's favorability toward the host has increased by 10 points. Total favorability is now 70. Current status, deep devotion. System alert, host has majorly disrupted the established plot trajectory. Rewarding 10,000 villain points. Fan's protagonist halo reduced by 500 points. Host's villain halo increased by 500 points. Pedestrians slowed their pace, casting uncomfortable, sympathetic glances at the weeping girl. The sight of someone so beautiful crying with such raw, unshielded agony drew a small crowd. A few well-meaning strangers stepped forward, offering quiet words of comfort. Fang Yoro heard none of it. She kept her face buried in her hands, her lips moving against her palms, as she whispered the same broken refrain. Don't go. Come back. Why are you crying? The familiar, smooth cadence sliced through the street noise. Fang Yoro froze. Her breath caught in her throat. Wiping the moisture from her eyelids, she blinked until the distorted shape solidified. A handsome, familiar face hovered just inches away. The last of her restraint shattered. She threw her arms around his neck, locking her fingers tight behind his head as if the slightest drop in pressure would cause him to evaporate. They remained there on the sidewalk for a long moment, before she pulled back just enough to look at him, her voice a breathless plea. Do not go. Promise me you will stay. Okay? There is nothing left for me here, Wang Haoran replied, his expression guarded, pushing for absolute clarity before he dropped his leverage. Staying feels entirely pointless. He gripped her elbows, gently lifting her off the cold concrete. Can you not stay for me? Wang Haoran widened his eyes, mimicking utter disbelief. But you said, I actually love you too. Fang Yoro interrupted, the words tumbling out in a rush. I had too many fears, so I said the exact opposite of what was in my heart. The feigned tension melted from Wang Haoran's face, replaced by a flash of pure triumph. He pulled her flush against his chest, tilting her chin upward. The sudden movement caught her completely off guard. Awareness of the lingering onlookers flared, and her hands came up to press against his shoulders to push him away out of sheer modesty. Then his lips met hers. A wave of intense, blinding warmth swept away her remaining logic. The hesitation dissolved, replaced by a surge of pure tenderness that overthrew every defense. Her passive compliance shifted into a fierce, active response. She leaned into the embrace, matching his intensity as if trying to fuse their lives together right there on the street. When they finally broke apart, a handful of cheers and whistles erupted from the surrounding sidewalk. The sheer visual symmetry of the handsome young couple made the display impossible to resent. Fang Yoro's face burned scarlet. Unable to meet the eyes of the smiling strangers, she kept her forehead pressed against his collarbone, whispering urgently, "Let us get away from here." She tried to take a step, but her knee buckled. The hard tumble onto the pavement had scraped her palms raw, bruised her wrist, and split the skin beneath her skirt. A sharp wince crossed her features. Without a word, Wang Haoran swept her off her feet, lifting her into a firm bridal carry. He turned on his heel, striding back toward the buildings. Fang Yoro buried her face deep into the crook of his neck, hiding from the world. The steady thud of his footsteps continued for several minutes before coming to a halt. When she finally raised her head to look around, the familiar sterile scent of antiseptic hit her nose. They were back inside the clinic. Wang Haoran carried her straight into the trauma unit, requesting an immediate evaluation. A nurse quickly cleaned the abrasions and applied a soothing ointment. Fortunately, the damage was entirely superficial, leaving her with nothing but minor stings. Once the bandages were secure, Wang Haoran lifted her again, walking out through the automatic glass doors back to the main entrance where her rolling suitcase still stood sentry by the wall. "I can walk now," she whispered, her face warming. As comforting as his embrace was, the steady stream of curious glances from incoming patients was too much for her thin skin. "Put me down." Wang Haoran eased her feet onto the tile, keeping a hand on her waist until she balanced herself. "I saw you leave in that taxi," she said, looking up at him as she smoothed down her skirt. "What made you turn around?" The truth was a calculated play to force her confession, but his voice carried nothing but tender sincerity. "The car drove a few blocks and a sudden, unbearable weight hit my chest. I could not just run away. I told the driver to pull over because I wanted to slip back and catch one last glimpse of you from afar. The moment I walked back, I found you sitting on the concrete, crying. It is a good thing you came back," Fang Yoro said, wrinkling her nose with a touch of lingering resentment. "Otherwise, I might have just stayed out here and wept myself to death." Wang Haoran looked into her red, swollen eyes. "Why did you keep it hidden?" "We nearly lost each other permanently. My finals are months away, and I dreaded the distraction," she explained, lowering her gaze to her shoes. "And I was terrified. I kept thinking that if I gave you everything, you might simply grow tired of me and leave me behind in the future. If that is what you are worried about, then I should still leave," Wang Haoran said softly, his tone completely reasonable. "I have no desire to derail your education. How about I disappear for now, and come find you the moment you enter university next autumn?" "No." The word flew from her lips, the sudden volume surprising both of them. Having bared her soul, the option to retreat no longer existed. The confession had acted like a sweet poison in her veins, and he was the only possible antidote. The mere thought of enduring a year of absolute separation and homesickness was intolerable. Her naturally devoted temperament had taken the reins, and the eruption of love in her heart could no longer be contained. Chapter 590. Strike while the iron is hot. Wang Haoran anticipated this exact reaction. "Then why don't I stay in Kiangsu to accompany you?" He offered the suggestion smoothly, knowing full well that Fang Yoro was not the kind of selfish girl who would actually accept it. "I want you to stay here with me so badly, but you still have your own classes to attend." Fang Yoro smiled, a deep warmth flooding her eyes as she shook her head. "I cannot be that selfish. You belong back at your university." She paused, her voice turning soft and filled with determination. "My plan is still to earn admission to Qingling University next summer. I will join you there. Right now, you are just on a temporary leave of absence, correct?" "Yes, a few complicated matters popped up, so I took some personal time to clear my head. I was feeling a bit restless that day, which is why I wandered over to your campus for a stroll." Wang Haoran leaned in closer, his gaze locked tightly onto hers. "I never expected that a simple walk would lead me straight to the angel who would restore endless hope to my life. Perhaps the heavens saw how miserable I was and sent you down to rescue me." System alert, host has stirred the heroine Fang Yoro's heart, rewarding 2,000 villain points. A tremor went through her chest. Unable to hold his burning gaze, she dropped her chin, her voice barely a whisper. "I am just an ordinary high school girl. You make me sound far too grand. No, to me, you are the absolute angel of my destiny." He reached down, folding her small hand completely inside his own. The words tasted like pure honey, filling her with an overwhelming sweetness. Yet, a sudden realization sparked in her mind. She raised her eyes, studying his flawless features. "You are exceptionally handsome, Haoran. There must be countless girls who adore you. Are you certain none of them were angels too?" A sharp jolt of surprise hit his mind. Her intuition was unnervingly accurate. In truth, a small army of angels currently surrounded his life. But his composure remained flawless. Not a single muscle in his face twitched as he offered a calm, steady smile. "Perhaps there are others out there, but you are the very first angel who ever forced her way inside my heart." If he had claimed that absolutely no other women pursued him, she would have dismissed it as a blatant lie. With a face like his, a line of girls would gladly queue up for the chance to be broken-hearted. By offering a more balanced admission, he managed to satisfy her while quietly delivering a necessary defense. After all, she would inevitably cross paths with the rest of his social circle in the future. The answer hit the mark. A quiet sense of pride bloomed in her chest. Subconsciously, the thought took root: she had triumphed over every other girl in his orbit. The triumphant joy completely distracted her from demanding a list of names. With their affection out in the open, Wang Haoran settled into a routine in Kiangsu. He informed her that he had secured a quiet homestay right down the street from her high school, ensuring they could meet at a moment's notice. The truth was, the rental was a brand new arrangement, but he shifted the timeline to make it appear as though he had planned it from the very start. Whenever the afternoon bells signaled a break in her schedule, Fang Yoro slipped past the campus gates to find him. For the first 48 hours, they kept to the public paths, wandering through the quiet, tree-lined avenues near the school. Gradually, their walks drifted toward the isolated corners of the neighborhood, where the foot traffic thinned to nothing. Wang Haoran pushed the boundary further with each passing hour, stealing quiet embraces and soft kisses. Shielded by her growing devotion, her resistance crumbled into shy, breathless compliance. As the intimacy escalated, his approach shifted from gentle courtship to deliberate action. The old adage about a gentleman maintaining a respectful distance vanished entirely. He was no gentleman, and his hands moved with purpose. Every shared embrace left her more breathless and pliable than the last. Eventually, he used a casual excuse to guide her up the steps and into the rented homestay. The familiar routine began on the sofa, but the temperature in the room climbed rapidly. A sudden, sharp instinct flared in her mind. She realized that if she let the momentum carry them any further, she would cross a line from which there was no return. She pressed her palms against his chest, bringing the encounter to a sudden halt. She simply was not ready yet. She needed time to process the sheer speed of everything. Wang Haoran did not force the issue, backing away instantly with an understanding smile. Still, his internal clock was ticking. His previous spiritual coupling with Ning Aoxiu had yielded massive breakthroughs, driving his cultivation base to new heights. His weeks in Kyangsu had stalled that progress, starving his advancement in an environment devoid of spiritual catalysts. Now that his bond with Fang Yoro had reached a fever pitch, he needed to finalize the connection. This was not merely a pursuit of physical pleasure, his advancement depended on it. He just required her total compliance, which meant she needed to absorb the fundamentals of a specific spiritual technique. He crafted a smooth lie, claiming he had stumbled upon an ancient, esoteric breathing exercise that promised to unlock actual spiritual refinement. Fang Yoro scoffed at the idea initially, dismissing the concept of immortality as nothing but fairy tales and folklore. But Wang Haoran deployed a masterclass of gentle coaxing and playful manipulation, slowly wearing down her skepticism until she finally gave her consent. The afternoon dissolved into a storm of shared breath and shifting energy. System alert, host has fully claimed the heroine Fang Yoro for the first time, rewarding 18,000 villain points. Fang Yoro's heroine halo reduced by 900 points. Yefan's protagonist halo reduced by 900 points. Host's villain halo increased by 1800 points. The sheer volume of points shattered his previous records. As the sole heroine of an immortal venerable reincarnation narrative, her spiritual value was unparalleled. More than the points, his internal energy experienced an immediate, violent surge. The breakthrough tore through the barrier separating his currents, catapulting his cultivation from the 5th stage of the qi refining period straight into the 6th. To an ordinary practitioner, bridging that single layer would require years of agonizing, unbroken meditation, even in a world brimming with pure spiritual energy. Of course, natural prodigies always defied the standard rules. Ye Fan was exactly that type of anomaly. Even trapped on a mundane world like Blue Star with a depleted atmosphere, a reincarnated master possessed shortcuts. Left to his own devices, the protagonist would likely scale a new tier of the qi refining stage every few months. Wang Haoran kept his guard up. Protagonists thrived on sudden, unexplainable strokes of good fortune. The global atmosphere was thin, but hidden pocket dimensions and untouched spiritual sanctuaries undoubtedly existed across the planet. According to the grander trajectory of the narrative, Yefen would eventually outgrow this world entirely. Leaving the planet required a physical vessel strong enough to withstand the vacuum of open space, a feat far beyond the limitations of the qi refining stage. Therefore, Blue Star had to harbor the specific resources necessary to fuel that cosmic ascension. The urgency to grow stronger pressed heavily on his mind. He needed to dominate the cultivation rankings, strip away those hidden resources before the protagonist could locate them, and choke out his growth. Once his own power surpassed the thread of the soul fire hidden within Ye Fan's divine consciousness, he could execute the boy permanently, erasing the danger forever. He pulled his mind back to the immediate surroundings, shifting his focus to the girl resting beside him. Traces of moisture still glistened at the corners of Fang Yoro's eyes, lingering evidence of the intense spiritual storm that had just passed over them. Yet, her lips remained curled into a soft, blissful curve of total contentment. She was completely adrift in the peaceful aftermath, oblivious to the grand cosmic calculations running through his mind. Wang Haoran drew a sharp breath, widening his eyes in simulated astonishment. This is incredible. That ancient exercise, it is actually real. I can feel a distinct, warm current swirling right inside my danchin. Chapter 591. Immortal Cultivation Talent. After Wang Haoran's reminder, Fang Yoro recovered from the afterglow. True or false? Of course it's true. Wang Haoran snapped his fingers to convince her. A small cluster of flames emerged from his fingertips, disappearing in a flash. He wanted her to believe, so he showed a little, but not too much ability, avoiding scaring her. Moreover, revealing too much might make her suspicious. The small, flashing flames were just right. Fang Yoro was stunned when she saw the miraculous scene. She originally thought that Wang Haoran was talking nonsense, and that his purpose was just to deceive her. Unexpectedly, it was true. She didn't think it was magic, because at the moment when the cluster of small flames erupted, she felt the heat of a true flame. Hurry up and feel it. Is there any change? Wang Haoran urged. Fang Yoro listened to his words and felt it carefully. Soon, a surprised and unbelievable look crossed her face. I feel a magical energy in the danchin in my lower abdomen. Spread it all over the body, Wang Haoran pointed out. Fang Yoro nodded, followed suit, and quickly expressed her feelings. It's warm and comfortable. That's right. Wang Haoran smiled, then took her pulse and probed slightly. After a moment, he frowned. Fang Yoro was just an ordinary person before, but after the initial training, a lot of spiritual energy was actually generated in her body. There was even a faint sign of breaking through to the first level of the qi refining stage. Wang Haoran was stunned. Ning Aoxiu had also practiced, and it seemed that she had practiced nearly 10 times, but her improvement was far from that of Fang Yoro. Ning Aoxiu was a martial arts genius, but Fang Yoro was more savvy than her. Wang Haoran was surprised for a moment, and then the realization hit him. Fang Yoro, the single heroine in Ye Fan's main storyline, would embark on a journey of cultivating immortals in the future. From the perspective of Fang Yoro in her previous life, her achievements were not low. The title of Fairy Yoro did not only mean that she was beautiful. After all, if a cultivator reached a certain level of cultivation, they could change their appearance. Therefore, there were many handsome men and beautiful women among the cultivators. Fang Yoro's appearance was still conspicuous even among many female cultivators without changing her appearance, but that was not enough. The more important part of the title came from strength. Her strength in the previous life was not weak at all. If she didn't die, she could definitely change from Fairy Yoro to Yoro Immortal Venerable. It was clear that Fang Yoro's talent and understanding of immortality were definitely not low, only a little weaker than Yafan. But even so, it was amazing enough. After judging this, Wang Haoran quickly said, then try and see if you can gather the spiritual energy in a specific place. For an ordinary person, having the spiritual energy just now was actually very difficult to control. Like babies learning to walk, it was a bit tough. But if Fang Yoro had extraordinary talent, Wang Haoran naturally couldn't treat her with the standard of ordinary people. Well, I'll try. Fang Yoro nodded, looking a little dazed. Where do I gather the spiritual energy? This spiritual energy can actually be used for treatment. If you feel uncomfortable, you can gather the spiritual energy somewhere, and then use it to nourish the treatment. This is more effective than any panacea, Wang Haoran reminded. Hearing this, Fang Yoro thought for a while. Before chasing Wang Haoran, she broke her knee and ripped some skin on her palm. After using the medicine for the past few days, the pain had almost subsided, leaving only a little discomfort. Fang Yoro wanted to use spiritual energy to treat these, but soon felt that another place needed to be treated with spiritual energy. As this thought arose, her face showed some ruddy warmth, and then she silently circulated her spiritual energy. Soon, she felt a lot relieved. When Wang Haoran put his hand on Fang Yoro's wrist, he could sense the trajectory of her true qi. Originally, he was thinking to see if she could do it easily and gather spiritual energy for treatment. But inadvertently, he found out where Fang Yoro was treating. No wonder she blushed inexplicably just now. That was right. Wang Haoran wanted to make fun of her, but he didn't bother because Fang Yoro was concentrating on using her spiritual energy at the moment. After a while, he noticed that she had returned her spiritual energy to her danshin. Wang Haoran subconsciously looked at her with perspective and immediately found that the redness and swelling had almost disappeared without a trace. Really worthy of a genius cultivator. 1 point, and she understood. Wang Haoran was amazed. Fang Yoro's feelings were even deeper. She only felt that her worldview had been turned upside down. She asked Wang Haoran curiously, where did you get the cultivation technique from? I went on a trip before and fell off a cliff by accident, but I didn't die. I entered a cave by accident, and I got it by accident. Wang Haoran started talking nonsense in a serious way. Fang Yoro was stunned for a moment, but she didn't doubt it. She just felt that Wang Haoran's experience was very strange, and then she looked forward to it, unable to help asking, then, can immortals be immortal? According to legends, you can live forever. Even when your cultivation reaches a certain level, your body can traverse the void and travel the universe, Wang Haoran said. Fang Yoro was very fascinated, but she felt that it was too far away. It must be very difficult to reach this state, right? As long as you practice hard, it will not be difficult, and one day we can do it. Then we can be together forever and ever. Wang Haoran drew a big cake for Fang Yoro. Of course, this big cake was not fake, and could really be eaten. Fang Yoro didn't really yearn for power, but she was very longing for Wang Haoran's promise of being together forever. Every human being has to go through birth, old age, sickness, and death, and two people who love each other will eventually face parting from life and death. But if you are cultivating immortals, you can break these restrictions. Wang Haoran saw the longing on Fang Yoro's face. He suddenly blinked at her and said, let's continue cultivating immortals, shall we? Fang Yoro wanted to say that there were still classes in the afternoon and studies were important, so she couldn't delay. But with the words on her lips, she suddenly thought this was a little ridiculous. In the past, she wanted to get into a good university, which was her dream. But when her worldview was overturned, the dream also changed. Everyone could cultivate immortals, so was it still important to study? That was just a waste of time. Her grades for the top universities over there brought some pressure, but going to Qingling University was still very stable, and there was no need for the slightest pressure. If that was the case, why not use this time to do something more meaningful? After thinking about it clearly, Fang Yoro nodded to Wang Haoran with a blushing face. Okay, she said softly. Chapter 592. New plan. Over the next few days, Wang Haoran spent most of his time cultivating alongside Fang Yoro. Not long after breaking through to the 6th floor of the qi refining stage, faint signs of the 7th floor already began to emerge. The speed was nothing short of breathtaking. Fang Yoro's improvement was equally remarkable. Stepping out of the realm of ordinary mortals, she steadily entered the first level of the qi refining stage. No one should underestimate this initial threshold. A cultivator at this level possessed enough raw power to slam a great master of Huajin's strength right into the ground. With her current strength, she could already stand on equal footing with Ning Aoxiu. When Wang Haoran introduced a few entry-level spells for her to learn, her natural talent left him utterly dumbfounded. She mastered the basic techniques in an instant, a display of raw comprehension that actually made him feel a twinge of shame. Then again, some things simply could not be helped. He was a wealthy, second-generation villain, inherently lacking the innate talent and deep understanding required for traditional immortal cultivation. Fortunately, The Devil Emperor's inner canon demanded no such natural gift. Without it, embarking on this journey would have been a nearly impossible feat. Still, her high comprehension was a massive benefit for him. In the world of cultivation, having a master to guide the way was entirely different from stumbling around in the dark. Progress with a guide was undeniably faster. Fang Yoro was the type of genius who could practically teach herself without a master. Once she mastered a technique, he could easily turn around and ask her for advice. In just a few short days, he managed to pick up several more entry-level spells through her. At the same time, another thought occupied his mind. He practiced the Devil Emperor's inner canon because it was the most suitable exercise available within Ye Fan's stolen memories. For Fang Yoro, however, a far better option existed. The path she currently followed in the Devil Emperor's inner canon did not need to be her primary focus. It could serve as a perfect auxiliary exercise, while she chose a main technique better suited to her unique constitution. That ideal technique rested safely inside Ye Fan's memories. To be precise, it was a method Ye Fan had obtained in his previous life by searching Fang Yoro's memory after her tragic death. That specific technique had allowed her to rise as the famous fairy Yoro. If not for her untimely demise, she would have undoubtedly ascended from a fairy to a full immortal venerable. Reaching the calamity transcending stage proved just how terrifyingly powerful the technique truly was. Having copied Ye Fan's memories, Wang Haoran knew the method by heart. It was called the Nine Heavens Misty Judgment. Compared to the Kingdi longevity art, this technique lacked harsh initial requirements and could be practiced immediately at the first level of the chi refining stage. He wanted to start instructing her on the Nine Heavens Misty Judgment, but a small worry lingered in the back of his mind. What if her understanding was too profound, and her cultivation ended up surpassing his own? If she became stronger than him, she would possess the power for domestic violence. Though she would likely never raise a hand against him, he had no desire to experience a dynamic where the woman was strong and the man was weak. On the other hand, he deeply anticipated a different scenario, seeing her cultivation skyrocket until she completely surpassed Ye Fan. Following his rebirth, Ye Fan's immortal venerable soul consciousness was significantly weakened, yet it remained a formidable threat. If pushed to desperation, Ye Fan could burn his immortal soul to temporarily send his cultivation base skyrocketing. The soul fire unleashed by a burning immortal venerable meant certain doom for any cultivator beneath that rank. Naturally, burning his soul would wipe Ye Fan out completely. But Wang Haoran had no intention of dying with him, nor did he want to suffer severe, permanent injuries that would leave him with lifelong sequelae. To completely erase Ye Fan under safe conditions, one theoretically needed the power of an immortal venerable in the transcending tribulation period. But the path of cultivation was long, and traveling from the chi refining stage to the calamity transcending period required an immense amount of time. It had taken Ye Fan 1,000 years to transform from a mortal into an immortal, arriving just one step away from joining the path. It took the extreme heaven Devil Emperor roughly 800 years of practicing the Devil Emperor's inner canon to achieve the same rank. Wang Haoran refused to wait that long. If Ye Fan could be prevented from burning his soul in a final, desperate struggle, then destroying him ahead of schedule became entirely possible. But if Wang Haoran was the one delivering the fatal blow, Ye Fan would undoubtedly choose mutual destruction. After combing through the man's memories, Wang Haoran knew with absolute certainty that a ruthless character like Ye Fan would do exactly that. If Ye Fan chose not to burn his soul, everything became simple. But was such an outcome even possible? Of course it was. If the person executing Ye Fan was Fang Yoro, would he really fight for his life? Wang Haoran was positive that Ye Fan could never bring himself to harm her. After rebirth, she was his greatest obsession. How could he bear to kill her, even if she was the one trying to take his life? Ye Fan was not the type to slaughter his loved ones to prove his Tao. Fang Yoro was the sole heroine of his entire life story. In his heart, she mattered far more than his own survival. To execute this plan, her cultivation level had to be high enough. If she stuck solely to the Devil Emperor's inner canon, her progress would never match Ye Fan's speed. After all, Ye Fan's current starting line was already at the 5th floor of the chi refining stage. But if she used the Devil Emperor's inner canon as a supplement, while majoring in the Nine Heavens Misty Judgment, she stood a real chance of overtaking him. Furthermore, Wang Haoran's current cultivation surpassed Ye Fan's. As long as he hid his murderous intent, Ye Fan would never think to burn his soul for a mutual demise. In other words, while Wang Haoran could not safely kill him yet, he could easily suppress him. In Ye Fan's main storyline, several cultivation adventures awaited. As long as Wang Haoran intercepted those opportunities, he could slow Ye Fan's progress to a crawl while funneling those exact resources to Fang Yoro. Currently, Ye Fan remained unable to practice the Kingdi longevity art due to a severe lack of resources. The Nine Heavens Misty Judgment naturally allowed for a much faster pace than Ye Fan's basic chi entrainment technique. Surpassing Ye Fan was merely a matter of time for her, and that time would not be long. The more Wang Haoran mapped out the strategy, the more feasible it felt. The only remaining concern was the threat of domestic violence. But upon deeper reflection, the chances of her actually outgrowing his own power were slim. The spiritual energy on Earth was incredibly thin, heavily restricting standard cultivation speeds. The Devil Emperor's inner canon he practiced, however, remained unaffected by the barren environment. The only factor influencing his speed was the number of women by his side. The standard cultivation speed of the Nine Heavens Misty Judgment alone could never compete with the raw efficiency of the Devil Emperor's technique. Even though Fang Yoro used the Devil Emperor's inner cannon as an aid to boost her primary technique, that secondary growth remained entirely under his control. Once her strength safely surpassed Ye Fan's, he could simply pause their dual cultivation sessions. In that manner, she would remain strong enough to handle Ye Fan, yet perfectly manageable for him. Every single problem was solved. Chapter 593. True Devotion. Wang Haoran finally cleared up his thoughts. In a thoroughly good mood, he leaned in and began explaining the details of the Nine Heavens' misty judgment to Fang Yoro. She listened with intense focus. To her surprise, after hearing the complex verses just once, she memorized every single word perfectly. The sudden mental sharpness left her blinking in confusion. Her memory had always been excellent, but it had never been flawless. Why do I feel like my mind is so much sharper than before? She asked, looking up at him in amazement. Once you enter the chi refining stage, you cross the threshold to become an entry-level cultivator, Wang Haoran explained, adjusting his position on the couch. Your body undergoes a complete transformation. You become immune to mundane diseases, and you develop a photographic memory. Having experienced these changes firsthand, he spoke with absolute certainty. That's incredible. A brilliant smile broke across her face. That means I only need to read a textbook once to memorize it all. No more staying up late to cram for exams. My study time will drop drastically, which leaves me with so much extra time to. She suddenly trailed off, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink as she looked away. Wang Haoran nudged her shoulder playfully. Extra time to do what? To miss you. The days they had spent entangled together had stripped away much of her initial shyness. Even though a vibrant blush still stained her face, her voice remained steady and calm. Under normal circumstances, such a sweet confession would have triggered another passionate storm from Wang Haoran. But today, despite a strong flutter in his chest, he kept his composure. A heavy note of reluctance colored his voice. I have to return to Qingling tomorrow. Fang Yoro froze. She had fully braced herself for his usual physical advances after her confession, but his words caught her completely off guard. The joy and anticipation faded from her eyes, replaced by a sudden frown. Are you leaving so soon? I received a call from my parents this morning. Wang Haoran lied smoothly, fabricating a seamless excuse. They told me they've called off the divorce. As long as I go back, they're willing to settle down and live a peaceful life together. He had already spent nearly 20 days in Kaingsu, a far longer absence than he had originally planned. A massive circle of heroines awaited him back in Qingling. If he left them unattended for too long, the primary protagonist might swoop in and target them. He could not afford to take that risk. Fortunately, his relationship with Fang Yoro was now set in stone. When he had staged that dramatic goodbye days earlier, her suppressed emotions had exploded, driving her affection level up to 70, the threshold of deep love. Later, he had quietly activated his charm aura to add another 10 points. Combined with the daily intimacy of their dual cultivation, her affection had climbed a final 10 points. Her current affection score stood at a permanent 90, a bond unbroken until death. Even if Ye Fan attempted to undermine the relationship, he would find an impenetrable wall. Your parents are reconciling? That's wonderful news. Fang Yoro offered a genuine smile, thrilled for his family's happiness. Yet, the impending separation quickly cast a melancholy shadow over her features. Wang Haoran wrapped an arm around her, drawing her close. The moment I find a free slot, I'll fly right back to Kaingsu to see you. Even when I'm away, I'll think about you every day. 100 times, 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times a day. MMH. I'll miss you too, she whispered, leaning into his chest. I'll think about you 20,000 times. Despite her deep reluctance, she nodded obediently and forced a sweet smile. She was still a student, making it highly impractical to abandon her studies and leave the city. Even if she tried, her parents would demand a massive explanation. She could hardly explain to her traditional parents that high school no longer mattered, because she was busy becoming an immortal. The concept was far too bizarre to introduce, and Wang Haoran had strictly forbidden her from sharing the secret. A brief, heavy silence settled over the room. With parting staring them in the face, words of farewell felt hollow. Actions spoke much louder. When their eyes met, the mutual spark of passion was unmistakable. Without a word, they pulled each other into a fierce embrace, expressing their love through raw action. This time, their intimacy had nothing to do with cultivation metrics. It was a pure, unfiltered expression of affection before a painful separation. Fang Yoro cast aside all remaining restraint, eagerly meeting his every demand, no matter how intense or excessive the requests became. She did not even request protection, a detail Wang Haoran had deliberately engineered. He truly wanted to see if this encounter would bear fruit. Ye Fan's obsession with Fang Yoro ran incredibly deep. If the legendary protagonist eventually conquered the world, only to return to his beloved and find this specific surprise waiting for him, how would he react? At the very least, Ye Fan's Dao heart would shatter into pieces. The path to immortality demanded absolute clarity and an unshakable mind. If his mental foundation cracked, his cultivation would stall permanently. Wang Haoran deeply anticipated that glorious day. Of course, the entire plan hinged on a successful pregnancy. If she did not conceive, the scheme would yield nothing. But even without a child, the missed opportunity would not harm his broader goals. It was simply a low-risk gamble, a casual test of his luck. The following morning arrived far too quickly. Wang Haoran quietly left Kaingsu and boarded his flight back to Qingling. Fang Yoro purposely stayed behind, terrified that watching him walk through the airport gates would make it impossible to let him go. While Wang Haoran was mid-air, significant shifts were already occurring back in Qingling. 20 days was a massive window of time, more than enough for the local status quo to fracture. For starters, Qin Fan's severe injuries had completely healed, allowing him to be discharged from the hospital. More importantly, a bizarre new hope had entered his life. Qin Fan had previously fallen victim to a brutal conspiracy. His manhood had been severed, his dantian shattered, and his mind left entirely broken by the dual trauma. The devastating losses had wiped out his will to live, leaving him a hollow shell. But at his absolute lowest point, his loyal medical apprentice arrived. The apprentice, an elderly man surnamed Xiao, was the very instructor who had taught Xiao Yifeng his medical arts. When the elderly Xiao had first discovered a completely deranged Xiao Yifeng wandering Qingling, he had found himself utterly helpless. In desperation, he traveled deep into the mountains to beg his master, Qin Fan, for aid. At the time, Qin Fan examined the patient and confirmed a cure was possible, but it required a list of incredibly rare, mythical herbs. The elderly Xiao had immediately traveled the globe to track down the legendary ingredients. Despite facing endless obstacles and dangerous terrain, his relentless efforts finally paid off. His frantic search forced him into treacherous swamps, ancient forests, and uncharted mountain peaks. He even resorted to robbing ancient tombs to secure the rarest specimens. During one specific tomb excavation, the elderly Xiao stumbled upon a massive discovery, the pristine remains of an ancient land immortal. A land immortal who reached the absolute pinnacle of martial arts could preserve their physical body from decay for centuries after death. According to the tomb's historical tablets, this particular immortal had been castrated at a young age to serve as a palace eunuch. Yet, strangely enough, the corpse showed absolutely no physical defects. Initially, the elderly Xiao assumed the historical records were a fabrication. However, a meticulous search of the burial chamber revealed a hidden martial arts manual titled The Mushin Secret Records. The manual explained the grand mystery. The eunuch had successfully regenerated his missing limbs purely by mastering the advanced techniques detailed within the Mushin Secret Records. Fascinated by the discovery, the elderly Xiao smuggled the immortal's remains and the manual to a secure, isolated location. He spent days studying the texts to unlock the secrets of physical regeneration. Unfortunately, his personal comprehension proved too limited to grasp the advanced concepts. Furthermore, the manual listed a terrifyingly absolute prerequisite for practicing the technique. The cultivator had to willingly castrate themselves before training could begin. The elderly Xiao naturally lacked the courage to slice away his own manhood, leaving the manual entirely useless to him. But for a man who had already lost everything, the text was a miracle. Chapter 594. A Dangerous Invitation. The rare medicinal herbs rested safely in the old man's bag when he finally tracked down Qin Fan. He laid out the grim details of the land immortal's tomb and presented the weathered pages of the Mushin Secret Records. Hope, long dead and buried, sparked to life in Qin Fan's chest. The ancient text explicitly promised a path to restore a shattered dantian. More importantly, it guaranteed that his lost manhood could grow back. The elderly Xiao carefully watched his master's sudden excitement, clearing his throat to offer a blunt warning. Master, the core prerequisite for this technique, it requires the cultivator to be a eunuch. Qin Fan let out a bitter, hollow laugh and quickly explained the horrific mutilation he had suffered over the past few weeks. The old man gasped, his eyes wide with shock. Treating the brain-damaged Xiao Yifeng required precise, high-level internal qi guidance, a feat Qin Fan could not perform with a ruined foundation. To heal his grand disciple, he had to heal himself first. He immediately immersed himself in the Mushin Secret Records. Backed by the super-strong martial arts comprehension granted by his system, Qin Fan unlocked the manual's secrets within days. Progress moved at a staggering pace. By the end of the second week, the ancient technique reached full completion, and his fractured dantian fused back together. His deep-rooted mastery of ancient martial arts allowed him to grasp the flow of energy naturally, yielding twice the result with half the effort. Power flooded his veins. He didn't just regain his lost cultivation base, the breakthrough propelled him forward, launching him directly into the legendary realm of a land immortal. Down below, a strange, prickling warmth signaled the first physical signs of regeneration. At this rate, 3 months would make him a whole man again. Qin Fan threw his head back and laughed, utterly overjoyed. Congratulations, master. The elderly Xiao bowed low, thrilled by the sudden surge in power, before gesturing toward the next room. Now that your strength is restored, please, we must treat Yifeng as soon as possible. This was a promise Qin Fan had already made, and since the old man had delivered his salvation, he readily agreed. The treatment began immediately. Harnessing his elite medical skills alongside the rare herbs, Qin Fan systematically repaired Xiao Yifeng's damaged brain tissue. The young man remained somewhat slow and simple-minded, but a flood of scattered memories finally locked into place. I was protecting Qin Yunhan in Qingling, Yifeng mumbled, staring blankly at the wall. A man ambushed me. The elderly Xiao slammed his fist against the table, his face flushed with rage. Who did it? Who is the murderer? Wang Haoran, Yifeng muttered. Qin Fan stiffened, his breath catching. The same name. He pressed for details, asking about the man's appearance, family, and status. The answers left no room for doubt. The individual who had crippled Xiao Yifeng was the exact same Wang Haoran he knew. Suddenly, the fog of confusion clouding Qin Fan's mind cleared away. He had never managed to identify the mastermind behind his own horrific downfall, completely overlooking the wealthy heir. A preconceived notion had blinded him, reinforcing the idea that Wang Haoran was merely an ordinary, spoiled civilian. But Yifeng had been subdued in direct combat. For a fighter of Yifeng's caliber to lose meant Wang Haoran secretly practiced martial arts. According to the description, the heir's combat power remained limited, explaining why the boy resorted to cowardly traps and underhanded ambushes rather than a direct confrontation. The realization cracked open a whole new theory. Wang Haoran had been playing the fool all along, hiding his true strength from the world. The meticulous plot against Yifeng mirrored the exact nightmare that had ruined Qin Fan. At the time, Yifeng had been frozen in horror upon discovering the heir's hidden skills. The young man never suspected a rich second-generation playboy could wield such force. I fell into the exact same mental trap, Qin Fan realized, his knuckles turning white. Suspicion hardened into absolute certainty. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Haoran's number. A sharp vibration buzzed against Wang Haoran's by the moment his boots hit the tarmac at the Qingling airport. He slid the device from his pocket, eyes narrowing at the caller ID. Qin Fan. A small, amused smile tugged at the corner of his lips before he pressed the phone to his ear. Hello, Haoran, where are you right now? Qin Fan asked, forcing a warm, casual chuckle to mask his simmering rage. Just stepping off a flight from out of town. Wang Haoran replied, matches his tone with seamless cheer. By the way, how are you feeling? Have they cleared you to leave the hospital? Yes, I'm completely discharged and resting at home. Everything is perfectly fine now. Thank you for checking in. Qin Fan's expression twisted into a dark, terrifying scowl, though his voice remained sweet as honey. Of course, that's wonderful to hear, Wang Haoran said, pacing through the crowded terminal, entirely unbothered by the venom hidden on the other side of the line. Are you free later today? Qin Fan asked abruptly. Wang Haoran slowed his pace. What's on your mind? Nothing major. Since I'm finally back on my feet, my apprentices want to gather and celebrate. They're coming over to my place for lunch. Why don't you join us? The more the merrier. The invitation sounded incredibly welcoming, a friendly gesture from an old companion. Wang Haoran paused, calculating the risks. Qin Fan's male disciples meant nothing to him, but the female apprentices were a different story. Song Siwei, Mu Nanzi, and Tanta Yeyu were all secretly involved with him, completely unaware of each other's existence. Bringing them into the same room risked blowing his cover entirely. His instinct screamed to reject the offer, but a sudden anomaly caught his attention. Qin Fan's friendly demeanor felt entirely wrong. Before the castration incident, Wang Haoran had visited the hospital bed alongside Tanta Yeyu, deliberately crushing the man's spirit by flaunting their romantic connection. Qin Fan already knew that both Mu Nanzi and Tanta Yeyu had chosen the heir over him. For a man who had been stripped of his martial arts and his manhood, his ego should be utterly shattered. He should be hiding in a dark room, drowning in resentment, not extending cheerful luncheon invitations to his romantic rival. Something was deeply amiss. Sure, I'll head over around noon, Wang Haoran agreed, a sharp glint entering his eyes. He wanted to see exactly what kind of trap the protagonist was trying to set. Back when Qin Fan held the upper hand, Wang Haoran had been forced to play along, maintaining a polite facade to keep the protagonist at bay. But now, a low-level martial artist was nothing more than an ant beneath his feet. Excellent. I'll see you then, Qin Fan replied smoothly. After exchanging a few standard pleasantries, the line went dead. The moment the screen went black, the polite smile vanished from Qin Fan's face, leaving an expression so murderous it looked demonic. Standing right beside him, the elderly Xiao and Xiao Yifeng stood with white-knuckled fists, looking as though they wanted to rip through the phone lines to tear the heir to pieces. They held their breath, refusing to disrupt the master's grand trap. Qin Fan's strategy was simple. He would expose Wang Haoran's vile, manipulative nature right in front of all his disciples. Once Tanta Yeyu and Mu Nanzi witnessed the heir's true colors, they would abandon him in disgust. Then Qin Fan would strike him down like a bolt of thunder. Climbing to the absolute pinnacle of martial arts as a land immortal had inflated his confidence to dangerous proportions. Judging by the underhanded methods Wang Haoran had used in the past, the boy couldn't possibly possess the strength of a true immortal. Otherwise, he would have fought out in the open. Qin Fan saw absolutely no room for failure. The only task remaining was reclaiming the beautiful women and status that had been stolen from him. Yeyu, in the end, you still belong to me, he thought, a dark, possessive obsession twisting his heart. Chapter 595. Ma Ongshen's Revenge. During Qin Fan's long stay in the hospital, his apprentices visited the bedside one after another, gradually crossing paths and learning each other's names. They spontaneously created a group chat to coordinate their visits, eventually pulling their master into the digital circle. The moment news broke of his discharge, the chat buzzed with a unified plan to converge on his residence for lunch. Far from the digital chatter, a tense silence gripped the Ma Villa. Ma Hongsheng stood before a mirror, adjusting his collar. He was the sole disciple who harbored a venomous hatred for Qin Fan, a man he wanted dead. The water lily poison no longer plagued his veins. He no longer drifted into involuntary, exhausted sleep. Vitality flushed his face. With his health restored, dependency on Qin Fan vanished, clearing the path for a meticulous, dark plot to unfold. Qin Fan had crossed a line with his wife. Ma Hongsheng refused to swallow the humiliation. He had spent the last several weeks pulling strings, using exclusive underground channels to contract a top-tier assassin. The hour to strike had arrived. He intended to unmask Qin Fan's repulsive actions right in front of the other apprentices before letting the killer end the master's life. Only then could he finally purge the suffocating resentment from his chest. Before stepping through the front door, Ma Hongsheng lit a stick of incense, bowing deeply before his ancestral tablet to beg for a successful vendetta. Cheng Rui leaned against the doorframe, watching the solemn ritual with a flicker of surprise. Hongsheng, where are you going? Master was just discharged from the hospital, Ma Hongsheng said, offering a warm, reassuring smile as he turned around. I'm heading out to pay him a visit. He kept his true intentions locked away, terrified the brutal reality of her past violation would shatter her mind. He remained blissfully ignorant that he was the one dancing in the dark. Don't stay out too late. Cheng Rui smiled, walking him out to the driveway to watch him slide into the plush leather seats of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The luxury vehicle swept down the drive and vanished past the security gates. The moment the car disappeared, the virtuous, dutiful smile fell from Cheng Rui's face. She pulled a phone from her pocket and dialed a familiar number. Ma Hongsheng is completely cured, Cheng Rui reported into the receiver, her voice dropping into a professional cadence as the connection went through. He just left to visit Qin Fan. His behavior was highly erratic before he walked out. If I'm reading the signs correctly, he's about to make a move. Wang Haoran's voice echoed through the speaker. In your estimation, what is he planning? He believes I was taken advantage of, Cheng Rui said, pacing back toward the house. The humiliation is eating him alive. He won't find peace until Qin Fan is dead. I completely agree with your assessment. A soft chuckle rippled from the other end of the line. The upcoming luncheon promised to be an incredibly lively affair. What do you think his chances are? Cheng Rui asked, shifting her weight. 0, Wang Haoran replied, his tone sharp and absolute. Why so certain? Call it an educated guess. Wang Haoran kept the explanation vague. He could hardly explain the abstract mechanics of a protagonist's protective aura to her. A minor character like Ma Hongsheng stood no chance against the laws of destiny. Then I hope your guess holds true, Cheng Rui said softly. You sound like you actively want him to fail. Cheng Rui didn't hesitate. Ma Hongsheng is an obstacle to my future. Don't you agree? Not a shred of marital affection left. Wang Haoran pressed. I married him for his bank account, not a romantic fairy tale. There is nothing but resentment between us now. His death would be a blessing. It allows me to inherit the entirety of the Ma estate. The cold confession failed to surprise Wang Haoran. He had recognized her ruthless, calculating nature long ago. When the line fell into a brief, heavy silence, panic flared in Cheng Rui's chest. Do you find me terrifying? From Ma Ongshen's perspective, absolutely, Wang Haoran said. You are a very dangerous woman. My cruelty is reserved for the rest of the world, Cheng Rui blurted out, her composure fracturing as she poured her heart across the line. For you I harbor nothing but tenderness. If you asked me to die for you today, I wouldn't even blink. Wang Haoran harbored no doubts regarding her sincerity. Her absolute loyalty metric guaranteed the depth of her devotion. Yet, lacking a proper response, he chose to remain silent. Sensing his emotional withdrawal, and fearing she had crossed a line, Cheng Rui scrambled for a polite excuse to terminate the call. Before she could speak, rapid footsteps clattered against the marble floor. A maid burst into the foyer, her face pale. Madam, it's a disaster. The young master is gone. Cheng Rui turned a cold gaze toward the servant. Calm down. He's barely learning to walk. How far could he possibly wander inside the estate? I've searched every room, the gardens, the staff quarters, the maid stammered, wringing her hands. There's no sign of him anywhere. Check the security feeds immediately, Cheng Rui commanded. I already tried. The entire surveillance network went dark minutes ago. It was working perfectly this morning, but now everything is broken. Cheng Rui's brow furrowed, a chill settling over her. The timing was far too precise to be an accident. Did your son vanish? Wang Haoran's voice cut through the phone, having caught the panicked exchange over the open line. Yes. He disappeared without a trace. The staff can't find him, and the security cameras magically failed at the exact same time. That rules out a coincidence, Wang Haoran stated. Someone infiltrated the villa and took him, Cheng Rui muttered, her eyes narrowing. Don't panic, Wang Haoran said, taking control of the situation. Search for physical clues on the grounds. The moment you find anything, let me know. I'll deploy my own resources to track him down. You've proven your loyalty to me, and I take care of my people. Leave the heavy lifting to my network. Cheng Rui waved a dismissive hand, signaling the maid to resume the physical search. Once the servant hurried away, she spoke into the receiver, her voice flat. If he's gone, he's gone. That is your own flesh and blood, Wang Haoran said, a rare note of shock coloring his tone. He had always calibrated his estimation of her ruthlessness to a high standard, but this detached response caught him off guard. He is Ma Ongshen's bloodline, Cheng Rui corrected, her voice cracking slightly, revealing the faint strain beneath her icy exterior. Wang Haoran understood her unspoken calculations. With Ma Hongsheng marching toward a fatal confrontation, a surviving heir from that marriage would only complicate her future plans, acting as a permanent anchor preventing her from fully aligning with him. Ma Hongsheng initiates his strike, and his son vanishes in the exact same hour, Wang Haoran said, steering the conversation back to logistics. There is a hidden thread connecting these events. Cheng Rui's voice hardened. Are you implying Qin Fan is behind the abduction? Chapter 596. A feast of hidden intentions. Qin Fan shouldn't do such a thing. I just think that these two matters may be connected. Of course, perhaps I am overthinking. Ma Hongsheng has plenty of enemies in the business world, so it could easily be someone else. Wang Haoran paused, his voice softening. Just be careful out there. If anything happens, call me immediately. In my impression, you rarely show this much concern for me, Chang Rui said, her tone bright with delight. We are partners, after all. No, we are dependents, Chang Rui corrected. I told you a long time ago, no matter what you ask of me, I will promise you unconditionally. The door to my house is always open for you. Come and go as you please, as long as you are happy. The words sounded innocent enough at first, but a suggestive undertone lingered in the air. Wang Haoran could not help but wonder if Cheng Rui was teasing him on purpose. He chose not to respond directly, maintaining a deliberate silence. Sensing his hesitation, Cheng Rui smoothly offered a brief excuse and ended the call, gracefully moving away from the topic. Wang Haoran set his phone down, silently appreciating her tact. Mature women possessed a refined sensibility that younger girls simply lacked. No wonder historical figures like Boss Cao had such a specific preference. To a certain extent, that mature charm carried a unique, irresistible attraction. By noon, Qin Fan's previously deserted villa buzzed with energy as his apprentices arrived. Tan Taiyu, Song Siwi, Mu Nanzi, and Ma Hongsheng filed into the house one after another. The elderly man surnamed Xiao had already settled into the villa. As the first disciple to descend from the mountain, he held the highest seniority among them. Tan Taiyu and the others greeted him with deep respect, addressing him as Senior Brother Xiao. The old man offered a warm, welcoming smile. For a moment, the villa felt like the home of a large, happy family. When Qin Fan finally stepped out of his room, the apprentices gathered around to greet him. Except for the elderly Xiao, everyone harbored a deep sense of sympathy for their master's recent misfortunes. They chose their words with extreme caution, terrified of bruising Qin Fan's fragile emotional state. Seeing their gentle coddling, Senior Brother Xiao opened his mouth to reveal the truth, but Qin Fan caught his eye and shook his head slightly, signaling him to keep quiet for now. Qin Fan offered to host dinner, but his apprentices refused to let him cook. He had only just been discharged from the hospital, and it felt entirely inappropriate. Song Siwi, a master chef in her own right, immediately took charge of the kitchen. With an abundance of fresh ingredients already prepared, she set to work, utilizing the villa servants to assist her. Meanwhile, Tan Taiyu and the others gathered in the grand hall to drink tea and converse. Before long, another guest arrived. You look much better. Congratulations on your recovery and discharge, Wang Haoran said, offering a polite but hollow smile. Please, have a seat. A dark shadow flickered across Qin Fan's eyes, but he forced a welcoming grin and gestured toward the sofa. Haoran, come sit next to me. Tan Taiyu had not seen him in days. Missing him terribly, she immediately waved him over. Mu Nanzi stiffened at the familiar greeting. She dismissed her initial shock, assuming the two were simply old acquaintances. However, that assumption shattered the moment Wang Haoran sat down. Tan Taiyu immediately took his hand, leaning in with undeniable intimacy. Unable to sit still, Mu Nanzi frowned and stared directly at Tan Taiyu. Junior sister, aren't you ashamed to be holding his hand like that in public? Tan Taiyu blinked, taken aback. Though she had not known Mu Nanzi for long, she knew her senior sister was not a naturally confrontational person. Pure feminine intuition flared within her, detecting a sharp, underlying hostility. Tan Taiyu tightened her grip on his hand, marking her territory. Senior sister, this is my boyfriend. Your boyfriend? Mu Nanzi gasped, her voice rising. Is there a problem? Tan Taiyu asked, her eyes narrowing at the volatile reaction. He is my boyfriend. Mu Nanzi retorted anxiously. Tan Taiyu froze, then slowly turned her gaze to the man sitting beside her. Is what she's saying true? Yes. Wang Haoran did not flinch. He had come today fully prepared for a showdown, so he answered with complete frankness. Humiliation and anger flushed through Tan Taiyu. Mu Nanzi looked equally devastated. Yet, compared to her senior sister, Tan Taiyu possessed a higher tolerance for the shock, since she already knew about the existence of several other sisters. Mu Nanzi, however, had truly believed she was the only one. This is someone else's home, so it is inconvenient to dive into details right now, Wang Haoran said. His voice remained perfectly steady, devoid of panic, carrying an air of absolute calm. But I promise I will give you both a proper explanation. Faced with his unshakable composure, the two women suppressed their embarrassment and held their fire. Haoran, everyone here is family, so it doesn't matter, Qin Fan interjected smoothly, his tone dripping with mock generosity. Go ahead and explain right now. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with you, Wang Haoran snapped, refusing to give Qin Fan an inch of respect. What are you trying to stir up? The false smile vanished from Qin Fan's face, his expression turning incredibly grim. Beside him, Senior Brother Xiao glared at Wang Haoran with burning hatred. If you want to explain yourself, you had better do it now, Qin Fan warned, his voice dropping into a menacing register. Otherwise, I am afraid you won't get another chance to walk out of these doors. Wang Haoran caught the thinly veiled threat instantly. This dinner was no casual gathering. It was a trap, a modern-day hangmen banquet. The air in the grand hall turned ice-cold. Sensing the sudden danger, Tan Taiyu and Mu Nanzi instinctively closed ranks around Wang Haoran. Even with the sting of his deception fresh in their minds, their deep affection for him overrode their anger. Confronted with Qin Fan's hostility, both women chose to protect the man they loved. Despite the suffocating tension, Wang Haoran remained entirely relaxed. He looked at Qin Fan and chuckled softly. Is there some sort of misunderstanding between us? He could see the raw killing intent radiating from the man. Qin Fan had clearly figured out who was responsible for his downfall. What Wang Haoran could not fathom was how the man had uncovered the truth, and he wanted to bait him into revealing his source. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding here, Qin Fan sneered. He gave senior brother Xiao a sharp nod, non-verbally commanding him to bring out the witness. The old man understood the cue and turned to leave the hall. Before he could take a single step, Ma Hongsheng, who had remained entirely silent until now, moved with blinding speed. He drew a weapon from his coat and pressed the cold barrel directly against the side of Qin Fan's head. I don't care what kind of petty grievances you two share, Ma Hongsheng growled, his voice steady and lethal. But we are going to settle my business first. The sudden escalation caught everyone entirely off guard. Gasps echoed through the room as the disciples stared in utter disbelief at Ma Hongsheng, who now held their master hostage. Chapter 597. The Hungmen banquet shattered. Junior brother Ma, let go of master. Senior brother Xiao roared, his voice shaking the grand hall. Don't move. I will kill anyone who takes a step. Ma Hongsheng gripped his weapon tighter, pressing the barrel hard into Qin Fan's temple. Senior brother Xiao tensed, ready to spring forward, but Qin Fan raised a calm, steady hand to halt him. The total lack of fear in Qin Fan's eyes made the older disciple pause. Realization struck senior brother Xiao. This mortal weapon posed no real threat to a master of martial arts. He lowered his stance, stepping back to watch the confrontation unfold. Qin Fan looked directly at the man holding him hostage, his voice entirely even. Xiaoma, what is the meaning of this? What did you do? Don't play innocent with me. You know exactly what this means. Ma Hongsheng gritted his teeth, his jaw tight with rage. I have always treated you with respect and fairness, Qin Fan said, his tone softening into confusion. If something has displeased you, speak plainly. Do you remember the night you treated my illness and stayed over at my estate? Ma Hongsheng prompted, his voice trembling. Of course I remember. I spent one night at the Ma family villa. How did that offend you? Qin Fan, drop the act. Confess exactly what you did that night, word for word. Otherwise, don't blame this weapon if it goes off. I truly have no idea what you are talking about, Qin Fan replied, deliberately weakening his posture to look frail and defenseless. Speak clearly, so I can understand. The night you stayed at the villa, you snuck into my bedroom. Ma Hongsheng's breathing turned ragged, the memory cutting through him like a blade. Fire danced in his bloodshot eyes. I was trapped in a stupor from the water lily poison. You used your special medical techniques to drug my wife, rendering her helpless, and then you violated her. Ma Hongsheng took a sharp, agonizing breath. You thought you could hide your crimes from heaven, but you underestimated me. The poison slipped for a split second, and I woke up. I saw everything. I saw your true colors. The accusation triggered a memory. Qin Fan recalled his morning departure from the Ma family villa. Ma Hongsheng had looked at him with a strange, inexplicable coldness. It all made sense now. I did no such thing, Qin Fan defended smoothly. Perhaps someone disguised themselves as me. Or perhaps it was merely a vivid nightmare. Impossible. It was no dream. Ma Hongsheng barked. I questioned Arui. She admitted she woke up feeling violated, but assumed it was a hallucination. I know better. You are the only one with the specialized knowledge to pull off such a scheme, Qin Fan. The absolute certainty in Ma Hongsheng's voice left Qin Fan with no logical defense. In truth, such medical trickery was not unique to him. Tantayaya possessed the exact same skill set. But she was a woman, ruling her out entirely. Qin Fan adopted a look of righteous indignation. I swear to heaven, I never touched her. If I am lying, may I drop dead before the day ends. Ma Hongsheng had consumed too much bitter hatred to believe a cheap oath. Still, he had no intention of pulling the trigger himself. His plan was to force a public confession, leave the villa, and allow a hired assassin to stage a fatal accident. That way, his own hands remained clean. Since Qin Fan refused to confess, and the oath offered a perfect narrative, Ma Hongsheng seized the opportunity. Then let the gods decide your fate. If you fail to survive the day, it proves your oath was a lie, and heaven has claimed your wretched life. Ma Hongsheng feigned a calm composure, lowering his weapon and stepping back. His calculations were perfect, but he had failed to account for a variable outside the room. The sharp, high-pitched cry of a baby pierced the tense silence from the courtyard. Every head in the grand hall turned toward the entrance. A man wearing a low-brimmed fisherman's hat walked through the doorway, cradling a small infant in his arms. Ma Hongsheng's face drained of color. The infant was his newborn son. He locked eyes with the stranger beneath the fisherman's hat, recognition hitting him like a physical blow. This was the professional assassin he had secretly contracted to eliminate Qin Fan. What is the meaning of this? Ma Hongsheng raised his weapon again, panic overriding his caution. Give me back my son. The assassin ignored the threat entirely. He walked past Ma Hongsheng, stopping directly in front of Qin Fan, and bowed his head respectfully. Master. Ma Hongsheng froze, his mind reeling. The elite contract killer he had unearthed through underground channels was actually Qin Fan's own disciple. Leng Shui, why are you here? Qin Fan asked, mildly surprised. And why do you have Xiaoma's child? The assassin, known to the underworld as Leng Shui, had mastered the art of killing under Qin Fan's tutelage. True to his name, cold blood possessed no warmth, no empathy, and no sentimentality. To him, the bonds of brotherhood meant absolutely nothing. he answered only to his master. Master, this man hired me to orchestrate an accident to take your life, Lang Shui reported calmly, exposing the entire plot on the spot. Qin Fan connected the confession to Ma Ongshen's strange comments about letting the gods decide. A cold chill of betrayal washed over him. Xiaoma, I told you this was a misunderstanding. Why must you persist in this madness? Ma Hongsheng had never been a true threat to him. Qin Fan had tolerated the hostage theatricality out of lingering affection for a former student. Otherwise, Ma Hongsheng would already be a corpse. Save your breath, Ma Hongsheng roared, blinded by the ultimate humiliation a man could face. The theft of a wife can only be washed away in blood. Qin Fan, you die today. Ma Hongsheng swung his weapon away from Qin Fan, targeting the assassin instead. Return my son to me this instant. Lang Shui did not budge. He kept his gaze fixed on Qin Fan. Master, if we do not eliminate him now, he will remain a permanent threat to your safety. Qin Fan closed his eyes, weighing the situation in the heavy silence. A moment later, his eyelids snapped open. Give the child back to his father. Master, he intends to. I said, return Xiaoma's son to him, Qin Fan repeated, his voice carrying an absolute, iron authority that brooked no argument. Lang Shui bowed his head. Yes. He stepped forward and carefully transferred the crying infant into Ma Ongshen's trembling arms. Ma Hongsheng pulled his son tight against his chest, whispering soft, frantic comforts as he backed out of the room. He wanted Qin Fan dead, but his son's survival came first. He knew that while Qin Fan was currently physically diminished, this cold-blooded assassin was an lethal apex predator. He could not risk a crossfire with his child in his arms. Turning on his heel, Ma Hongsheng vanished into the courtyard. Lang Shui watched the empty doorway for a beat, then turned back to Qin Fan. Master, my business here is concluded. I shall take my leave. Qin Fan opened his mouth to give a command, but the words died in his throat. He remembered the pure, unadulterated venom in Ma Ongshen's final glance. The only reason Qin Fan had shown mercy was because Tanta Yeyu and Mu Nanzi were watching. He refused to reveal his ruthless, blood-stained nature to the women he intended to claim. Lang Shui's sudden departure made his intentions obvious. The assassin was going to finish the job outside the villa grounds. Qin Fan chose to look away, comforting his conscience with the lie that whatever happened next was entirely Lang Shui's independent choice. Without a single word or glance toward his fellow disciples, Lang Shui turned and slipped out of the hall like a phantom. Qin Fan exhaled slowly, his posture shifting as he locked a dark, menacing gaze onto Wang Haoran. Now, we can settle our accounts. Senior brother Xiao caught the signal immediately. He strode across the hall, opened the door to an inner chamber, and escorted Xiao Yaifeng into the light. Wang Haoran remained seated, entirely unbothered. He had not even bothered to activate his spiritual perspective upon entering the villa, confident that nothing in this house possessed the power to harm him. He smiled faintly, noting the arrival of the hidden guest. The fog of madness had completely vanished from Xiao Yaifeng's eyes. He stared at Wang Haoran with a volatile mix of absolute hatred and sadistic anticipation. Qin Fan had achieved the pinnacle of the martial world, ascending to the legendary realm of a land immortal. He was invincible. With such a god standing behind him, Xiao Yaifeng felt entirely untouchable. Wang Haoran. Xiao Yaifeng unleashed a wild, manic laugh that echoed off the high ceilings. Leaving me alive all those years ago will prove to be the single greatest mistake of your miserable life. Chapter 598. Confrontation. Xiao Yaifeng laughed wildly. Wang Haoran watched him, realizing the man's mind was not completely ruined, and could not help but feel a pang of amazement. Qin Fan's medical skills are really not bad. This can actually cure you. Haha, do you regret it now? Xiao Yaifeng demanded, his voice raspy. Qin Yunhan and I are very happy together. Wang Haoran did not answer the question directly, shifting the focus instead. Hearing that name, Xiao Yaifeng's disfigured face distorted into something truly terrifying. Qin Yunhan was his obsession. Back then, Wang Haoran had played a sickening trick, recording the sounds of Qin Yunhan applauding for love and forcing Xiao Yaifeng to listen. That was the moment Xiao Yaifeng's mentality exploded, shattering his protagonist status. Even though it had been a long time, hearing Wang Haoran bring it up again made Xiao Yaifeng go absolutely mad. Tanta Yeyu and Mu Nanzi caught the name Qin Yunhan. They realized this was likely another story, one very similar to their own situation. While they marveled at how incredibly attractive their boyfriend was to women, resentment flared up inside them. They glared at Wang Haoran, silently slapping him with their eyes. But the silent fury ended there. The surrounding atmosphere was far too tense, making it impossible for Tanta Yeyu and Mu Nanzi to get entangled in a relationship dispute right now. You despicable villain, you plotted against me back then. Now it's time to repay the debt. Xiao Yaifeng glared angrily, his eyes fixed on Wang Haoran. I am indeed despicable, but you may not be much better. Didn't you take the opportunity to stun me, wanting me to become a eunuch? It's just a tat for a tat, Wang Haoran said lightly. Tanta Yeyu and Mu Nanzi gasped. Their eyes turned toward Xiao Yaifeng, instantly filling with deep hostility. If Xiao Yaifeng had succeeded, what would they have done? This involved their life's happiness, and staying calm was impossible. Fortunately, this ugly monster had failed. You had bad intentions toward Qin Yunhan. I only did that to protect her, Xiao Yaifeng argued strongly. What a joke. Is Qin Yunhan yours? I simply got closer to her, and you tried to ruin my life? That is not how the world works, Wang Haoran sneered. Although Xiao Yaifeng's brain had been cured, it was still far duller than before. He could not find the words to counter Wang Haoran, suddenly falling completely speechless. Qin Fan stepped forward, his voice cutting through the silence. You can say it's revenge for Yifeng, but what about me? Why did you plot against me? Tan Taiyu and Mu Nanzi froze. They knew about Qin Fan's tragic injury, but they had no idea it was related to Wang Haoran. The revelation felt completely unbelievable. Master, is there some misunderstanding? Haoran is just an ordinary person, Tan Taiyu said, quickly stepping forward to defend her boyfriend. Yifeng knows martial arts. If Wang Haoran could plot against Yifeng and succeed, how could he be an ordinary person? Qin Fan countered. Tan Taiyu had already deduced that point, but she had deliberately ignored it to excuse Wang Haoran. Since Qin Fan had exposed it, she quickly shifted her angle. Even if Haoran knows a little martial arts, he is still too far behind you. It is absolutely impossible for him to harm you. Yes, master. With your incredible ability, how could Haoran possibly plot against you? Mu Nanzi added, her voice full of doubt. That is because he hid his strength too deeply. Qin Fan looked at Wang Haoran, his gaze piercing. What do you want to say to that? Or are you going to make up another lie? You are right. It was I who plotted against you, Wang Haoran said frankly. Before today, he had no choice but to wear fake faces and tell countless lies. Now, there was no longer any need for deception. Tan Taiyu and Mu Nanzi stood shocked by the open admission. You are willing to admit it. Good. That saves me from wasting any more time. Qin Fan stared intensely at Wang Haoran. Why? Why did you plot against me? Tan Taiyu and Mu Nanzi turned their eyes to Wang Haoran, waiting anxiously for his reply. It's almost ready to eat. Song Siwi suddenly ran into the hall, ready to inform everyone that dinner was served. But the heavy atmosphere hit her immediately. She stopped halfway, her voice trailing off. Wang Haoran glanced at Song Siwi, then turned back to Qin Fan. It's very simple. You wanted to invite Yuiyu, you harbored desires for Nanzi, and you also had designs on Siwi. Is that reason enough? You and Siwi too? Qin Fan's eyes widened in sheer horror. Well, Siwi is also my girlfriend, Wang Haoran said calmly. Ding. The host caused Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Received, 3,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo, minus 150. Host's villain Halo, plus 150. Tan Taiyu and Mu Nanzi looked at each other, completely speechless. They had just learned about a girl named Qin Yunhan, and now here was Song Siwi? Just how many girlfriends did this man have? Song Siwi stood at a loss, entirely confused by the situation. But this was obviously not the time to ask questions. She quietly moved over, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tan Taiyu and Mu Nanzi. The lines were drawn in the hall. Qin Fan's camp stood on one side, and Wang Haoran's camp stood on the other. A tense confrontation gripped the room. Qin Fan took a deep breath to suppress his raging emotions. He looked at Tan Taiyu, Mu Nanzi, and Song Siwi, his voice dropping into a deep, commanding tone. Wang Haoran plotted against your master. Are you still planning to help him deal with me? Your apprentice does not dare to be disrespectful, master. But if you want to hurt Haoran, I will never agree, Tan Taiyu said, stepping to the front. She knew Qin Fan had designs on her. Wang Haoran had targeted Qin Fan because of it. Although she did not condone the methods, the incident had already happened, and she certainly would not blame her lover. Ding. The host caused Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Received, 2,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo, minus 100. Host's villain Halo, plus 100. Seeing Tan Taiyu's stance, panic flickered in Qin Fan's eyes. He gritted his teeth secretly and turned his gaze toward Mu Nanzi and Song Siwi. Master, I am incredibly grateful to you for imparting your skills to me. But if you insist on harming Haoran, please forgive your apprentice's treason, Mu Nanzi said firmly. Me too, Song Siwi quickly echoed. Qin Fan's past actions had already caused a massive turmoil. The women knew he was not the pure saint he appeared to be on the outside, but rather a man with a dirty mind. However, because Qin Fan had been physically ruined, they had pitied him. Honoring the grace of his teachings, they had ignored their previous suspicions and truly treated him as a master, overlooking his flaws. But now that Qin Fan wanted to destroy Wang Haoran, everything changed. They did not doubt for a second that Qin Fan held those hidden, inappropriate thoughts toward them. Wang Haoran had acted entirely because he cared for them. The behavior was certainly extreme. Still, they chose to stand firmly on Wang Haoran's side. Ding. The host caused Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Received, 1,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo, minus 50. Host's villain Halo, plus 50. Ding. The host caused Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Received, 2,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo, minus 100. Host's villain Halo, plus 100. Ding. The host caused Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Received, 3,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo, minus 150. Host's villain Halo, plus 150. All of you, you really are my good apprentices. Qin Fan hissed through gritted teeth. Chapter 599. Turning back. Junior sister, I thought you could distinguish right from wrong, but I didn't expect you to be so thoroughly confused. What do you call this? It is called betraying your teacher and destroying your ancestors. The old man surnamed Xiao could not help but scold them after seeing the defiant attitude of Tan Taiyu and the others. Tan Taiyu and her companions did not take it seriously. There was no absolute right or wrong in this matter. It was just a matter of everyone holding their own position. Senior brother Xiao, I know that you are very strong. But if you came here just to preach, you should leave it alone, Tantai Yeyu countered. Junior sister, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back to the shore while you still can, the old man surnamed Xiao persuaded. Go back? How do I go back and help you kill my beloved? Tantai Yeyu sneered. Since you are obsessed, don't blame me for being rude. The old man's voice suddenly turned bone-chillingly cold. Qin Fan raised his hand, gesturing for his senior brother to hold back, then looked at Tantai Yeyu with a complicated expression. He decided to play the emotional card. Have you really thought about it? Do you truly want to break ties with your master? I don't want to either, but master insists on hurting Haoran, so I am forced into this corner. But if master is willing to listen to me, there may still be room for maneuver in this matter, Tantai Yeyu said. Tell me about it. Qin Fan's eyes brightened slightly. Tantai Yeyu did not immediately respond to Qin Fan. Instead, she took a solemn expression and turned to Wang Haoran. If you were to apologize to my master, would you be willing? She genuinely did not want Wang Haoran to suffer, but the situation felt strange to her. Tearing her face entirely with Qin Fan could be dangerous. Her own abilities were taught by Qin Fan. In other words, Qin Fan knew exactly what she was capable of. Even though Qin Fan's cultivation base was currently abolished, he still refused to back down after seeing her take a stand. Brother Xiao majored in medicine. Although he was not weak in martial arts, he was still a little behind her. On top of that, Wang Haoran was powerful. After all, he had managed to scheme against Qin Fan successfully. Tantai Yeyu knew that she could not achieve such a feat herself. With her and Wang Haoran together, two martial arts experts, their apparent strength should easily crush Qin Fan's side. Yet, despite this glaring disadvantage, Qin Fan maintained an unyielding attitude, intent on dealing with Wang Haoran. Tantai Yeyu keenly sensed that Qin Fan must have something to rely on. Although she did not know his specific trump card, she knew that continuing this fight would be highly unfavorable for them. If I apologize and your master is willing to shake hands to make peace, that is fine with me. After all, she has always been kind to you. Wang Haoran spoke with a gentle, accommodating tone. He had his reasons for saying this. First, he was certain that Qin Fan would never agree to such a compromise. Second, he hoped to make Tantai Yeyu, Mu Nanzi, and Song Siwi feel better. There was a vast difference between taking the initiative to eliminate Qin Fan and being forced to do so out of desperate self-defense. A small smile played on Tantai Yeyu's lips. She believed Wang Haoran understood her concerns and had also noticed the underlying danger, choosing to bow his head temporarily for safety. Master, look. Tantai Yeyu began. It is impossible. Qin Fan cut her off without a shred of room for negotiation, his voice dripping with malice. Today I will kill Wang Haoran. Yeyu, Nanzi, Siwi, if you dare stop me, do not blame me for disregarding our past affection. Tantai Yeyu took a deep breath. There was no more room for maneuver. Mu Nanzi and Song Siwi understood this as well. The two of them were completely powerless when it came to martial arts, and felt entirely clueless in this high-stakes confrontation. They instinctively looked toward Tantai Yeyu to see her reaction. Suddenly, Tantai Yeyu dropped to her knees. Master, this is the last time I call you that. From now on, our bond is severed. She kowtowed 3 times to Qin Fan, a final gesture to repay his past kindness. Mu Nanzi and Song Siwi immediately followed her example, kneeling and bowing. Ding. The host caused Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Gained 4,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -200. Host's villain Halo +200. Good, good, good. Qin Fan laughed out of sheer rage, spitting out the word 3 times in succession. Master, let me clean up the sect for you. The old man surnamed Xiao watched the 3 junior sisters disown their master, and his heart exploded with killing intent. He glared at the 3 women with cold, merciless eyes. He was not Qin Fan. He was just an old man with no desire for Tantai Yeyu or the others, so he felt no pity for these beautiful women. All he wanted was to avenge his only successor, Xiao Yifeng, by tearing Wang Haoran to pieces. The intense commotion inside the hall began to attract the attention of the mansion's servants, who gathered to watch. Qin Fan gave a sharp look to Xiao Yifeng. Disperse the crowd. Xiao Yifeng quickly led the way, dismissing the curious servants before hurrying back into the hall. He hated Wang Haoran to the absolute core, and wanted to witness his tragic end with his own eyes to soothe the burning hatred in his chest. Seeing that Qin Fan was preparing to strike, Tantai Yeyu immediately braced herself. Mu Nanzi and Song Siri knew they were useless in a fight, but they refused to leave, choosing instead to live or die alongside Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran, I really admire you. You actually managed to make my 3 beautiful apprentices so deeply committed to you. Qin Fan stared at the 3 women shielding his enemy. Envy, jealousy, and deep resentment twisted into a volatile mix of emotions as he spoke in a raspy, hoarse voice. In some respects, my performance is outstanding. Naturally, they are reluctant to leave me, Wang Haoran replied smoothly. He wanted to take advantage of Qin Fan's boiling fury to harvest more points, deliberately targeting his unstable mentality. Hearing his suggestive words, Tantai Yeyu blushed furiously, and shot Wang Haoran a sharp look, though she kept quiet given the gravity of the situation. Mu Nanzi knew that she and Wang Haoran had not actually progressed to that intimate stage yet. She figured he was saying this purely to infuriate Qin Fan, so she remained silent, refusing to ruin his play. Song Siwi, however, was utterly shocked. She had always thought her boyfriend was a bit dull and innocent when it came to romance. Hearing him drop such a bold sentence caught her completely off guard. She could vaguely perceive that the innocent boy she thought she knew was actually the exact opposite. She had mistaken him for a helpless sheep, but this man was a wolf. Of course, despite her surprise, Song Siwi did not expose him. Just like Tan Tai Yeyu and Mu Nanzi, she chose to remain silent. In a tense standoff like this, silence looked like total validation. When this scene registered in Qin Fan's eyes, his face distorted with rage. Ding. The host caused Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Gained 6,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -300. Host's villain Halo +300. Wang Haoran, you are on the verge of death, yet you still dare provoke me. Qin Fan's eyes injected with blood. A sudden, fierce gust of wind whipped through the hall. The old man surnamed Xiao and Xiao Yifeng watched with eyes full of absolute reverence, gazing at Qin Fan as if worshipping a god. Qin Fan's posture seemed to expand, radiating the presence of a deity descending upon the earth. The sheer pressure made it difficult to look at him directly, forcing an involuntary tremble through anyone who tried. The color drained instantly from the faces of Tan Tai Yeyu, Mu Nanzi, and Song Siwi. This true qi was as vast as mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. It was terrifying. Qin Fan had not even struck yet, but his mere presence unleashed an oppressive wave that made it hard for them to draw breath. Chapter 600. Is it bad to live? The ultimate martial arts, land-based immortals. Why? Tan Tai Yeyu's face drained of all color. She believed she had estimated Qin Fan's potential high enough, but this reality surpassed her wildest fears. She had assumed Qin Fan relied on the backing of other martial arts masters. In truth, Qin Fan's greatest weapon was himself. Amidst her terror, a deep confusion arose. Qin Fan's previous internal energy reservoir spanned only 4 centuries. Now, his true qi had skyrocketed to 500 years, elevating him to the realm of a terrestrial deity. It defied all logic. Xiao Yifeng stepped into the conversation, eager to establish his presence and torment Wang Haoran. While my master searched for medicinal herbs, he stumbled upon the remains of a terrestrial immortal. From that corpse, he obtained a supreme martial art called the Mushin Secret Record. Master's martial talent is unparalleled. In just over 10 days, not only did his Danshan completely recover, but his martial path advanced to a higher realm. By Xiao Yifeng's logic, if Wang Haoran had not harmed him, his master would never have searched for medicine, and this miraculous technique would never have been found. The bitter fruit Wang Haoran planted would ultimately destroy him. Xiao Yifeng gloated, peering intently at Wang Haoran. He caught the young man letting out a soft sigh. Believing this was the sound of deep remorse, Xiao Yifeng chuckled with malicious satisfaction. Not only has my martial arts advanced, but this Mushin Secret Record can also repair bodily defects. It can make what was lost grow back. Qin Fan added the detail himself, noticing that his disciple had missed the most crucial point. He directed this statement squarely at Tan Tai Yeyu, Mu Nanzi, and Song Siwi. Yet, it was nothing more than wishful thinking. The 3 women remained entirely indifferent. Whether Qin Fan was a eunuch or a whole man had absolutely nothing to do with them anymore. Qin Fan registered their coldness, and a venomous jealousy bloomed in his chest. He wanted to tear Wang Haoran into 10,000 pieces. Still, he held back, adopting a cat-and-mouse demeanor as he addressed his rival. You have only one choice now. If you are willing to clear the sect for me and kill Yeyu, Nanzi, and Siwi, I can show mercy and spare your life. Deep down, Qin Fan still harbored affection for his beautiful disciples. Even if they had been defiled by Wang Haoran, he was willing to take them back. His proposal was a calculated move to drive a wedge between them. If Wang Haoran actually raised a hand against them to save his own skin, the women would be utterly heartbroken. Anyone with an ounce of intelligence could see through Qin Fan's scheme. But in a life and death crisis, survival instincts usually overpower reason. Even with slim odds, a typical villain might turn on his companions just to seize a single chance at life. But Wang Haoran was no ordinary villain. Furthermore, this life and death crisis existed only in Qin Fan's imagination. Tan Tai Yeyu, Mu Nanzi, and Song Siwi held their breath, their eyes fixed on Wang Haoran. They understood the trap, but they remained silent, wanting to hear how he truly felt about them. If he betrayed them now, he would be lower than a beast. Under their anxious gazes, Wang Haoran spoke with profound tenderness. The 3 of you are precious to me. I love you deeply. For any of you, I would gladly sacrifice my life. Because of me, you have been dragged into this conflict. I would rather die 1,000 deaths than lay a single finger on you. The tension in their chests melted away, replaced by an overwhelming warmth. Ding. The heroine Tan Tai Yeyu's favorability toward the host has increased by 10. Current total favorability, 90, until death. Ding. The heroine Mu Nanzi's favorability toward the host has increased by 10. Current total favorability, 80, deep love. Ding. The heroine Song Siwi's favorability toward the host has increased by 20. Current total favorability, 70, unswerving. Ding. The host has influenced the plot direction. Gained 7,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -350. Host's villain Halo +350. Upon receiving the system notification, Wang Haoran suddenly stepped forward. He pulled Tan Tai Yeyu, Mu Nanzi, and Song Siwi into his arms, kissing each of them in turn. Though the timing was entirely inappropriate, the 3 women were so overcome with emotion that they did not care. They yielded completely to his touch, returning the embrace with fierce devotion. When the intimate moment ended, they linked hands, forming a united front against Qin Fan. They were ready to live and die together. Ding. The host caused Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Gained 6,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -300. Host's villain Halo +300. Qin Fan's face twisted into a hideous mask of rage. He had intended to break their bond, but his words had served as a perfect assist for Wang Haoran instead. Recognizing the unbreakable resolve in his disciple's eyes, he realized further manipulation was pointless. The hatred in his soul erupted, unleashing a torrent of true qi that resembled a crushing tidal wave, pressing down on Wang Haoran. A violent gale swept through the hall for a second time. The grand chandeliers on the ceiling swayed wildly. Tables and chairs groaned against the floorboards, creating a harsh, screeching din. Tan Tai Yeyu, Mu Nanzi, Song Siwi, and even the old men surnamed Xiao and Xiao Yifeng felt the overflowing energy bind their limbs. The pressure paralyzed them entirely. Moving so much as a single finger became a monumental struggle. Wang Haoran, after you die, I will take excellent care of Yeyu and the others. Qin Fan channeled his fury into a killing strike. Yet, as he looked ahead, he saw no panic on Wang Haoran's face. Instead, the young man smirked, looking at him with mockery. Qin Fan frowned, a sudden unease blooming in his chest. Calmly, Wang Haoran released Tan Tai Yeyu's hand and took a slow step forward. Instantly, the suffocating true qi pinning Tan Tai Yeyu to the spot vanished. The oppressive energy filling the entire hall reversed its course, violently flowing back into Qin Fan's own body. The wind died. The screeching furniture went silent. Qin Fan turned deathly pale. He felt his own true qi trembling uncontrollably within him, sending a primal alarm through his heart. When martial arts reached the absolute peak, the energy acquired a trace of spirituality, warning its master of fatal danger. Wang Haoran looked down at the trembling man. Is it bad to live? To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update tomorrow. See you then.